protect ng fandom, ganun na ganun, ladies and gentlemen, ang ginagawa sa akin ni Ben. Kasi sabi niya, hindi naman daw ako totoong fan ng Pokemon.
Hindi ko sinabi hindi ka totoong fan. Sabi ko, hindi ka ganun ka fan.
Oh, bigyan mo
That's
ako
what
ng
I'm saying.
bigyan mo ako ng Pokemon yan. Alam ko yung second evolution niya. Go.
Ng Pokemon? Second evolution?
Oo, go. Give me a Pokemon.
Ratata.
Ratatouille.
Oh!
Ganun, ladies and gentlemen.
Mali!
Ratri.
Raticate? Kasi dalawa yung ratata, kaya ratri.
Rata. Ratatatata.
Clefairy.
Clewizard.
Kayo na mag-judge, guys. Alam mo ba yung Digimon?
I never liked it. Pati
You never
Monster
liked
Rancher.
Digimon?
Yeah.
I love
Feeling ko parang
Monster
gaya-gaya sa
Rancher.
Pokemon, so I never liked it.
Yun nga, kasi ang taas ng standard na set ng Pokemon.
Ganyan ako sa Hunger Games, kaya feeling ko, ay, ginaya ng Divergent, ayoko yung Divergent.
Oh my God, ganyan din ako. Kaya after kong magbasa ng Mortal Instruments, ayoko na lahat ng mga may vampire and werewolves and fairies.
No way.
Oo, iba,
Pero di ba
iba
solid
power
Twilight
ng ano.
fan ka?
Solid Twilight fan din naman ako. 10 times ko siya pinanood. Alam ko, yun yung ini-insinuate mo na lagi akong nagto-Twilight. Pero ang ganda kasi ng Twilight, lalo na yung Breaking Dawn. Yung fight scene nila doon, grabe,
Jesus.
intense yun sa book.
Pero yun nga, I read it also. I read all four.
Twilight.
Yeah. Pero it was a phase. I can confidently say it was a phase. Because if you were going to sneer at something, you might as well know what you're sneering at, right?
True. At saka sa sobrang addict ko sa Twilight dati, binasa ko yung 50 Shades of Green because eto lang
Gray.
siya. Ano sabi ko?
Green. Tingnan mo
Gray
poster
na
na
ba?
naman.
50 Shades of Grey, binasa ko yun.
Yeah,
Kasi
is it?
ano daw yun? Yeah, it is.
50 Shades of Grey. Kasi
Ayop ka
fanfic.
talaga.
Ako nagsabi sa'yo na fanfic yun.
Hindi ikaw nagsabi sa akin, malamang kasi binasa ko na yun dati because I knew na fanfiction siya ng Twilight. Kaya, kaya binasa ko
Mamaro
siya.
na naman ako.
Oo, kita mo? Kinlaim mo. Ikaw pa talaga nag-claim nung ano ko
Hindi kasi sikat na yun sa literary world before it came out.
Yung 50 Shades?
Yung fanfic when it was
fanfic.
starting to gain traction kasi may mga ano nga yung mga literary circle hindi naman literary mga book nerds na mga kakilala ko syempre pag may something new nade-discuss talaga siya. And I'm not saying that Twilight is a literary achievement, but it was getting enough attention for it to
Boom.
garner discussions.
Ano sa tingin mo yung mga ine-enjoy ng Gen Z ngayon na ikukwento nila like how we're making kwento now in the future?
TikTok culture, definitely.
TikTok. Oh
Feeling
my God,
ko.
I agree.
TikTok culture. And ano pa bang mga things ngayon?
Intense ang
Yung
tao
mga,
ngayon.
yung mga bagong phenomenon na wala before.
Like,
TikTok kasi yung alam kong ganun na they dance in front of a camera.
Yeah.
Wala masyadong, even in the advent of social media before, wala masyadong nagsasayaw sa camera. That was TikTok.
yung mga
TikTok did
dancer
that.
lang talaga yung sumasayaw. Gets.
So, I think that's one thing. Na talagang, naalala mo sa TikTok before yung bored in the house, in the house, bored.
Pandemic. Sobrang into fashion lahat ngayon, no?
No,
I
that's always
noticed.
been a thing. Ben.
No.
Fashion has always
No,
been a thing.
I disagree.
It's
Kasi-
a billion-dollar industry,
No,
Ben.
I disagree. Yung quantity ng people ngayon versus quantity ng people dati na ma-fashion, sobrang intense. Like ngayon,
you mean yung people who conform to fashion, to
oo,
what's
kasi ngayon
fashionable
lahat ng
now.
mga high school student pa lang, grade school pa lang, sobrang maporma. Samantalang tayo dati, kung anong available, yun ang sinusuot natin.
Ay,
Hindi
alam mo,
tayo-
you know what, hindi din. Kasi
Hindi
for
ba?
example, there was a time, I was in college, meron talaga sa school mo, walang mga fashion trend.
Hindi
Meron na
lahat.
all of them. I remember talaga that one time na nag-resurface yung colored jeans. Everybody was wearing freaking colored jeans. That was an 80s thing. And na-resurface siya. And then everybody, lahat naka-colored jeans. Oh my God.
Hindi ko sure. Masyado
It's a
ata ako
thing
na-stuck
talaga.
doon sa school namin. In fairness, sobrang nagustuhan ko na sobrang spontaneous ng topic natin today. As in, random kwentuhan
Yeah,
lang. We should do more.
I love reliving our childhood. Total after all.
Total after all.
The title naman of our show is Growing Up with Benefits.
Yes.
So it's
Doon din
nice
naman
to
dapat
revisit
sa-
our childhood. I think you all need that kasi even sa mga barkada mo, 'di ba? Minsan nagkukwentuhan ka, ang sarap
Oo.
mag-reminisce.
Para tayo nagiinuman din.
Ganito pinag-uusapan mo pag nagiinuman ka.
Oo.
Sa bagay, oo nga.
Depende sa friends. Pero na-realize ko din na grabe ang bilis ng buhay. Siguro nung nag-start ako mag 20 plus, nag-iba na yung pacing ng life.
Yeah, that's so true.
Nag-speed up.
look at what this discussion did to you. When we talked about our childhood, parang you had a better
Oo.
understanding of yourself.
Kaya
And-
tama yung sinasabi mo kanina na kung sino ako ngayon, it's heavily influenced by my childhood. It
Yeah.
made a lot of sense actually.
So that's good. It's good to revisit your childhood. If you have a friend, talk to them. Or doon nga sa Facebook group namin, magkwentuhan tayo. Ano yung mga weird na mga pinagagawa nyo rin ng bata kayo.
Oo.
Katulad ng paghahanap ng mga beehive ni Ben sa kalye.
At ginawang Pokemon yung aso at mga manok sa labas. I-share nyo sa amin yan. Just search Growing Up Problems with Ben and Chris on Facebook. It's gonna pop out immediately.
And don't forget to follow our podcast only on Spotify. We release episodes every Wednesdays at 6.
If you want to follow us on our social media accounts, mine is Benedict_Kua.
Mine is at KRISTIAN Christian Samara. Also, by the way, kung may stories kayo that you want us to discuss sa Ring Ring, email them at growingupwithbenandchris@gmail.com.
Once again, this has been Ben.
And this has been Chris reminding you that it's good to revisit your past, just don't dwell in it.
Amen!
Bye!
Growing Up with Ben and Chris is a Spotify original podcast hosted by me, Benedict Kua, and Christian Somera. Don't forget to follow so you won't miss a single episode. Sige na, please. Hello everyone, Benedict here, your friendly neighborhood podcaster.
And I'm Christian, and I'm the type of person that if you ask me a question and don't know the answer, I'm going to tell you that I don't know. But I bet you what? I know how to find the answer, and I will find the answer.
Strong and independent talaga. Kamusta ang araw mo?
I am good. I am again. I feel like ito yung sinasabi ko every podcast, but I'm so swamped with work.
Yeah, hindi na naubos.
Hindi na naubos yung trabaho.
Pero so much better pa rin compared than nung employed ka.
Oo naman. Ang difference kasi now, before syempre, I'm an employee, so I need to report to a lot of people. I mean, I need to play by other people's rules. And now it's great that I get to create my own rules. And doon naman ako nasa stress. It's a different ball game of stress.
Yeah, I think ang pinaka na-enjoy mo ngayon is that passionate ka talaga sa ginagawa mo. Kahit gaano ka kapagod, no?
Yeah. And there's always a reward waiting for me towards the end. Like earlier where we went on a site visit and then I saw the progress and talagang, oh my God, I can't wait for this to finish. And that's kind of satisfaction. Ikaw ba, do you miss being an employee?
I do. Sometimes, namimiss ko yung discipline. Kasi nga sa oras tanghali
Yun na nga
na ako
sinasabi
gumising.
ko kasi forced. Kapag
Yes.
kapag employee, forced ka talaga.
Oo, tsaka dati, hindi naman ako forced, but like, may sinusundan ako, forced.
Forced talaga. You play by other people's rules and that's the difference.
Oo.
Pero imagine mo na rin, at one point, sometime in the past, dinream mo rin ma-attain yung corporate job mo na yun. That
Totoo.
there were a lot of obstacles that you had to go through.
It's just wasn't for me.
Totoo.
Yun lang.
Naalala mo ba yung stress mo nung nag-interview ka pa lang for the job?
Oo, sobrang pinaghandaan ko lang. Alam mo ba ang stress ng interview, hindi yung interview itself, it's the preparation, it's the anticipation na bukas may interview na ako. Alam mo yung kumakabog na yung dibdib mo. Di ba may interview din kayo? Ganun ba yung feel mo?
Oo naman, lahat naman yata ganun. Unless sobrang arrogant ka. Pero
Tama. Unless sobrang overconfident.
Pero you know what? You need that kind of attitude din eh. Na yung attitude na I'm gonna get this job.
Pero siguro hindi mo siya itatranslate in a way na I'm better than everyone.
Yeah. Did you interview for a lot of jobs before?
Did I get interviewed?
Yeah.
Yeah. Madami.
Oh my God. Mali ba yung English ko doon? Napaisip tuloy ako. Anyway.
Ako nag-correct for the first time. Joke.
Hindi naman tama pa rin yun.
Did you got interviewed?
Buisit ka. Anyway, nasa confidence lang yan.
Sa confidence lang, depende yan sa school kung ano yung pronunciation mo. Anyway.
Akala ko, fresh off of college, isang interview, and then go ka na, di ba?
Hindi,
Marami
madami
ba?
ako in-interview. Yun lang talaga yung pinakagusto ko. So, siguro naging confident ako sa interviews ko sa iba. Ay, eto, ang sama nung ginawa ko. Ginawa kong practice interview yung ibang companies.
I did the same.
You did the same.
That's normal.
Normal ba yun?
Yeah, of course.
Oo, as in, nabawasan
kind
yung
of-
kaba ko nung
yeah.
nandun na ako sa gusto kong job interview.
Oh, ganun talaga. You have to desensitize yourself to the whole process
Oo.
of
Wow, sino ka ba? Pinag-practice mo yung ibang company.
O hindi, ako naman job fair.
Job fair sa'yo.
Job fair yung first ko during
But
college.
admit it, ang laki nung ano niya, benefit, 'di ba? Like tumaas yung confidence mo. Like there are some answers there are some questions na na-foresee mo na itatanong.
Alam mo na kasi yung alam mo na yung mga pwedeng mga itanong. How was your first
Nerve-wracking.
Ay, ang bilis. Di pa nga ako nakatanong. May outline.
Wala.
May outline na sinusunod.
Buisit ka. Nerve-wracking talaga. Lalo na, sabi ko nga, mas...
Spell nerve-wracking muna.
H.
Anyway.
Ayop ka talaga. Nangati yung anit ko sa'yo.
Hindi, kasi dati sa text mo sa akin, nerve-wracking yung spelling mo eh.
Depende kasi yun.
Anyway, let's go back.
Nerve-wracking in a sense na hindi ako makatulog.
This was unexpected. It wasn't a job fair, right? It was a
Hindi.
real interview.
Real talaga siya. Remember, I begged for the HR to interview me. And then, nung nakuha ko na yung, sige, interviewin ka namin. Sabi ko, ano yung napasok ko? Kailangan kong galingan.
Akala ko ba nag-practice ka na before?
Nag-practice ako before.
Pero kinabahan ka pa rin.
Kinabahan pa rin ako. Nag-list down na ako ng maraming possible questions. Tapos, inansweran ko isa-isa. Which, I feel like ganun din yung ginagawa sa ibang pageants, no? Pina-training sila to answer sets of questions para at least yung mind nila
para
would
mas
run
prepared ka na.
smoothly.
Yeah, kaya but the pitfall of that is when you're expecting a certain question.
May format.
may answer ka na rin. And if you forget that, you will screw it up big time.
Totoo,
So
totoo.
sometimes pa rin, better na it's
My first interview wasn't perfect. As in, ito yung time na parang pag tinanong ka anong weaknesses mo, sasabihin mo yung weaknesses na hindi naman talaga weaknesses. I'm super perfectionist, yung ganon. I'm super hardworking.
Wait,
Sometimes nakalimutan
that's a
ko na
good
yung sarili
thing,
ko
right?
na. That's a good thing.
Exactly.
Yun nga yung pet peeve ng ibang HR, yung pinapaganda yung weakness. So, depende yan talaga sa company. But like, doon ko natutunan yung mga ganon.
Yeah, lesson number 1 talaga is to know what answer. I don't know if this is a tip or
Hindi
if
ko rin alam kung dapat makinig sila.
By the way, just a disclaimer, we're not experts. We
Yes.
don't have HR backgrounds. But I can personally say, I've never been outright rejected. Lahat ng in-applyan ko naman natanggap ako except for one. Pero then again, I didn't directly apply for that job. I think I mentioned it sa isang podcast natin, yung magazine job na yun.
Yeah.
I actually applied sa publication which houses different magazines and I got a job sa ibang magazine. Hindi lang yung gusto ko.
Gets.
But so far yun lang. And I feel like I interview well. Ikaw ba?
How did you prepare?
How did I prepare? Same. I researched, sige, mag-masterclass na tayo ng interview. Kasi ako, what I do is, number 1, you have to know about the company. Kailangan talaga hindi ka tatanga-tanga sa na yan. Hindi yung alam mo lang, magandang company na to.
Hindi lang yung parang gusto mo lang makuha doon sa position na yun.
Yeah, you have to know what the brand, you have to at least have an idea what the brand DNA is and what their vision is and how they are currently in the market. I mean,
Yep.
every information that you can rake in,
I agree.
you have to know, right?
Mm.
Ginawa mo ba yun sa Nestle?
Doon nga ako nag-intern eh. Alam ko na yun lahat talaga. Nag-intern na ako doon, nag-practice pa ako sa iba. So, I don't see any reason ba't di ako makuha. Joke!
Sabihin natin, i-share natin yung kasi 'di ba isa sa mga
Ano ba yun?
common interview questions is yung strengths and weaknesses.
Oh.
So what did you say when they asked you, ano yung strength mo? Mr. Kua, what do you think your strength is?
Alam mo, hindi ako dyan sa strength pinaka nahirapan. Yung strength kasi...
Sagutin mo na nga lang muna.
yung strength ko, I'm very hardworking. Diba?
Oo.
I learn fast.
Typical.
Totoo naman. I learn fast.
Typical.
I adapt quick.
Mm.
Ganon. Totoo naman yun.
Pero ako rin medyo cliche yung answers ko
Ano
sa
ba yung
strength.
sa'yo?
Ako, I try to come up with a creative way to say it because I have a communication background. So I say that I can deal with people from different walks of life. That comes in
Typical.
naturally for me. It's not talaga. Hindi.
Alam mo, dinamihan mo lang yung words.
Hardworking din yun.
Sa amin kasi sales position, sales marketing yun, diretsahan dapat eh.
O tapos, nung tinanong ka what your weaknesses are, I think the fans would love to know what you think your weaknesses are. Let's just take a short break, and then when we come back, isa-isayin mo yung mga weaknesses.
Game.
I'm sure they'd love to know that.
This podcast will help you improve your life, and it will do more for you and your overall health in the long run than any of my vlogs have ever done. Where I, Will Dasovich, embark on this journey to improve all aspects of my life and bring you, the listener, with me so that both of us together can perform to the best of our capabilities and maximize our existence.
Tell everybody I'm back in the game.
Will Dasovich Superhuman is out now. Tap now to listen for free on Spotify.
Okay, so, Mr. Benedict Cua's weaknesses are...
Weaknesses ko, wala akong maisip.
Ala, walang weakness. Perfect tayo dito.
Yun nga eh. Sobrang perfect ko. Wala akong maisip.
Ako alam ko, sa totoo, ang weakness ko talaga is punctuality. Yun talaga yan.
Sinabi mo yun?
Of course not.
Eh,
I'm smarter than that. Ang
you're
sinabi ko-
asking me kung ano yung weakness ko talaga na hindi ko sinagot.
Hindi, yun nga. Kung ano yung totoo mong weakness and kung ano yung
Yes.
sinabi mong weakness sa interview mo.
Alam mo,
Because, by the way, for everyone's information, when they ask you about your weakness, they don't really want to know what your personal weaknesses are.
some do now.
No, sorry. When they ask you what your weaknesses are, most of the time, they want to know how you learn from it.
That's true. That's
Yeah,
true.
pero ang common misconception is they want to hear parang mga BS weakness na yun nga, I'm a perfectionist. I want things to be perfect all the time. Ako, ang BS na weakness na binigay ko was, I don't really care about my health a lot. So, I usually lack sleep because I want to get things done. Which is total BS. Kasi sobrang hypochondriac ko. Konting thing lang about my health.
Napapraning
Nagpapanik
ka
na
na.
ako and I have to get my 8 hours a night.
Tama.
So, number one is always be honest. Kasi I learned eventually na what they're looking for is your actual weaknesses, but they want to know how you're overcoming
How
it,
you're
or
gonna deal
the
with it.
steps, or the steps that you're taking to overcome it.
Alam mo, this year ko lang din
So,
nalaman
focus on
yan.
that, yeah.
Tagal ko ng question yan sa sa buhay ko eh. Pero kung tatanungin mo kung ano talaga weakness ko, I
Marupok po.
Marupok po ako. Mabilis po ako mabudol. Hindi ako pwede mag-sales. Hindi, ang pinaka-weakness ko, I can't work under huge pressure.
I agree. 100% agree. You don't like being
na-overwhelm
told.
ako.
You don't like being told what to do.
Oo.
Kasi being your manager, I do that, right?
Ayun na
Do
nga.
this. And then nagre-rebelde po si Benedict. Pag
Ayun
sinabing mas lalo niyang ayaw gawin. Pero pag hindi mo siya i-remind, doon niya gagawin.
Pero may ibang tao kaya nila eh.
So
Kaya
talagang
mag-multitask.
pang freelancer ka talaga.
Totoo.
So kids, this is one thing that you need to learn, about yourself. If katulad ka ni Ben, na hindi mo kaya maging empleyado, alamin mo na yon kasi maybe a career in freelance would be a better fit for you, right?
Or kung gusto mo talaga mag-corporate tapos you can't work well under pressure, sabihin mo sa kanila kung ano yung ginawa mo para ma-handle mo yun. Like for example, yung pag-checklist natin, knowing what's most important first or what's most urgent, di ba?
Mhm. Ito pa, isang tinatanong na before, hindi ko rin alam yung answer. Hindi, ito pa yung isang tinatanong na sobrang wala rin masyado nakakaalam. Kasi medyo quote-and-quote trick question din siya. When they ask you, where do you see yourself in 5 years?
Ano sinagot mo?
Hindi, ako alam ko na yun. Kasi nga, inaral ko before the interview.
this
but I
company.
remember, I remember I had this friend, tas pareho kami nasa job fair, right? Nauna siya sa akin. As I was listening to our interview, etong friend ko, comedy talaga. Nakakatawa talaga siya. Tinanong siya ng interviewer, so where do you see yourself in 5 years? 5 years ba or 10?
Depende, oh.
Tapos, gawin siya. I saw her talaga. Tapos sinabi yun yung mate niya, in 5 years, I imagine myself having a house, a family,
Honest
being a
naman siya.
nurturing mother.
Honest naman. What should be the
Tawa-tawa
right
talaga ako.
answer for that?
The right answer is, of course, advancing yourself in their company. Being involved with the company pa rin. I think what they want to know is your level of
Tama,
commitment.
kaya ka naman in-interview.
Yeah, your
talaga.
staying power in the company.
Mm.
So ako, nung na-research ko na yan, ang sinagot ko na nung in-interview ako sa PAL, I imagine myself to be the manager in la 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 la.
Mm-mm.
The cabin manager, ganun. Ganun na yung mga
Yes.
ano ko. So they know that
You
they,
would strive for that.
Yeah. Will you
Ako-
ever ask that?
Hindi yan natanong sa akin, pero may isang question na tinanong sa akin na hindi ko nasagot.
Ano?
Na alam ko na yung sagot.
Mm.
Sabi niya, what sets you apart from all the other applicants outside?
Oh,
So, naisip, pag sinabi kong hardworking, di ba sila hardworking?
yeah. Paano kung sarcastic pa yung HR? So, are you saying they're not hardworking?
Exactly,
So,
exactly.
what did you say?
Fail nga, kasi hard worker talaga ako.
Pero, ano yung na-figure out mo na dapat na answer for that?
I was applying for sales position. I will deal with a lot of people. And advantage ko na I speak 5 languages.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, doon
Yun,
ko na-realize.
that's
Hindi ko
perfect.
naisip agad.
That's perfect. And that's
Oo.
not lying.
That's not lying. And I feel like yun naman talaga kailangan mong sabihin sa kanila. What really sets you apart. Wala nang BS doon dapat. Wala nang way around it.
Meron ako napanood na narealize ko, that sounds like an interesting answer, but I'm not sure if it's an answer that HR people would want to hear. But in this series, it's called Younger. It's one of my most favorite series. Anyway, she was being interviewed. Tinanong siya, so what's so special about you? What do you think is something special about you? Ang sagot niya, I'm an adult. I don't think I'm special.
So, correct answer yan? Or
I don't know, but it sounded... pag-usapan natin sa group, growing up with Ben and Chris, kung may HR people dito.
Oo nga, share nyo sa
But
amin.
Kasi what that shows is, hindi ka entitled.
Tama.
You get my point? So, that could be an interesting answer. And
Siguro it's how you back yourself up
yeah.
dun sa in-answer mo.
Oo nga. So, I don't think I'm special. I'm hardworking. I'm ano.
Mm-mm.
Siguro yun.
I remember nung unang tinanong pa sa akin is, alam mo na-predict ko na kung ano tatanong niya, pero na-blackout ako. Sobrang kaba ko. Tell me something about yourself that's not written in your resume. So, sorry ako, sinulat ko na lahat doon para ma-impress kayo, tapos tatanong ka sa akin na wala dito. Paano ko mag-iisip?
Sana sinabi mo na, if that were me, I would have said, I researched beforehand. I want to present myself the best way possible. That's why I worked hard on writing everything on my resume. I'm that kind of person. I over-prepare. Yeah.
Oh, BS din, di ba?
And I know how to market myself well.
Tama naman,
Totoo.
tama din naman. Tama.
That's not in your resume. But they would know na since you went through such lengths na nilagay mo lahat ng stuff dun sa resume mo, nag-over-prepare ka and you market yourself well.
Or pwede ka rin naman mag-share ng mga, kunyari, mga work experiences mo na finilter out mo na hindi nila alam. I used to work at this, ganyan. Ito yung natutunan ko from there and I feel like I can bring this in the company.
Oh, that's true.
Diba?
Pwede nga rin.
Do you agree though na ang ACADS hindi sobrang important when it comes to qualification?
Well, in the Philippines, I feel like it's very
Mostly.
important, which is so sad. Ewan ko nga dapat nung may K-12, yun nga yata yung purpose ng K-12.
Kaya
Parang hindi
nga.
na kailangan maging college graduate. But I feel like I value work experience more. I'd rather hire someone who's very madiskarte than
That's true.
someone who's very bookish.
Siguro kaya din ako nagustuhan nung hinar ako kasi nga talagang ginapang ko yung interview versus ano yung grades ko.
Yeah.
Right?
Like nga sinabi ni Ben, sa Nestle daw, talagang mga top-notcher yung mga kinukuha.
Oo, hindi ko na nga dinadrop yung name, dinrop mo pa ulit.
Okay lang yun, ba't naman hindi? That's part
Proud
of your
naman
past.
ako, proud naman ako. Like, ang daming taong gusto talagang mag-work doon. And I can't see a growth like yung growth na naramdaman ko or naranasan ko kung hindi ako nag-work doon.
I know, and it has contributed greatly on your
Yes.
work ethic kahit na ngayon na freelancer ka na.
Totoo yan. Thank you, Nestle. Hindi na ako late lagi sa mga meetings. Pero alam mo, ang dali sabihin na maging confident ka lang kapag may interview ka tomorrow. Pero how do you really deal with the anxiety?
With the anxiety, well, I have generalized anxiety disorder, so hindi na yun mawawala.
So wala palang way.
But what helps personally for me, and of course this won't apply to everybody, but maybe some of you applicable to, I pretend like I'm in a movie, like I'm playing a role,
yeah.
and then it really helps with my confidence. Like if kunwari nasa movie ako na nag-a-apply sa job, and I fake it. I fake my confidence. I'm not naturally confident. I really am not. I don't even know how I can do this podcast kasi sobrang mahihain ako. But you fake it.
Ako, basta sobrang lagyan mo lang ng energy yung first part para madala ka hanggang sa huli. Kasi parang sa interview, sometimes you start with a bang, just like in presentations.
Yeah.
Syempre, kung kaba-kaba ka, nanginginig-nginig ka na nung umpisa, try mong i-compose yung sarili mo. Kasi okay lang naman sabihin dun sa interviewer na, can you give me a minute? okay lang yun.
Ay.
Versus sumalang ka
Kaya.
agad, tapos, yung ganun. Mahirap
Pag sinabi
yun.
mo, can you give me a minute, baka sabihin hindi ka naman prepared.
Hindi, okay lang yun.
It also helps, again, natutunan ko to sa Grey's Anatomy. Minention ko na yata, it's called the superhero pose. You
Mhm.
know, where you pose, like, you put your, your arms akimbo.
waist.
Yeah, sa waist na para kang si Superman. And you stand for 10 seconds.
Akala
and
ko
you
during the
inhale,
interview.
Of course not. Punta ka na CR. And then it will give you the courage. It's helpful.
Mm-mm.
And you know what? A little superstition won't hurt kung gusto mo maglagay ng piso sa maglagay ng
Oo.
piso sa paa mo.
May ganun ba sa Filipino culture?
Yeah.
Talaga?
Maglalagay, ma-absorb daw nun lahat ng kaba mo.
Hala, dapat pala ginawa kayo.
Maghahawak ng sa Made in Manhattan, meron yung may hawak siyang pin,
Mm-mm.
may hawak siyang clip pala, paper clip. There's small superstitions like that could help. If sa tingin mo, it would help your confidence. Sabi mo, okay, since ginawa ko to, magiging confident ako. And your body, your mind will follow.
That's true. And of course, taking care of your health. Kasi pag wala kang tulog, talagang manghihina ka the next day. No matter how prepared you are, kapag ka sobrang puyat ka, minsan lumalabas yun sa interview.
Na-try mo na ba? Na nautal-utal ka?
Na-try ko sa mga projects ko ngayon. Pag puyat ako na feeling ko, hindi, kaya ko yan bukas. Tapos biglang nanghihina na ako, di na ako masyadong lively.
Mm-mm.
Yung ganun.
Alam mo, there is one for me ang laking impact talaga nito, and not a lot of people know this, and I don't know why. Well, siguro a lot of people know it. But yung sinasabi ko lang, hindi kasi siya big deal, I guess, sa ibang companies. But you know, it's so cliche, but a smile really goes a long way. There are a lot of companies that hire smilers.
Mm-mm.
If you know you want to contribute to the whole atmosphere to the whole positive atmosphere of
Lalo na kung service-oriented.
Oo,
business.
totoo. Like sa kami kasi sinabi sa PAL, kailangan talaga forever kang nakasmile. Kahit walang tao nakasmile ka, kahit halaman ngingitian mo.
Nakakatakot naman yun.
Ganun talaga, robot level.
Totoo.
The purpose na ganun, na kahit training pa lang kami, interview pa lang, like they don't hire kapag hindi ka nag-smile. Mayroon ako nakasabay sa sa hiring process na sobrang good looking niya, sobrang galing magsalita, sobrang confident, pero hindi nagsasmile, hindi
nagsasmile.
natanggap.
Paano yun kung nag-smile ka tapos nanginginig-nginig?
At least do your
At
effort.
least nag-try
The
ka.
whole point of that is, kaya kami tinitrain to smile, even sa training, you're supposed to smile to literally everybody that you see. Kasi para maging second nature mo siya when you're at work. Tapos it just creates a positive, it creates yung pala, toxic positivity pala no? But it doesn't hurt us, it lightens the mood for everyone.
Sometimes kailangan naman din talaga sa work. And
Yeah, and I
nakakahawa
really feel,
din.
like ako personally, if I were going to hire someone, if I'm doing interviews,
true.
tapos hindi ngumingiti, I won't hire you.
Totoo.
Talagang ang gusto ko yung mangiti. Cause you
Actually,
know that
pag
they can-
bumibili ka lang ng drink sa Starbucks, pag hindi nakangiti sa'yo, parang, di
Yeah,
ba, parang
totoo.
nahahawa ka, ganun.
Totoo talaga. So it's very, very important to smile.
So, ang question ko ngayon is, okay lang ba if hindi ka naintindihan, magtanong ka ng question pabalik sa interviewer? Or kapag curious ka? Let's answer it after this break.
Sa mga vlogs ng Team Payaman, nandyan ang mga katatawanan, mga aral sa buhay at mga kalokohan nila. Pero ano naman kaya sa likod ng kanilang mga kamera? Tara't makisali na sa kwentuhan kasama si Juni Boy, Peachy, Roger Agar at Boss Strike sa bagong podcast series natin na Payaman Insider. I-follow lang ang podcast and listen for free. Only on Spotify.
Ikaw, ano tingin mo? Okay lang ba mag-ask ng question pabalik sa interview? Kasi iba kinakabahan Ayaw nila masyadong maging feeling nila cocky kapag sobrang interested ka, you ask the question back to the interviewer. And it's very rare that people ask questions back to the
So
interviewer.
I feel like that would be an edge for you if you show extra interest
right?
to the company. Pero ako kasi hindi ako matanong talaga.
Ako hindi din ako
Kakabahan
matanong.
na ako. No.
Oo. Pag kinakabahan ako, gusto ko lang, did I get it right? Did I get it right? Pero
Yeah.
siguro, for years of experiences, kaya nila, no? Magtanong pabalik. Pero I think, for those people na marami ng experiences, like for example, yung mga na pirate, gano'n.
Oo, totoo.
Ay-
Definitely.
Kaya
oo.
magtanong pabalik. Pero I really think okay yun. Magtanong ka pabalik. It shows interest dun sa company and the position that you're applying for.
Kung ako magtatanong, I would probably ask kung ano yung mga career advancements na available.
Na-challenge pa sa'yo yung interviewer.
Oo. Halik, ano bang potential? Di ba dapat alam mo na yan? Di ba sabi mo nag-research ka? Ano pa sa tingin mo yung mga don'ts sa mga
Don'ts.
interview. Don'ts naman.
Ang pinaka-don't na sa akin is magsalita ka nang hindi mo pa alam kung anong sasabihin mo.
Eh, baka naman isipin, medyo slow ka. Pag tinanong ka, tapos, timing ka lang. Tapos
Hindi, I
siya
would
ka
rather-
sasagot.
I would rather mag-isip ka kesa nagsalita ka ng madami that didn't make sense.
That's so true. And I'm also a believer na if you think you're more confident speaking in Taglish or in Filipino,
yeah.
then go with what
Totoo.
dialect or what language. Well, syempre hindi pala dialect, dapat pala Filipino lang. You're most comfortable with. Kasi unless that job requires you to be very proficient in English, and I don't think it's necessary.
Yeah.
Like say sabihin natin kung accounting job yan, I don't think they need
Alam
you
mo,
to be
I
good.
super agree. Kasi minsan, yung mga HR, sobrang Inglesero. Pero pagdating mo dun sa position na ina-apply mo, like ako sa sales, hindi naman ganun eh.
Mm.
Di ba, mas ipakita mo kung gaano ka mag-communicate
Yeah,
ng
kung gaano
maayos.
ka
Ako
galing
nakakapag-communicate ako in Filipino, pinaka okay. Or
Mhm.
Taglish. So, ganun din ako nung interview. Dapat iwasan mong sobrang ma-intimidate ka na sobrang nag-i-English yung interviewer. Pakita mo lang kung paano ka talaga magsalita.
Totoo.
So, napakita ko naman siya. Not because gusto ko magpaka-totoo. It's because nahirapan talaga.
And yun na nga, mas bina-value mo na gusto mo makapag-communicate more effectively.
True.
Kaya nag-Taglish ka.
Totoo.
So don't be intimidated.
Sa inyo ba, merong mga hardcore don'ts?
Sa PAL or in general?
Ikaw, sa tingin mo? Ano
Well,
yung mga
you really have to be a smiler more than anything yun. You have to be confident when
I
you speak.
agree.
Pero I feel like gusto rin nila medyo kasi nga we fly international. Syempre the universal language is English. So you have to have a certain proficiency
Depende
in English.
talaga sa
Kahit na
position.
hindi maganda yung pag-pronounce mo, syempre, as long as you can communicate in English effectively. Kasi ito rin lahat ng emergency commands namin sa work, puro English. So dapat ma-communicate mo ng maayos yun. Yung mga exit here, get out, inflate life
Gets.
vest, mga ganun.
So, basta maayos na mag-communicate.
Yeah,
so, okay
so
lang
no-
yung flight attendant?
What's wrong with that? Oh, kung tama naman yung sinabi. Bakit ang judger mo?
Wala. Tinatanong ko lang naman ko okay lang.
Yung mga aircraft.
Wala, ba't ka tumatawa doon sa mama? But anyway, we're just kidding.
Yeah, but definitely what's more important is you're comfortable in the language that you speak in. As long as hindi nga customer relations.
And you believe in your own skills.
Mm-hmm.
Alam mo, ito pala pinaka-important. Sabi nila, gawin mo lahat in order for you to be able to beef up your resume. Pero dapat mapanindigan mo siya during the interview and after the interview.
Yeah.
Diba?
Meron kasi like si Joey Tribbiani, naglalagay siya ng mga things na hindi niya kayang gawin. Tapos if he gets hired because of it, he learns it.
That's good. That's actually
What
that's
if on the
actually
spot,
good.
what if you lie and then on the spot tinanong ka about that certain skill? O, edi
Depende
patay ka.
na sa diskarte mo yun talaga.
Ako naman, you can exaggerate the things that you know you can control. Like say, I can work on the weekends. Kahit na alam mo hindi ka naman hardworking. Pero yun, that you can control that. You can make adjustments for yourself. Alam mo yung I can answer emails at 3 a.m. if need be. Ganon. So I think that's a valuable asset also kung alam nila 24/7 ka, although very unhealthy, so I really advise against it. But if you're the type of person who doesn't mind that, then by all means.
Go lang. Hindi ko alam kung may matututunan sila.
Ngayon naman, Ben, I wanna hear your top 3.
Dami nung 5
Kaya
para
nga
akong interview dun
top 3 tips sa mga mag-job interview. Kasi nga naman, applying season, nakaka-graduate lang ng mga tao
totoo yan.
June.
And
right?
good luck guys, kaya niya yan.
Yeah, so we'll answer that after the short break.
Alright.
Guys, may kwento ko.
Bakit? Ano yan?
Oo nga, ano yung kwento? Yung alam niyo na to.
Kwento mo na kasi.
So eto, si nag Grabe. Di ko in-expect na akalain mo yun? Finally!
Holy
Listen to the full kwento in Between Us Queens, hosted by Carla Lizardo.
Bianca Guidotti.
And Pia Wurtzbach. Follow us and listen for free only on Spotify.
Sige, so uunahan na tayo ni Christian. Ano ang top 3 advice mo for those who are planning to apply?
Top 3, I guess, would be number 1 talaga is smile. I don't know, that's very important
Yep.
for me.
I
Talagang
agree,
be
I
a
agree.
smiler. Number 2, if you think you lack the confidence, try your hardest to fake it. Kasi you need it talaga. do everything that you can na isipin mo, tulad ng ginagawa ko, isipin mo na artista ka, na yung ano. And then yung sinabi ko kanina, make sure that you communicate your ideas effectively. So if you can do that better in Filipino, do it in Filipino. If you can do that better in English, do it in English.
Yep. Sa akin naman, you really have to take care of your health first, kasi kapag hindi ka natulog, mahirap the next day. No, baka malate ka pa. Tapos, research well about a company. You wouldn't want to apply to a company tapos yung mga ina-answer mo is very different compared to their goal, to their company culture. Lahat sobrang magkaiba. So, kailangan alam na alam mo yung company na ina-applyan mo.
Yeah.
And you're knowledgeable about the position that you're applying for. And third, same as what Christian said, always be yourself. Hindi mo kailangan ma-intimidate sa kung paano ka kausapin ng interviewer. Basta kung saan ka pinaka-comfortable, doon mo mas showcase kung ano talaga yung kaya mo. Right?
Yeah. You're hired,
You're
man.
hired!
Good luck to all of you guys who've been receiving messages na yun nga to do a topic about job interviews. And good luck to everyone. Dami, puro bagets talaga kayo.
Oo
Pero
nga
good
eh.
luck.
In
Let's
fairness,
grow
ang dami
together.
nagsasuggest dun sa group natin ng mga topics.
Oo nga.
So
go.
So if you're not part of the group yet, please search on Facebook. It's called Growing Up Problems with Ben and Chris. Doon, marami tayong mga conversations doon na atin-atin lang.
Yes, and if you want to keep up with us through our socials, mine is at Christian Somera, K-R-I-S-T-I-N, Somera.
Mine is Benedict_Kua. We release new episodes every Wednesday, 6 p.m.
Only on Spotify.
Yeah.
Once again, this has been Chris.
And this has been Ben, reminding you guys that by failing to prepare, you are preparing to fail.
Nice.
Bye! Growing Up with Ben and Chris is a Spotify original podcast hosted by me, Benedict Kua, and Christian Somera. Don't forget to follow so you won't miss a single episode. Sige na, please. Hello and welcome back to our podcast. I am Benedict Kua, your friendly neighborhood podcaster.
Dami energy. And I'm Christian. And life is full of possibilities, man. You just need to know where to look.
Yeah. Saan ba titingin?
Add it up.
Ganda nun ah. Life is full of possibilities, but you just have to know where to look.
Yeah.
So, ikaw maghahanap. Di ba? Tinagalog ko lang. Bakit yun yung sabi mo? Kailangan ko ng kape.
sobrang in such a high right now.
Why?
Because I just came from install day. That's what we
Oh
call
yeah.
it.
Congrats.
It's when we stylize an interior project. Tapos yun, nakita ko finally the fruit of our labor.
Wow, nakaka-proud naman.
Yeah. It's
So
one
parang
of-
ito yung moment na tama yung decision ko.
yan na
ang
naman
sarap
po tayo
sa
sa
feeling.
gusto na naman po niya i-topic yung pagre-resign ko.
Hindi. Pero 'di ba, masarap talaga sa feeling pag nakita mo na yung fruits of your labor. Hindi pa
Yeah.
kasi ako sure kung ilang fruit yun. Medyo naglag ako.
I'm just glad that I am able to finally do something that I'm really passionate about. And I'm sure na-feel mo rin yan nung nag-switch ka to YouTube.
Oo, definitely. Pero alam mo, hindi nga lahat ng tao nakakaramdam ng ganong opportunity na they get to pursue their passion. Kasi nga, one, hindi lahat may privilege to leave their jobs.
Yeah.
'Di ba? Kasi they have to support their family and all. Kaya minsan, yun yung nakasad. Kasi they have to battle between yung passion versus yung responsibility nila. Or,
With their families.
yeah, right?
Yeah. I was listening to our past podcasts. Just parati nating inaano yung masyado nating binibuild up yung finding something that gives you joy.
Oo.
And now I'm thinking, is that really necessary? Do you really have to be happy with what you're doing? What do you think?
Yes, definitely. Kailangan mo.
I've been receiving messages kasi from our listeners, from our audience, saying na sana kaya ko rin ma-pursue yung what makes me happy, ganyan. And I started
yun nga.
thinking, is that really the right way to go? Because not a lot of people, like you said, can afford to do it.
But alam mo, to be fair naman din, na-experience ko yan. Hindi naman din ako, like, syempre, saya-saya nung pag-deliver ko sa podcast natin. I finally found my passion. Pero nung nag-resign ako, talagang my world became so dark because I didn't know what to do.
Same. When I resigned, like something that I've had for 10 years, sinabi ko nga,
Grabe, 10 years.
this is like a long relationship and
Yeah.
it felt like a breakup. So I kind of went into this adjustment phase. I have a mental condition, so that kind of affected it. My mental health problems kind of worsened for a time
Mm-mm.
because of that. So it's not as peachy as we make it out to
Yeah.
be.
I
no?
na-remember ko yung mga time na sinasabi mo sa akin na hindi mo na alam yung gagawin mo kasi medyo nalolos ka na kung tama ba itong path na to. And yun talaga yung pinaka-struggle, lalo na if you took the risk kapag wala kang backup, 'di ba?
That's so true. Kaya nga gusto kitang tanungin, ay actually tinanong na kita nito yung what
Ano yan?
made you take the risk? Kasi you don't know if you're gonna earn, you don't know if you could make a living, like a
Oo.
stable living out of
Syempre,
YouTube.
yung reasoning ko nun, hindi naman
Pera.
applicable sa lahat kasi syempre ako I just don't wanna feel this kind of sadness anymore.
Mhm.
And with the savings that I had from my job before, it would be able to save me for the next 4 to 5 months. So, ang mindset ko nun, I have 4 months to prove to myself na kaya ko maghanap ng alternative.
Kasi nga,
Kasi nga, risk taker ako.
or there are a lot of possibilities, Ben.
You just know
gotta know where to
where to
look. Baka mamaya sabihin, iniinganyo natin sila na mag-resign.
Hindi. Definitely not.
Definitely hindi. Kasi nga, like us, like ako, sobrang reluctant ko. Imagine 3 years kung pinag-isipang mag-resign, Ben.
Mm-mm.
Hindi talaga siya madali. And it's
Samantala
not,
ako.
tsaka
3 hours
hindi rin
before.
naman, hindi rin naman ideal nga naman na iwan mo yung stable job mo for something that you're unsure of, right?
That's
It
true.
wouldn't be wise also.
But how do you find your passion then if you cannot let go of or whatever you're currently
You
doing?
can still develop passions. You can still hone your passions or your skills while having the job that you have.
That's true. Kasi ang iniisip ko dati, pwede naman ako mag-workshop during mga weekends, ganun. Ang problema ko lang nun, weekends lang din kasi ako may pahinga. So, I'd rather na magpahinga kaysa mag-try na mag-try. So, looking back, it really would take a lot of effort for you to be able to pull off doing both. Ang hirap eh. Ikaw, ano ba yung mga naisip mo before gawin nung nandun ka pa sa job mo dati?
Nothing.
Nothing?
Yeah. Because I was sure that this is what I'm gonna do. Kaya yung time na yun, ang dami kong time to obsess about my skin, to obsess about what I wear. Kasi that's literally all.
Yun lang.
Because I didn't entertain the idea. Because I knew that if I get too involved in if I immerse myself too much in a certain passion, mangyayari yung nangyari sa akin na nag-resign ako.
Totoo.
But let me ask you, Ben, what do you think are your passions aside dyan sa content creation?
Na quarter life crisis ako bigla. Hindi ko pa din alam. Hindi. Kung
Ano, napakarami
iisipin-
kong passions.
Hindi, ako talaga dati, hindi naman din passion yung iniisip ko. Iniisip ko lang kung saan ako sasaya. Iniisip ko lang dati kung ano yung job na gagawin ko everyday na hindi ako malulungkot. 'Di ba? Like, syempre, pagod comes with whatever your work is, 'di ba? Pero yung hindi ka magsasawa kahit routinary, yun yung hinahanap ko. So, ang top of mind ko nun, magbe-business ako after ako mag-resign. Yun lang talaga. And ang struggle ko nun is mag-isip kung anong klaseng business, anong klaseng startup, do I start small or do I risk, do I find partners, investors, investors.
Startup yan.
Kakanood ko ng K-drama.
But did you ever think of incorporating your other passions into the businesses that you wanted to try?
Hindi that time, to be honest, kasi hindi ko talaga alam where I'm good at. I only know that I was kind of good dun sa job ko, but yun lang yun eh. Ang inisip ko na lang, dahil sa job ko, naintindihan ko how important business is. Kasi nung after graduation ko, sabi ko, ayoko mag-family business, ayoko mag-business. Parang boring, walang growth. Tapos gusto ko talaga mag-corporate, gusto ko ng challenge, ganyan. Tapos nung nasa corporate na ako, dun ko na-realize nung mga pinapadala na ako sa field, nagbebenta na ako ng mga products, na-realize ko na, itong mga pinagbebentahan ko na big time, parang kaya ko yung business model nila. Parang kaya kong matutunan.
Magawa nga on my own.
Magawa nga. Hindi ko naman nagawa, 'di ba? Ikaw, ano yung mga passion mo?
I actually have a lot. Parati nag-shift yung passion. Kaya nakakatakot din to pursue something and then na-realize ka, hindi pala ako masyadong passionate dito. But if there's anything I would say that really, if there's one thing talaga that I like doing, I like creating beautiful things. I like creating beauty out of things. Like, say, for example, I like creating beauty out of words.
Mhm.
That's why I got into writing. Because when I write and when I read that it's, oh my God, that's really beautiful, I get a certain level of high
More on
when
the
doing
art
that.
side, you would
Yeah,
say.
and again, yung decorating, I like putting things together, and when they give me peace and when they evoke a certain emotion, it also sends me on a high.
Na-realize mo na yan nung nag-work ka pa lang?
Ever since, sabi ko nga, di ba, nung high school ako, sobrang crafty ko.
Wow.
Everything that I do, everything that I write, everything that I create, if I feel like it's something beautiful, if it inspires me after I've done it, then yun.
Pero alam
Yun
mo,
yung constant.
magandang tip din yan, no? Kapag yung mga tao hindi nila alam kung ano yung passion nila and they feel like kailangan lang nila to stay dun sa work nila dahil nga they have a family to support and whatnot. Isipin mo sa sarili mo kung ano yung mahal mo since bata ka pa. Kasi minsan di mo nare-realize eh. Like, nung bata pala ako, pinipicture ko lagi yung sarili ko sa TV na ako yung actor. Nung bata pala ako, mahilig ako sa music, mahilig ako makinig, nagtry ako magsulat. Hindi ako ang sinasabi ko. Example lang to. 'Di ba? Yung may mga ganong moment ka na, syempre, hindi mo na iisip or hindi mo in-ingrain sa sarili mo na I'm musically inclined.
Yeah.
Parang ganon.
Yes.
Inisip mo lang na, I love music, I love ganyan, pero you have to pay attention to that. Why do you love that?
Yeah.
Diba?
And do you think that if you don't pursue that, and if you don't turn that into a career or into your career, would that equate to a life not lived? Do you get what I'm saying? Like, would that mean na parang you didn't live your life to its fullest? Let's discuss further after this short break.
This podcast will help you improve your life, and it will do more for you and your overall health in the long run than any of my vlogs have ever done. Where I, Will Dasovich, embark on this journey to improve all aspects of my life and bring you, the listener, with me so that both of us together can perform to the best of our capabilities and maximize our existence. Will Dasovich Superhuman is out now. Tap now to listen for free on Spotify.
Like, for example, ikaw, Ben, pag, for example, nasa deathbed ka na, iisipin mo ba na hindi yung worthwhile yung life mo dahil hindi ka naging artista, hindi ka naging recording artist?
May pagsisisi, no?
Na
Ganon.
professional ha, na it became your career, it became your legacy, ganyan.
Ako, mas makikill ako nung thought na I have never tried. Hindi ko man lang tinry aralin, hindi ko man lang
totoo.
try practicein, di ba?
So, okay lang sa'yo na hindi gawing career yung passion mo, in short.
Gusto ko i-try talaga.
Pero yun nga, not a lot of people can afford to do that because they have financial responsibilities.
Yeah, pero alam mo, kayang-kaya naman siya diskartehan. I mean, syempre, hindi naman ako magsasalita as if, ang galing-galing mo naman, Ben. Pero, yun naman talaga yung ginawa ko kahit alam ko I wasn't good at anything
Mhm.
aside from what I was doing. Gusto ko talaga mag-try because I really believe na kapag may tinry ka, matututunan mo. And kapag ka tinry mo ng tinry, patagal ng patagal,
You'll become good at it.
good at it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Even if not expert, 'di ba?
Mm.
Magiging good at it ka. And malalaman mo kung pwede na ba 'to maging career, kaya ko ba siya palaguin pa, parang business, 'di ba?
Mhm.
Or do I stop and look for other alternative? Kasi pag di mo tinry, hindi mo malalaman yun eh. Yun yung sinasabi ko na elimination method before, na after ko resign, nag-workshop ako. I was spending my money sa workshop. Hindi na ako kumakain. Nag-carpentry, lahat na. Nag-cooking, ganyan. At
Kasi-
parang nalaman ko, hindi ko gusto yung mga yon. Kasi hirap na hirap ako noon and hindi ko na gustong matutunan pa. Doon pa lang nagkaroon na ako ng sign na, ay, this is not for me.
Yeah.
Pero at least, nung ginawa ko yon, nagkaroon ako ng drive na, ay, try pa tayo ng iba. Diba?
Oo.
May ganong moment ka din, diba?
Yeah, na-try ng iba.
Oo.
Katulad ngayon, nagtatry ako ng painting and God knows.
Podcasting! Oh my God, remember nung first time natin mag-podcast? As in, antagal. Nung unang guest namin si Marvin, medyo bobits pa talaga kami mag-podcast noon. Ang
Feeling ko
daming
until ngayon
echo.
naman.
Actually.
Sino nagsabing
magaling
marunong
na ba
na
kayo?
kayo?
Pero Pero gets, kung hindi natin ginawa lagi yung podcasting, it wouldn't be as easy as ngayon. Ngayon, nadadalian na tayo. Although minsan,
Parang hindi pa rin ako nadadalian.
Sa-
Joke lang.
although minsan, di ba, may mga ganong struggles tayo. But we can finish a podcast na in a certain time. Less than yung before natin na minsan.
I agree.
Yung podcast, 30 minutes lang, pero yung recording process, 2 hours. Di ba?
Yeah. I have a question, Ben. Do you think that our passions are parang a gift from God or the universe or whatever, whoever God you believe in?
Hirap naman sagutin yan. Hindi kasi ako religious.
Hindi, whoever you believe in. Like, sabi mo, if you're an atheist, do you think that your passions came from the universe or is it destined to be yours, in short?
To clarify, din ako atheist. I believe in God, okay?
Oh, there's nothing wrong with being an atheist.
Clarify nga lang.
Uh-huh.
Oh, but anyway, I kinda do, actually. Parang iniisip ko lagi, written in the stars na yan. Tama ba yung ganong term? Written, nakasulat na yan para sa'yo. Nakatakda na. What the hell am I saying? Basta, ano na yan, parang binigay na sa'yo yan. Kailangan mo lang
It's
ilabas.
destined to be yours.
Mm-mm.
So you believe then that if it's destined to be yours, that it's your purpose to pursue it.
That's true.
Na that's your life's purpose, whatever your passion
Kaya nung
is.
bata pa lang ako, ini-imagine ko yung sarili ko because deep inside of me, anatomy, deep inside me, na picture ko na sarili ko na, kaya ko. Hindi ko lang binigyan ng chance yung sarili ko kasi sabi ko, ang mga artista naman, 1 in a million lang, sino ba naman ako, 'di ba? From The Office, biglang magiging artista or
Oh.
YouTuber. Paano mangyayari yun? Like, how?
Oh,
Diba?
Exactly.
Paano like hanggang ngayon hindi
it
ko
won't
rin
be handed
ma-process.
to you in a silver platter.
That's
It's something
true.
that you really have to work for. No, my question is, should you focus on that passion? If you think that it's a gift from the universe, do you think that you should focus on it because that's your purpose?
Yes.
Oh.
Lalo na pag na-witness mo na you're getting good at it.
Oo.
Oh, agree ka ba sa ganun? Baka naman sinasabi ko lang, tapos di ka pala agree.
No, the reason why I brought it up was because I watched this Disney Pixar film. It's called Soul. It's a Jamie Foxx. And it had the most interesting message.
Which is?
Which is, nagantay ako, Ben. No, kasi the premise is basically, there's this guy na he died, oh my God, spoiler yata. Okay.
Wait, recent movie ba to?
Medyo recent. Hindi
Ah.
naman super recent. Siguro a couple of months ago. Hindi na yun spoiler.
Oh,
Bala
hindi
kayo
na
dyan.
spoiler
Eh,
yun.
joke lang. Basta this guy. Oh, sige, spoiler alert sa movie na Soul. So if you're planning to watch it, tune out.
Forward.
Anyway, ang nangyari sa kanya, he died. Tapos yung soul niya napunta sa isang dimension kung saan nandun yung mga souls na hindi pa pinapanganak.
Ay, ang ganda. Parang may reincarnation,
In-
ano siya.
And not really. So
Hindi
para
ba?
ang nangyayari, for yung creatures, para maipanganak sila, kailangan makita muna nila yung spark nila. So ang ginagawa, so this dimension, what it looks like is, it looks like may mga ano dyan, may mga sports, may mga
Yeah.
cooking, tas kung saan nahuhumaling yung mga creature, then that's gonna be their spark. And once they found it, because they've tried everything, like what you're saying, dapat itry mo lahat,
Mm-mm.
nagkakaroon sila ng badge. It's kind of like their pass to go to Earth, and then mapapanganak na sila.
Tapos pag pinanganak ka, hanapin mo ulit yung passion
Passion
mo.
mo na yun.
Bad
Wait
trip.
lang, ang ganda kasi, it's so good. Kasi parang ang nangyari, napunta siya doon, parang naligaw siya doon sa dimension. Hindi siya dapat mapupunta kasi ang napupunta doon, mga mentors.
Okay.
Yung aside doon sa mga new creatures, yung mga mentors yun nandun. Yung mga mentors as in sila Mother Teresa, mga soul nila Aristotle.
Yeah.
Tapos siya, he was an average guy who didn't follow his passions. Naligaw siya doon.
Paano siya naligaw? Oh, wag na natin ikwento.
Oo, wag na nga natin ikwento. Anyway, long story short, ang na-assign sa kanyang creature, ang nasa-assign sa kanyang soul, hindi makita-kita yung spark niya. So, hindi siya mabigyan ng pass sa Earth.
Bad trip na siya.
Kaya yun, kaya tinatanong ko, tas parang, in his head, in Joe's head, yung guy, sinabi niya na, yung spark, kailangan mo yun because that's your life's purpose.
Mm-mm. Ang ganda nun. Gusto ko panoorin.
Ang ganda
tuloy.
nun. But
Akala ko
again-
kanina, sabi mong soul as in Seoul, Korea, soul, gano'n.
Hindi. Ano ba yan? Kaka-K-pop mo, lahat na
Yun
lang.
nga eh.
Pero ang pinaka-message niya, and I learned this in the end, is parang, kasi nga, di ba yung guy, ang iniisip niya talaga na kung ano yung spark niya, yun yung purpose niya in life.
Mm-mm.
It's not really like that.
Ha? Bakit?
Hindi yun. Parang, your spark is not your purpose in life. It's what makes you want to live. It's so beautiful.
Pero hindi ba yung
It's
spark
kasi,
mo makes
kasi
you want...
kasi tayong mga humans, we're so preoccupied with the thought na we have this grand purpose.
Mm-mm.
Na kapag hindi natin ito maabot, we're a failure, we're
Yeah,
ano.
yeah. That makes sense.
Right? And sinabi niya, you don't really need a purpose. You need a spark, something that gives you joy, something that makes you want to live life. So now, kaya ko pinakinggan yung podcast natin, isip ko, do you really have to pursue your passions as a career because that's your purpose? Or you just have to, have a spark and keep living that spark. Tapos
Ang
meron
ganda
pang
din.
doon na, merong isang parang segment, hindi naman segment, na parang every time you do something that you really love, in your case, I believe it's diving, na you get lost, nawawala ka sa
Totoo,
world. May
totoo,
out-of-body
totoo yan.
experience ka.
Oo.
Tapos napupunta ka sa ibang dimension naman yan every time
Pero
that
hindi ko siya
happens.
gagawing career.
Oo. Alam mo, na-realize ko, nangyayari sa akin yan. Yun nga, every time I see that I've created something beautiful, every time I try to make art, I know, I'm not a painter, guys, but
But I paint.
I think diving is like that for you.
Yeah,
And
definitely.
how do you think about that whole idea?
I agree, pero ang hirap kasing mabuhay sa Earth na hindi mo gawing career yung something na you're...
Why? Like, for example, singing, you don't have to be a superstar as long as you get an out-of-body experience every time you sing. Kahit sa palengke yan, kahit sa karaoke yan.
pero yung job mo, hindi mo gusto. Pero magaling ka kumanta.
It's what pays the bills. Ben, hindi ko rin gusto maghugas ng pinggan, pero kailangan ka maghugas
Ayun
ng
nga eh.
pinggan.
Siguro, ang pinaka-lesson dyan is how we learn to be content. Contented?
I'm
Oh,
not
wait,
gonna
ikat
cut that out. Contented ka, sorry.
Di ba?
Diba?
Tama ba? Kasi parang feeling ko at this point din naman sa life ko na alam ko na kung anong gusto kong gawin, hindi rin talaga ako makontento. I always want to search for something.
Mm.
Pero na-realize ko yung sinabi mo nga na once you do something na makes your life worth living and happy ka, yun yung contentment.
Yeah, and it's not your grand purpose na dapat may malaki akong bahay, dapat maging pop star ako, dapat maging artista ako. It's really not that.
Oo.
Even if you
Coming from my manager,
Oo nga. Isip. Pero
hindi na ba tayo kukuha ng projects? Ano ba?
kahit na walang business side, pero imagine, where do you find the joy in what you do sa YouTube? Every time you don't have to worry about the business side of it, right?
Yeah.
That's why I'm here.
Totoo.
I have to worry about the business side of it for you.
Pero naisip ko pa din But yun nga, at least medyo yun sa akin, medyo slap sa face ko yun na tama nga you just have to find that something na would make your life worth living.
Yeah. Gusto ko tuloy
Ganda
magbigay.
nun.
Gusto ko tuloy magbigay ng spoiler. Anyway, we'll just take a short break again, and then when we come back, let's discuss further because this is really
Game.
something that really opened my eyes.
Sa mga vlogs ng Team Payaman, nandyan ang mga katatawanan, mga aral sa buhay at mga kalokohan nila. Pero ano naman kaya sa likod ng kanilang mga kamera? Tara't makisali na sa kwentuhan kasama si Juni Boy, Peachy, Roger Anger at Boss Strike sa bagong podcast series natin na Payaman Insider. I-follow lang ang podcast and listen for free. Only on Spotify.
So yun, I really like the idea that humans don't really have like a predetermined path. Kasi nga yun, the unbearable lightness of being, na life talaga is meaningless. So lahat ng mga ginagawa natin, dapat may malaki akong bahay, dapat may ganyan ako, that's all just, constructs lang yan.
So, tayo ang maghahanap ng meaning sa
Oh,
life.
I feel like life really is about finding your spark, not really your purpose, because that puts a lot of pressure on you.
Totoo.
So
Ano mo totoo yun?
sorry Rick Warren for
Hindi, totoo
purpose-driven
naman.
life.
Kasi sobrang na-pressure ako nung nagtatry ako ng kung ano-ano, tapos naubos pa pera ko.
Kasi
Diba?
dapat magka-career ako dito. Dapat
Oo.
magka-career. Kaya nga na-realize ko when I pursued this yung space design business. Na naman ako, parang na-pressure na naman ako. Ngayon tuloy, nagpe-paint na ako. Doon na tuloy ako nakahanap ng spark kasi parang naging business ko na rin yung space design. Something that I used to find joy na just by doing without money involved.
Yeah, but siguro, going back to yung pinag-usapan natin kanina na yung passion versus responsibility, siguro hanapin mo pa din what makes you happy and kung saan ka may opportunity to make it a career without overpressuring yourself.
Mhm.
'Di ba? You have to want to make it your career, 'di ba?
Yeah. And I feel like kung if the demand really, like for example, you really have to do this and wala ka ng time to do other jobs, then that's the time. Like ako, personally, I really like what I'm doing now. I'm really enjoying every aspect of it. So, ay wala na talaga akong time dun sa job na pinag-resignan ko kasi that requires me to be away from the country for a couple of days.
Yeah, but it takes a lot of effort talaga. I can't even express it. Kung ilang months ako nag-overthink kung ano yung gagawin ko. Ang hirap. Ang hirap talaga. But, ganun eh. Ganun tayo pinanganak eh.
Do you think, Babet, is there a time that you can say na it's too late to to grow your passion or to hone your passions?
No, I think that's like saying na wala na, too late na yung life mo. Pagka, kung saan ka na stuck, dyan ka na. Just find happiness from that work.
Pero,
Diba?
ang daming ganun. Yung mga nakikilala kong mga bitter old people,
Mhm.
nalalaman ko kasi they had a dream that wasn't, realized or actualized.
Which is sad.
Yeah. So, ano ba nga ba dapat, Ben? Dapat ba i-pursue o hindi i-pursue?
Napaisip. Dapat i-pursue pa din. Pero, yun nga. Dapat i-pursue pa din. Kasi nga, sabi mo kanina, paano kung nasa deathbed ka na, tapos iisipin mo, sana nagawa ko. Yun yung pinaka-painful moment mo, na hindi mo alam, life is too short. Hindi mo alam, baka in the next 2 years may mangyari, biglang hindi mo na magagawa forever, yung
Yeah.
naisip mo na gawin.
Or magiging physically
Sobrang
restrained ka na?
unpredictable talaga.
I know. Well, yun nga, but I still want to subscribe to the idea na you have to find your spark more than you have to find your purpose.
Ang hirap naman nun, dumagdag pa yan sa topic, Christian.
Hindi, yun lang yun. Yun lang yung sa'yo. Yun lang yung sinasabi mo
Tama,
kanina.
tama.
You were
Oo.
trying to find your spark. That's why you tried carpentry. That's why you tried all these other things.
Well, I suggest you take it easy and allot time for your decisions. Hindi yung basta-basta na dadala ka ng emotion mo na gusto mong maghanap kung saan ka sasaya, kaya iiwan mo kung ano yung ginagawa mo ngayon. So, yun talaga yung pinaka-important. Take your time, but at the same time, think and maghanap ka ng alternative kapag hindi ka masaya.
Ako naman, like I said, I am of the opinion now na talaga na you don't really need to quit your job to do other things that you love.
That's true. That's
Mm.
true. Unless you want a different career. Ibang usapan na yun, no?
Oo, ang hirap din kasi na pinapressure mo yung self mo na, dapat maging singer ako by ganito, dapat maging ako by ganito. It's really hard. So find your moments of sparks and yung moments that you can say, oh my God, I love life. Hanapin mo yung ginagawa mo that makes you say, I love life. Mas yun yung gusto kong i-advocate. Basta yun, feeling ko lang talaga na your passion and your responsibility don't have to be mutually exclusive because
I
you can
agree.
have both.
Agree. And after this short break, bibigyan ko kayo ng tip kung paano mas mapupull off yan.
Ay, wow.
Guys, may kwento ko.
Ano yan?
Oo nga, ano yung kwento?
Yung ano, alam nyo na to. Kwento mo na kasi.
So eto, si nag Grabe. Di ko in-expect na akalain mo yun? Finally!
Holy
Listen to the full kwento in Between Us Queens, hosted by Carla Lizardo.
Bianca Guidotti.
And Pia Wurtzbach. Follow us and listen for free only on Spotify.
Nakakainis yung ay wow, medyo na-conscious tuloy ako magbigay ng tip. Kala mo kung sinong perfect.
Alam mo sinong Dalai Lama to?
Kaya nga eh. Magsha-share na lang pala ako ng tip sa inyo. For me, it's really time management. Now, pag sinabi natin time management, medyo sabihin natin, ang daling sabihin, mahirap gawin. Pero meron kasi tayo minsan ginagawa na habit na, kunyari, mahilig tayo mag-Netflix after work. For example, uwi tayo sa bahay 7 p.m. to 9 p.m. to 10 p.m. Magne-Netflix tayo or manonood tayo ng kung ano-ano, Korean drama, ganyan. You can actually sacrifice yung mga time mo doon minsan and devote mo yon sa research.
Research on your passions.
Yes, if you've already determined kung ano yung passion mo. And pwede ka rin
Totoo
mag-research
nga.
kung ano yung gusto mo i-try.
Actually,
Saan pwede i-try, kailan pwede gawin.
Totoo yan, Ben.
Totoo,
Kasi ang
diba?
dami kong hindi napapanood dahil nagre-research ako kung paano mag-mix ng colors sa pagsabi.
Exactly. So, kailangan mo lang talaga mag-sacrifice ng time. easy. Yun yung masasabi ko. Hindi talaga madali. Pero you have to be, sasabihin ko sana aggressive, pero mapapressure ka. Pero lagyan mo ng desire yung pag-research mo. At pagtatry ng mga bagay-bagay. Kasi kapag wala kang desire, tatama rin ka talaga, di ba?
Yeah, if you think you've found something that really wants to make you live life,
Yeah.
then maunin on that. Because kung ano yan, isipin mo, if nafe-feel mo na yan na hindi ka pa marunong, what more kapag gumaling ka, right? And on that note, thank you for staying with us for another episode of Growing Up with
Benning. Di mo tinuloy.
Anyway, we release new episodes every Wednesdays at 6
p.m.
only on Spotify.
And please don't forget to, sobrang ka siya. Please don't forget to, to join our Facebook group. It's called Growing Up Problems with Ben and Chris. Sobrang dami na namin pinag-uusapan doon. And I can't wait to have more people
And
share stuff.
I actually love listening to all of them. Kasi ang
Exactly.
dami kong nagugulat na they're going through the same things as we are. You know, misery loves company.
Totoo. Doon ko rin na-realize na, ay, normal tayo, normal. Yung mga
Yeah.
pinagdadaanan natin.
Shout out sa mga members natin.
Hello.
Also, please follow us on Spotify. It would really mean a lot if you could follow this
Please.
page so you get updated every time we release a new episode. If you want to keep up with us through our socials, mine is at Christian Somera, Kristin Somera.
And mine is Benedict_Kua.
Once again, this has been Chris.
And this has been Ben reminding you that it's not about the destination, it's about the journey.
Yes, don't stop believing. Bye.
Growing Up with Ben and Chris is a Spotify original podcast hosted by me, Benedict Kua, and Christian Somera. Don't forget to follow so you won't miss a single episode. Sige na, please. Hello. Benedict here, your friendly neighborhood podcaster.
And I'm Christian. And okay, regardless, ex-boyfriends are off limits to friends. It's just like the rules of feminism.
Okay.
Add it up.
Sinong boyfriend ba sinagaw mo?
Yun ang nasabi ko. Okay. I am feeling good today.
R.I.P.
Hindi yung TikTok, ba? Nagsha-share ako. Kasi, alam mo, kahit late ako nagising ngayon, at least meron akong energy. Na-feel mo ba yun?
Yeah, actually ako nagbe-build up yung energy ko at night, but yeah, I can feel like your
Pero
energy is
parang-
rubbing off on me.
Wow. Gusto kong, gumising pa na mas maaga para Ang hirap, no, pag, ka, night owl, tas gusto mong maging mas productive in the morning. Parang,
I agree.
nagko-kontra yung dalawa.
Kasi even if you want to be really productive in the morning, usually wala kang magagawa kapag if all your ideas come at night. I mean, that's what happens to me at least. Pag matutulog na ako, dun pumapasok yung mga ideas ko for the business, for the whatever, for a certain...
Pero paano kaya yun? Kung ayaw mong malate magising, pero sa gabi gumagana yung utak mo. Ang hirap, no?
Let me know once you figure that out because that's my dilemma.
Alright, but going back, yung line mo kanina sa Mean Girls.
Oy, alam niya.
Mean
Kasi
Girls.
sinabi ko.
Alam ko hindi, alam ko yun. Di ba doon yung burn book?
Who said it then? Wag na gatekeeping na naman ako. Papagalitan na
Hindi.
naman ako ng kapatid ko. You're such a gatekeeper.
I know who. Regina.
No.
George?
No.
Isa lang ba yun?
Another try.
Lindsay?
No. It's by Gretchen Wieners.
Si Gretchen
Mm.
pala.
That's why your hair is so big.
Bakit?
Because today we have another segment of Ring Ring
Yeah. Oh.
Remix.
Nag-prepare ako.
We haven't done a Ring Ring episode just to explain ourselves. We had one prepared, but we had a technical difficulty. It was supposed to be with a special guest. We're trying to have it
Sayang,
fixed.
no?
Yeah, because of pandemic complications, we can't really. It really precluded us from doing re-recording that episode. So now, kami na muna ni Ben. So sorry about that.
We're sorry about that, okay? But let's proceed to our Ring Ring episode. We have one letter from a struggling listener. Yan yung pangalan niya. In fairness, no, lahat sila gusto anonymous, no?
Yeah. Kahit naman ako kung susulat ako, which I'm not saying that I
Sa bagay,
have.
kasi pag mas anonymous, mas mabibigay mo lahat ng deepest, darkest secrets mo.
Yeah, I remember one time, tumawag ako sa isang morning show na radio. So, syempre, I changed my name.
Mo twister yan, no?
Hindi. Tapos, they were addressing me. Hindi ako sumasagot.
Totoo.
Kasi iba yung name.
So, we understand. Okay, so, as per a struggling listener, first of all, I want to thank you for sharing your stories with us. Sabi niya, you are very relatable and funny at the same time. Wow, thank you po.
Ikaw lang yung funny looking.
Kaya nga ako lang yung nag-thank you. Joke. As you may see in this email's subject, I have this current dilemma. I'm from a long-term relationship and currently enjoying being single again. Congrats! I'm going out with friends and some of these friends are also my ex's friends because we're all from the same circle. I think I may have a liking with this guy and he's cute and nice, but the only thing stopping me is he is also my ex's friend.
And the plot thickens.
Ayan na yun. And I feel like I will be judged by our other friends if I pursue this feeling. So, what are your thoughts about this? And do you think common friends are off limits if I'm looking to start a new relationship? Thanks and more power to your podcast. Ang hirap naman nun.
Oo nga. Actually, ang una kong gustong itanong is, are your feelings reciprocated?
Ay, totoo.
Kasi syempre kung crush lang naman, then there's nothing wrong as long as you don't act on it. Pero syempre magkaka-complication lang naman yan kapag ka may gusto na rin sa'yo and you guys wanna start something.
So
Then-
so you're saying na kapag crush mo siya, hindi mo alam kung maka-crush ba kanya or not. Wag mo na lang ituloy kasi friend ng ex mo. Di ba since common friends
depends eh.
sila?
Actually, it really depends. Because it depends, for example, if you think that your ex has gotten over you, then, or kung, if anything nga, baka yung ex pa yung nakipaghiwalay sa'yo, then why would you care, right? Kasi kung wala naman ng feeling sa'yo yung ex mo, then okay lang dapat
Alam
yun
ko bakit
between
siya
them.
magke-care. Kasi nga, syempre, kapag ka naging sila nung friend, tapos may barkada hangout, ano na? Ang awkward nun, di ba?
Oo nga.
Makikita mo yung ex mo, tapos kayo na nung friend niya, nagda-date.
You know what? Awkward lang naman yan. Kung walang, sorry, tumasik laway ko. Kung
Sa akin
walang,
nga tumalsik eh.
kung walang alignment, why would you be sneaky? Just if you had an amicable breakup with your ex, then just talk to him or have the guy talk to him.
Baka mahirap kasi may feelings pa lang siya dun sa guy. Pero
Oh, yun
hindi niya
nga.
ma-align dun sa ex, di ba?
Yun yung sinabi ko.
Parang may nahirapan for her.
I think what's happening is parang they're hanging out, parang nakakasama niya yung friend and nagugustuhan niya.
Oo. So parang
But wala pang
she got-
relationship to speak of.
Oo, she got to know the friend better through the ex, and now that
Yeah.
hindi na sila together nung ex niya, parang nalalike naman niya yung friend kasi nakilala na niya eh.
Oo.
Oo.
Syempre, yun nga, I think it's human nature to like what's forbidden.
Totoo. Adam and Eve.
Kaya, alam mong, shit, hindi ko pwedeng magustuhan to, hindi ko pwedeng magustuhan to.
Pero
And
lalo
then
mo
yan na,
nagugustuhan.
Nagpe-play na yung background music kapag may ginagawa siya.
Tapos pag nakikita kayo, bakit di na lang?
Pero that's a very good question because I wouldn't know also. Pero feeling ko kasi, Ben, wala pang ang nangyayari. Nagugustuhan niya pa lang. And she's asking what to do. Like, should she entertain this feeling? Or should she just completely
Block it off.
block it off? Yeah. Let's discuss more. We'll just take a short break. And I'd love to ask you if this has ever happened to Benedict Kua. We'll be right back.
This podcast will help you improve your life, and it will do more for you and your overall health in the long run than any of my vlogs have ever done. Where I, Will Dasovich, embark on this journey to improve all aspects of my life and bring you, the listener, with me so that both of us together can perform to the best of our capabilities and maximize our existence. Will Dasovich Superhuman is out now. Tap now to listen for free on Spotify.
So has that ever happened to you na yung friend ng ano mo yung friend ng ex mo parang nagustuhan. Parang parang okay pala.
Parang goods to.
Pero alam mo, sure ako na may na-meet na ako na ganyan eh. Na gusto na nila yung each other nung na
Nung
parang
nag-break
friend
na.
pa lang, oo.
Hinintay, ganun.
Parang hinintay. Maraming ganun.
Actually, no. Pero ako kung tatanungin mo, wala pa akong experience na ganyan. But my stand is, lagi kong gusto kasi mag-avoid ng conflict kasi masakit sa ulo. I-deal with mo na naman yung, syempre, isipin mo din yung friendship nila. Nung ex niya, ayaw mo naman ikaw yung maging cause nung break-up ng friendship nila. Nag-break na nga kayo. Pati yung friendship nila, nag-break din. Diba?
So you'll completely stop yourself from liking
I
this
will
person.
I will try. Pero syempre, kapag
But what if
tumibok
that
ang puso,
person is
wala ka namang gagawin kundi sundin ito.
what if that person is the love of your life? No?
And,
Ang complicated na. Ako naman, feeling ko talaga, kailangan nyo lang mag-align. Because it depends.
Nino,
Nung ex mo, kung may mangyayari na. For me, kung wala naman kayo masyadong contact ng ex mo, at lalo na kung sino man reason ba't nakipag-break up, these are things you have to examine. Sino bang, what if nag-cheat pala yung ex niya na yun?
So okay lang,
Iisipin
no?
mo ba, naman, no, screw you, i-date yung friend mo, i-date ko yung buong barkada mo, hayop ka.
Isa-isahin ko lahat, magra-round table kami. Pero kapag maganda yung breakup nila, pwede
It's
nilang
better to talk
pag-usapan.
about it. Kasi-
Mag-align sila, tapos sabihin niya kung bakit na-develop yung feeling. Kasi hindi naman din masama yun. Kasi kung nag-develop ka ng feeling, hindi naman kasalanan yun eh. It's not like you chose to,
Like someone,
yeah,
intentionally.
diba? Exactly.
So, alignment pa rin talaga. Yung nakakatawa, makipag-align ka sa ex mo, yung pala hindi ka pala gusto ng friend niya.
Oh, yeah.
One-sided
Sayang
lang
yung
pala.
effort mo pag gano'n. Pero
Pina-awkward mo.
sayang yung opportunity.
I think she's very conflicted because she doesn't know if she can start flirting.
Mm-mm.
Yun. Flirt lang. Depende. Examine mo muna yung relationship niyo. What went wrong there? Was it amicable? Was the breakup amicable? Right?
Pero ang hirap nung situation. I feel like dapat pagka ganun, just continue hanging out with the friend. Tapos see where it's gonna go. Tsaka ka mag-isip kung ano yung dapat mong next step. 'Di ba? Huwag mong pigilan. Magbigay ka muna ng mga subtle landi kung magre-reciprocate siya or hindi. 'Di ba?
Katulad nga ng landi tips natin dun sa sa isa nating podcast, pag nag-post ng pagkain, mag-reply ka ng yummy.
Yummy! Tapos gagawa ka na ng inside jokes nyo.
Gumawa ka ng inside joke, gawan mo na, tinuruan landiin yung friend. Hindi, but again, you really, really have to align with your ex first. Lalo na if that ex ended up becoming your friend, which I doubt. Otherwise, I don't think this would be a problem.
Kumbaga, yun yung ethical way to do it.
Yeah. Kasi nga, that could end friendships. It could end their friendship. Syempre, kung selfish ka, wala kang pakialam doon. But it could end their friendship. And with regard to other people judging you,
Yun yung mahirap,
oo,
no?
Yun yung mahirap. Thus, it will always be na, dinate niya yung yung kapatid. May tawag dyan eh. Anong tawag sa... Kasi sa amin, sa PAL,
Bro code.
Hindi. Parang may tawag dyan. Yung pag pinagpapasapasahan ka ng mga magkakaibigan, it's very problematic, but it exists. Yun yung tawag. Sa amin, ang tawag sa amin, noon, sa dati ko pinagtatrabahuan, it's called crew meal.
Anong crew meal?
Na
Ginawang
pinagpapasapasahan.
pagkain naman,
oo,
grabe.
Kinakain ng lahat. It's really, really problematic. Pero alam ko may tawag sa akin, and I feel like that's where her fear is stemming from.
Feeling ko medyo relate ako in a way na dati, meron akong best friends dalawa.
Mm-hmm.
Ako yung nagpakilala sa kanila. So,
Mhm.
naging trio kami, di ba? Ako yung nagpakilala. And then, I developed the feeling dun sa best friend 1 ko. Siyempre, hindi ko sinasabi kay best friend 1 na may feelings ako sa kanya. Kasi best friends tayo eh. Tapos, sinasabi ko kay best friend 2. Sabi ko kay best friend 2, paano ba yan? Na in love na ako sa kanya, ganyan. Napapansin ko na lahat ng good things about that person. Lahat ng mga napapansin ko kung bakit ko siya nagustuhan. And in the end, nagustuhan din ni best friend 2 si best friend 1 dahil sa mga kinukwento ko. So, medyo related siya.
Yun yung mali din.
Oo, kasi hindi niya siya nag-align sa akin, di ba?
Oo. hindi I can't comment because meron din ako similar.
Totoo?
Meron din ako similar experience.
In what sense?
So I kind of I don't know how to say it without sounding like such a jerk. Pero hindi naman siguro. Meron kasi akong acquaintance. I wouldn't say we're close friends, but we're very friendly.
Okay. Doon naman nag-uumpisa. Oh, sige. Tapos?
Oh, very friendly. Hindi, nag-open up siya sa akin about problems niya sa ex niya before.
Mm.
So, okay, nagbibigay din ako ng advice na kasama ko rin sila, but we're not barkada ha, as in
Oo.
acquaintance.
Gets,
And
gets.
sometimes we would text, but not, wala akong alam anything about sa family niya, wala siyang alam anything about sa family ko. So, wala kaming ganun ka-strong na bond. Grabe po yung disclaimer ko. Anyway,
Para if ever na marinig niya.
hindi, totoo naman na we weren't really close. Like I wouldn't even say we're friends. We're acquaintances na who sometimes text each other ganyan, comment ganyan, but not without really a solid
Yes.
relationship.
Chris, 30 seconds na yun.
Kaya nga na-feel bad pa rin kasi ako until now. So anyway, yung time na problema siya dun sa ex niya, sinasabi niya sa akin ganyan. Tapos eventually nagkating kami nung
Nung
ex niya.
kinukwento niya.
Nung kinukwento niya.
Sulotero.
Hindi yun! Gagi.
Mamang sulotero.
Hindi ako nanulot kasi unang-una sa lahat,
Hindi kanya.
unang-una sa lahat, 1 year na yung nakalipas simula ng
Ah.
relationship nila.
Pero awkward
When
lang.
the relationship ended, it's been a year. Ang mali ko is, hindi ako nakipag-align, which I wanted to do. Pero yung ex ko, sabi niya, nag-request sa akin na wag.
Gets. Pero alam mo, I don't think you're responsible to align with that acquaintance. Kung
Acquaintance na kami. I'm pretty sure. Because I had to ask my
Diba?
friend, was I being a jerk? Ganyan. But you know what? Eventually, nung nag-break kami nung ex ko and okay na lahat, minessage ko siya. At alam niya
totoo?
yun. Minessage ko. I said sorry. And I said,
na-appreciate ba niya?
I'm sorry. Yeah, okay kami ngayon. Kasi sinabi ko, kasi nalaman niya eh, tapos nagalit siya sa akin.
Oh, but what I'm interested in is kung nagalit ba siya.
Nagalit siya.
Nagalit siya?
Alam ko nagalit siya. But like, nung nag-uusap kami, kasi nga ang kumalat sa work, parang, inago ko, parang sinulot ko nga, 1 year na naman na silang break. Is it right that I'm sharing this on the podcast?
Okay lang yan, okay.
Yeah, because I grew up from it. Anyway, what happened was, nung hiwalay na kami nung ex ko, nag-reach out ako sa kanya. And then I said, I'm sorry I couldn't say it kasi you know naman na I had to get permission from my ex, ganyan. Kaya nung wala na akong responsibility sa ex ko, nag-sorry ako formally. And in-accept naman niya kasi I guess gets naman niya. Mabait naman yun. Nagkataon lang talaga na ang galing manloko ng ex ko eh.
Iba rin talaga. Pero,
But yeah, I said sorry eventually.
good job to you. Ang hirap
Yeah.
gawin nun.
Ang hirap yun. But it's something, yun nga sinabi ko sa'yo, if it doesn't sit right in my spirit, if I knew that I trampled on anyone's feelings, eventually mapapaisip talaga ako. Alam mo yan, kasi sa lahat sa mga close friends ko, sinasabi ko na, kapag meron akong kalaban, if meron akong naka-bad blood na someone close to me, hindi ako natatahimik. I always ask, do I make amends? Do I message? Kasi it really doesn't sit right with me.
Paano mo nalaman nagalit siya?
Twitter.
In-stalk mo siya.
Hindi ko siya, we follow each other. Kasi syempre,
Hindi na lang niya tinatago.
oh, and for a time, medyo nag-away kami ng konti. But alam ko naman na, in hindsight, alam ko naman na it was really my fault kasi hindi ako nag-align. Regardless
Yes.
of the depth of our friendship, I still should have ran it past.
Haba ng hair ni ex.
Totoo, hayop siya, mamatay na siya.
Uy,
Joke
grabe
lang.
yung galit.
Hindi, joke lang. Okay din kami. Okay kami lahat. We're all very, very good. Yeah. Joke this.
Tita Boy.
Pero minsan yung kilikili ko doon. Kaka-explain.
Baskil na po siya.
Kaya break mo. Let's take a short break. Papatuyo lang ako ng kilikili. Be right back after this short message.
Sa mga vlogs ng Team Payaman, nandyan ang mga katatawanan, mga aral sa buhay at mga kalokohan nila. Pero ano naman kaya sa likod ng kanilang mga kamera? Tara't makisali na sa kwentuhan kasama si Juni Boy, Peachy, Roger Anger at Boss Strike sa bagong podcast series natin na Payaman Insider. I-follow lang ang podcast and listen for free. Only on Spotify.
Alam mo, meron akong isang big question para sa'yo.
What is your big question? Ben?
Masyashock ka. What if, hindi pala okay sa ex mo, tapos you developed a mutual feeling dun sa common friend nyo? Nabarkada ng ex mo. Umiyak
yan?
na lang.
Premise na yan ng mga K-drama. Ay, ng mga Filipino teleserye.
Paano gagawin mo pag ganun?
Kung ayaw ng ex. Feeling ko kasi ang mangyayari, sobrang formality lang talaga yan. Yung magpapaalam ka. Pag sinabing ayoko, ang mangyayari yan, mag-aaway kayo ng ex mo.
Gets.
Eh, ba't ayaw mo? Anong karapatan mo diktahan?
Pero alam mo ang gagawin ko? At least nasabi ko sa ex ko.
Pero ipapursue mo pa din.
Oo kasi puso mo naman yan at future mo naman ang iniisip mo.
That's true.
You're not being selfish. You didn't take anything away from your ex. And at least na-explain mo sa kanya ng maayos. So up to him na how mature he will be pagka ganun.
Parang si Bobby Salazar lang yan. Sinabi naman ni Alex, pero galit na galit pa rin si Bobby na ginawa ni Alex si Chad.
Nagpaalam ba siya?
Nagpaalam siya.
Totoo.
Oo.
Hindi ko alam nagpaalam siya.
Nagpaalam siya, hindi ka true fan.
Ate Bobby, sorry.
Walang tumatawag sa kanya na Ate Bobby. Hindi ka talaga fan.
Ano ba? Bobby lang ba?
Bobby lang.
Bobby lang ba?
O talaga nag-argue tayo dito. I think it's your responsibility as a friend to tell your friend na nagde-develop ka ng feelings. And you can say naman na, I haven't pursued anything yet, but I'm saying na it's starting to grow. And
Heads up. parang
Yeah,
ganun.
heads up lang talaga. Courtesy mo na lang yun.
Tapos kung ma-awkward ka, sorry na in advance.
ang sad kasi na you run the risk of parang ending your friendship with a friend. Tapos hindi naman kayo magkatuluyan, 'di ba?
Oo, sayang talaga yung effort.
Kaya ang difference lang kasi with her dilemma is I feel like it's reverse. Parang hindi yung gusto mo yung ex ng friend mo, is gusto mo yung friend ng
Ng
ex
ex
mo.
mo. Kaya dun sumasakit yung ulo ni ate. Kaya
Oo
struggling
nga.
listener talaga siya. Ramdam na ramdam ko yung pagsa-struggle niya.
Pati kami nag-struggle. Kasi, ang complicated talaga niya. But, kung ikaw, for example, Ben, kung ikaw yung ex, how would you react kapag lumapit sa'yo at sinabi, ay kasi na-experience mo na, so dapat ako tinatanong mo.
Oh, na-experience ko
How
na.
did you react when that happened to you?
Bata pa kasi kami nun siguro, factor yun na like yung ex ko, barkada ka. Dalawang ex ko, barkada ko.
Mm.
'Di ba? Yun talaga yung round table discussion. Joke. Doon talaga nangyari yun. Pero kasi bata pa kami nun, hindi ganun ka-deep yung feeling. But if you were to ask me kung ako yung ex, ano yung mararamdaman ko, definitely magiging awkward ako. Kahit labag sa loob ko, kailangan ko i-accept yung fact na feelings nila yan hindi ko mababago yung feelings nila. So kung maapektuhan ako in any way, ma-awkward ako, ganyan, kailangan kong i-handle yun by myself and hindi sila i-burden with it. Tama ba?
Yeah, I completely agree.
Would you do the
That's
same?
what's ideal, but that's not what I'm gonna do.
Ano yung gagawin mo?
Susunugin ko silang dalawa, mga
Oh my
hayop
God.
sila. Kaya kami naghiwalay dahil matagal na nag-uusap yan dalawang yan eh.
Lalo nagka-issue.
Lalo nagka-issue.
But really, what would you do?
But yeah, I would also try and examine. For example, depends kasi. For example, kung ako, meron pa akong hopes sa relationship ko with my ex, na sure ako, baka may chance pa. So, syempre, ang
That's
hirap
one
naman.
factor, no?
Puro self-examination lang talaga yung kailangan mong gawin.
Yeah, so kailangan itingnan niya rin yung situation, kung ano yung nangyayari sa ex niya, sa relationship nila, bagot niya itry, i-explore.
Oo. Even kung ikaw nga, for example, kung ako yung ex at nagkagusto yung ex ko sa kaibigan ko, tapos lumapit sa akin, i-assess ko talaga. Kasi definitely, ang laking chance na mapuputol yung relationship ko sa kanilang dalawa. It's just hard. We don't live in a Dawson's Creek episode or a Gossip Girl episode or a One Tree Hill episode. Hindi talaga siya, it's gonna be complicated. Meron at merong ties na masasever.
Mm-mm. So, hindi talaga masama magmahal, basta i-survey mo lang ng maayos. Survey consensus.
Pero, Miss Struggling Listener, however your ex reacts, you have to be very understanding. Kasi mahirap yun. Mahirap talaga yun. Especially kapag feeling mo, ay, go ko na to. Parang may chance na maging kami ni friend.
Totoo.
Go ko na to. So you really have to value how he will feel, and you really have to make sure and assure him na hindi yung feelings mo dun sa friend yung reason ba't kayo naghiwalay. Kasi that's gonna play around sa head niya. Baka kaya kayo naghiwalay kasi baka may gusto ka na dun sa friend, right? That's a possibility.
Align lang talaga. Pero isipin mo dun sa, shinare ko kanina dun sa dalawang best friends ko, ako kasi, in love pa ako kay best friend 1. So, nung naging sila ni best friend 1 and 2, ay, ako mismo nag-decide na to end the friendship na. Kasi, hindi ko kaya. Mahal ko yung isa, tas naging sila. But, isipin mo, ngayon, ikakasal na sila this year. So, good for them. Diba?
Isipin mo kung kinonsider nila yung feelings mo.
Totoo.
Hindi, huwag natin ituloy kasi kawawa si Ben.
Di sila nagkatuluyan ngayon, di ba? So, ituloy mo lang yan. Kung siya naman yung feeling mong magiging someone na makakatuluyan mo, your soulmate, yung whatever. Ituloy mo na yan. Kasi sayang naman talaga. But ako, as, kunyari, kung ako yung nasa position ni ex, I will get over it eventually as long as maayos mong sinabi sa akin.
That's so true. And ikaw, personally, do you have a grudge? Time na para umamin, Ben? Kahit konti.
Grudge?
Yeah.
Meron ako for so many years, pero wala na siguro nung 2 years ago, I actually texted them both. Tapos sabi ko, ang New Year's resolution ko noon, lahat ng nakaaway ko in the past, lahat ng naka-bad blood ko, kakausapin ko personally and start the new year as fresh as possible. Yung hindi mabigat sa dibdib. So, minute up ko sila, nalaglag pa nga ako sa hagdan, nagtawanan kami, ganun. Parang normal days lang. Kasi ang tagal na nun eh. Like 5 years after college, wala na yun. Makakalimutan mo na yun.
Definitely. Grabe, only time will heal.
Oh, time can tell lang talaga.
Heal?
Parehas lang yun. Okay, we're gonna take a short break and we'll be right back after this.
Guys, may kwento ko.
Ano yan? Oo nga. Ano yung kwento?
Yung ano, alam nyo na to.
Kwento mo na kasi.
So eto, si nag Grabe. Di ko in-expect na akalain mo yun?
Finally! Holy Listen to the full kwento in Between Us Queens, hosted by Carla Lizardo.
Bianca Guidotti.
And Pia Wurtzbach.
Follow us and listen for free only on Spotify.
O basta, Miss Struggling listener, follow your heart. Just make sure that you don't trample on anyone's feelings because we all believe in karma here. So mag-align ka lang. Like what we kept saying over and over and over again. Alignment lang talaga, no? And a proper
Yes.
thought. That's if sure ka na merong future yung ano nyo ni friend. Pero kung wala, wag na, crush ka na lang.
Oo.
Kung feeling mo naman.
Test the waters first, okay? And with that, I want to thank everyone for following our podcast. And we're releasing episodes bagong-bago every Wednesdays at 6 p.m.
We also have a Facebook group called Growing Up Problems with Ben and Chris. This is where we dump all of our growing up problems. Let's all support each other. We're trying to make this like a mini support group for all of our struggles growing up. Kasi nga, misery loves company.
Wow. If you want to send more letters to us, it's growingupwithbenandchris@gmail.com. Once again, this has been Ben.
And this has been Chris reminding you that it's okay to fall in love. Just make sure that you're not breaking other people's hearts. Okay?
All right.
Bye!
Growing Up with Ben and Chris is a Spotify original podcast hosted by me, Benedict Kua, and Christian Somera. Don't forget to follow so you won't miss a single episode. Sige na, please. Hello! Benedict here, your friendly neighborhood podcaster.
And I'm Christian, and there's no such thing as a no-sale call. A sale is made on every call you make. Either you sell the client some stock, or he sells you a reason he can't. Either way, a sale is made. The only question is, who's gonna close? You or him? Now be relentless. That's it. I'm done. I'm done, Ben.
Galit na galit.
Add it up.
Hi, how have you been?
Eto,
Ben?
stress na stress sa bahay. Alam mo ba, never ko in-expect na ganito katagal yung pandemic. Like, dati pag iniisip ko, pandemic, hindi ko talaga na fully grasp na posible siya mangyari. Like, imagine yung SARS before, for a while lang siya and hindi siya ganun widespread sa buong mundo. But now, parang
Yeah.
sa buong lifetime ng even ng parents ko, hindi rin nila experience yung pandemic. Kasi parang yung last pandemic, ano yung pandemic na naalala mo before? Yung millions yung naapektuhan.
I think the last pandemic was the Spanish flu.
Oh
not
yeah,
sure.
super
I
tagal
I
na.
don't think SARS was a pandemic, was it? Oh, I'm not sure.
I'm not sure also.
Hindi pa,
pero-
bata pa kasi ako noon eh. Ikaw kasi matanda ka.
Wow. Yeah, so hindi ko siya talaga na-imagine. And now, parang, alam mo yun, napapansin mo lahat ng tao, nagpapanik na kung paano yung magiging buhay nila. Like even on the internet, nagulat ako biglang ang daming nag-online selling na bigla ng mga friends ko na before they don't even think about putting up their own business, ganyan.
Yeah,
mga
oh my
ganong
God.
friends.
Tinamaan ako dun.
Bakit?
Because I'm the same. I basically put up my business online. It's the same thing. Ikaw rin kaya, yung ano mo, yung Benfire merch mo.
Oo, yung
Pandemic
Vampire
lang yun,
merch
diba?
ko. Ano?
Pre-pandemic ba yun? Pre-pandemic ba yun? No, that was during the pandemic.
Yeah. Ginawa ko siya 2 years ago. Actually, pre-pandemic pala. So, hindi pa pandemic
Okay. So
nun.
hindi counted. Pero
Oo.
sobrang nag-take off dahil nag-pandemic. Walang iba magawa yung mga
Hindi.
tao. Bumili na lang ng merch mo.
Grabe.
Pero ang ganda ng merch niya, you guys. You can check it out. Benfire Clothing.
Ay, thank you.
Clothing.
Swipe up for the link. Joke. Alam mo ba, nung lumabas yung unang e-commerce before, do you remember like sulit.com?
No, Ben, you know I'm a tito. So if it had come out before, hindi ko yan mapapansin. Or I
Totoo?
wouldn't be comfortable putting in my credit card details. Or my mom wouldn't let me put my credit card details.
O sige,
Yeah,
ano
ikaw
yung...
ba? Naabutan mo ba?
Ako, meron few, pero hindi ko sure kung yun talaga yung pinakauna. But if I were
Well,
to ask you, ano yung pinakaunang e-commerce na naabutan mo? Yung pinakauna, like, ay, uy,
Yung
pwede ka pala
naabutan ko
bumili
talaga,
online. Yeah.
eBay.
eBay nga pala, no?
Yeah,
How did I miss that?
eBay.
Kasi pang
Why?
international yung eBay. Sulit lang sa atin.
Yeah, because my dad loves eBay.
From the
Ngayon, I love
States.
Etsy. Yeah, sa States, Etsy, then yun. Hindi ko alam kung ano siya dito. Feeling ko para siyang Carousel. Ang dami man kasi mga antique stuff doon. Pero may mga ano rin, may mga small businesses who sell. That's the platform that they use. It's called Etsy. Pero sa
Gets.
States lang siya.
Ako, ang pinaka na-remember ko talaga before naging OLX was sulit.com. And alam ko, sobrang taas nung trust issues ko nun. Kasi parang, why would you even connect your credit card to a platform na hindi ka sure and hindi pa nandyan ng matagal? Gets mo yun? Parang bakit
Oo, parati
mo...
pa naman ako na-fraud din.
Exactly.
Siguro 3 times na ako nagpa-cancel ng credit card.
So na ano ka na? Parang na-scam ka na online.
Hindi naman na-scam. But kasi I like buying from Amazon. And then, may time na may nag-purchase na hindi ko talaga pinurchase yun. Siguro nangyari siya 3 times.
Totoo.
Yeah.
Sa akin...
Wait, I'm confused. Wait, Ben, I'm confused. Isn't OLX and Sulit like a house platform?
What do you mean a house
Parang
platform?
house selling platform?
Ay, hindi. Ano siya, may mga binabenta din siya iba. Para siyang Lazada.
Hindi ko na naabutan kasi yung panahon ko Lazada na.
Ayun nga. Wow, bagets
Dito ka na
ha. Sorry. Guys, pala by the way, we are recording from our own places. Kaya medyo iba yung quality ngayon. Kasi before,
Yeah,
diba?
because it's the pandemic. We're not allowed to go out. Just kidding. Ben, can you remember, since sabi mo mahilig ka na before sa mga, online, kahit na medyo wala ka pang trust, what was your first internet purchase?
Alam mo, pinaka na-shock ako na pwede kang bumili ng e-books online. So, like, yung mga e-books dati sobrang mura. I remember mga $5 lang siya, ganun. So, you can read, kunyari, Twilight, ganyan. $5 lang siya. Besh.
Grabe, Twilight po talaga. Ni-risk niya yung credit card niyang mascam para kay Edward and kay Bella.
And true enough, na-scam ako for $2,000. Hindi ko alam paano nangyari yun.
Mother!
I know!
That's so huge!
Oo, pero buti na track nila na I was in the Philippines.
How old were you? How old were you when that happened?
Last year, joke.
Well, last year nga.
Hindi. College ako niyan.
Grabe, that's such a huge
Oo.
amount. I would
Pero buti
panic.
na lang, nung nireklamo ko siya sa customer service, na-track nila na I'm in the Philippines and yung nag-hack sa akin was actually from another country. So, hindi talaga possible to make that purchase. 'Di ba? So, may mga ganong safety, safety precautions. What?
Yeah. So, I remember pa that one time that I got scammed. It was not a huge amount, but it was something that I definitely didn't buy. It was like a leather strap. I couldn't figure out what it was. Is it for physical therapy? Is it a sex toy? I couldn't figure out what it was. But it was around siguro mga $200.
Oh my
Mukha
God,
siyang,
ang mahal.
alam mo yung mga BDSM-ish,
Alam mo,
Like,
ikaw, dinedenay mo pa, pinoposition mo pa as na scam ka eh. Pero binili mo naman talaga yun.
and then what's funny is that the person who bought it was from Indiana. So someone from Indiana who's
Oh,
probably a
wild.
sex addict na-disappoint siya dahil na-cancel yung order niya ng BDSM.
At
ano dyan,
alam ko yung ginawa mo.
paraphernalia.
Since hindi mo naman siya in-order, ginamit mo pa din siya.
No, I didn't get it, man. Nakalagay lang na kasi Amazon, they message you kung magkano yung na-charge. And when it was charged, I was wondering what it was. So I called.
Yeah.
And then tinanong ko, kasi I didn't make a purchase that week. So
Yeah,
I knew
but
that it
what
wasn't
was
like-
your first purchase, if you remember?
I don't know eh.
You don't
But it
na.
was the first thing that I bought for myself.
Yeah.
I don't remember. I got into it late. Like my friends would always tell me how convenient Lazada is and all these other online selling apps or e-commerce apps. But yun nga, being the purist that I am, I would always still go to the mall and look for whatever it is I need. Pero nga, since the pandemic, grabe, kahit maliliit na bagay, Ben, kahit gunting, in-order ko online.
Totoo. Alam mo ba, yung pinaka-stupid na nabili ko? So mag-share tayo ng pinaka-stupid na nabili. Yung pinaka-stupid na binili ko, yung parang straw na naka-shape na eyeglasses. So,
Ben,
pagka-
hindi mo kailangang sabihin sa akin na stupid yun because I saw it. Alam ko talagang stupid.
Nakita mo sa story ko.
Oo.
What was your weirdest purchase?
My weirdest purchase. I don't really buy things that are weird, Ben, unlike you.
Totoo?
Hindi, joke lang. I buy a lot of
A lot?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't remember buying anything that I regret.
Minsan kasi
Siguro-
nakakabudol talaga. Like ako, bumili ako ng stuff na inflated dinosaur kasi nakita ko lang parang ang cool sa picture. And then nang dumating siya, hindi ko siya ginamit. Kinastosan
Ay, alam
lang
ko
siya.
na. Speaking of mga weird dinosaur na ganyan. Wait, never ko na... hindi. Nakita ko sa vlog mo. I remember seeing that once. That was in your vlog. Nagamit mo pa rin naman. Nagamit mong content.
Oh, pero marami pa akong mga ganyang items na yung mga iba't ibang anime wigs na hindi ko naman nagagamit. Parang I just found it cool and they advertise it really good. Kaya binili ko siya. Wala kang ganong
And
nabili?
Wala naman. Well, marami yung mga China products, especially yung mga, kasi now in the business that I'm in, I collect a lot of mga decor. Tapos yung mga nakikita mo are not always what they seem. May isa akong in-order na it's supposed to look like, a Venetian jar. And then when it arrived, mukha siyang sinukahan ng Smurf. Mukhang pintura na sinukahan ng Smurf. So I was so frustrated. Kaya ngayon natututo na ako, if I don't see any photos in the review section, I do not buy it. I do not buy it. I don't care how affordable it is. I still don't buy it.
Oh, actually kaya tayo nabubudol kasi sobrang mura. Like minsan hindi ko maintindihan bakit yung isang item na galing sa China, 150 pesos lang. Tapos diretso na sa bahay mo. 'Di ba?
Yeah, pero kasi nga Ben, ang dami ring times na magugulat ka, I can't believe na it was this cheap. Pero ang ganda niya. May mga moments din na ganun. So parang you fall into the trap. So talaga marketing lang talaga.
Oo. And ngayon magugulat ka, ang daming mga available sa e-commerce. Like dati, actual products. But now, you can actually buy services, ML Diamonds sa Lazada,
Ay,
therapy
nako, ayoko
sessions
na.
for some people, may 5+1 pa. May mga
Ay,
ganun.
totoo.
Totoo
Yeah. Kahit so, no, I'm not supposed to say that.
What's that? Say
Meron
it.
ka bang ibang, no, I'm just saying, hindi lahat ng mabibili mo sa Lazada tangible.
Totoo.
Kahit yung mga, yeah. So,
Ano yung nag-hesitate kang i-share? I-share mo na yan.
Wala.
I'm sure maka-curious sila.
hindi mga, like, sabihin natin, yung mga mumurahing software, yun, you can still buy those.
Ayaw na lang yung sabihing But anyway, we're gonna take a short break and after that, let's discuss some more about online business.
This podcast will help you improve your life and it will do more for you and your overall health in the long run than any of my vlogs have ever done. Where I, Will Dasovich, embark on this journey to improve all aspects of my life and bring you, the listener, with me so that both of us together can perform to the best of our capabilities and maximize our existence.
Tell everybody I'm back in the game.
Will Dasovich Superhuman is out now. Tap now to listen for free on Spotify.
So Ben, I'm sure a lot of our listeners, since they're your fans, they already know that you have an online business. And ako personally, kasi I'm also thinking of putting up like an e-commerce business. I mean, I kind of have one now, pero I sell a service kasi Kinspace. Free
Wow.
plug. But yeah, I'm thinking of selling products also. And I would love to know how you did it. Kasi I would say, ako nakikita ko, kayo ng business partner mo. Hi, Majel.
Hi, Majel.
Ay, bawal ba sabihin? Hi,
No, it's
Majel.
cool.
Okay lang yan. Anyway, nakikita ko how successful it is. And I really liked how you guys did it. And I'm sure a lot of our listeners would also love to know how to put up a business like that.
Yeah.
So how did you start it? Paano nyo siya sinimulan from product development and all that?
Yes, ano to? Segment ba to sa Magandang Buhay?
Yes! Magbabalik po ang magandang buhay with Chrissy.
Alam ko na yung gusto mong i-put up na business online. Is it painting?
Eh, hindi! Don't say that. Baliw baka sabihin. O sige na, I know. I genuinely want to know. I genuinely want to know.
No, your question is it easy to put up an online business? And for me,
Mhm.
it is really easy kasi lahat even creating an account anywhere, it's so easy. So technically, if you have a product to sell, you can just list it on a platform online tapos mag-sell ka na. But the hardest part is actually sustaining that business. So how do you sustain a business? Kailangan pinag-isipan mo na maayos yung branding mo, you know who your target market is, tapos what kind of products you want to sell. Do you want to sell a lot of mga iba't ibang bagay, or do you want to focus on like selected core products? Yung mga ganun. And ang daming pwedeng i-consider dyan. Like yung platform ba na in-enlistan mo for your products.
Your market's there.
Yeah, exactly. And convenient ba siya? Mas makakapag-provide ba siya ng a lot of payment methods, shipping alternatives? Kasi, di ba, ikaw, kapag tatanungin kita, bibili ka ng isang product, ano yung pinaka kino-consider mo? Like, madaling bilhin, convenient, ganon?
Yeah, that's one definitely. But ako, I focus more on the quality, and I don't think there's really. Kaya ako nga, isa sa problem ko as a consumer, I prefer buying things that are pricier than the rest because I don't know paano siya na-instill sa head ko na if it's pricier, mas durable siya.
Pero alam mo, totoo yan.
Mas
Naisip
maganda
ko
siya.
din yan.
Sabi ko, ay dito ako sa mas mahal kasi alam ko matagal to masisira. Ganun ako katangang consumer. So,
Pero alam ko yung top 2, alam ko yung next mo, parang kino-consider, which is the review section with pictures and videos sometimes. 'Di ba? Kasi minsan yung mga testament doon, they are real people who have purchased the product and masasabi nila na, uy, okay talaga yung yung product mo, and 5 stars lang. Although minsan malalaman mo din na yung seller mismo
kahit na kapatid niya lang.
Oo. Alam mo,
Kapatid niya lang
planted
naman
yung
yun.
review.
Well, ako, no, I'm not after the review actually. I'm more after the photos and the videos.
Yeah.
Especially sa sa Amazon, ganun talaga tinitingnan ko kasi mahilig mag-videos yung mga yung mga residents doon. So that's what I do. I check the videos kung same yung quality kasi most of the things naman that I buy are puro decor. Wala akong masyadong binibili ko mga gunting. Hindi ko naman kailangan malaman na nakakagupit nga talaga siya.
Totoo. Although, yun talaga yung key para malaman mo kung magiging successful yung business mo. Let's say, for example, meron ako nakita sa isang online platform na magandang model na nagsuot ng isang damit. Pero pagdating sa akin, super nipis and super undersized or
Alam mo,
oversized.
ganyan lahat ng clothes sa mga yung mga binebenta sa China through yung mga binebenta sa China through Lazada.
Oy, sinabi mo talaga.
Bawal ba sabihin?
Hindi kahit saan naman, actually.
Hindi kasalanan ng Lazada yun.
Oo,
Kasi,
sa seller talaga.
Oo, sa seller yun. Kasi lang naman sila parang avenue lang naman sila to sell.
Totoo.
Hindi naman nila product yun.
Alam mo ba, may experience ako na binili ko sweater pagdating rash guard. Parang mali yung na-order ko, fit bigla.
Ako, in-order ko harem pants. Pagdating sa akin, pajama. Pinambahay ko na tuloy.
Gusto mo skinny jeans pero ang dating leggings.
So I guess the first rule when you want to have a sustainable online business is to work on your product first. Make sure that it's
Totoo.
parang you get parang brand, not just brand loyalty, but also you could generate word of mouth. Kasi nga naman, kung
Totoo.
nabudol mo sila once, tas hindi maganda yung product mo, sasabihin nila sa mga friends nila, huwag kayo bumili dyan, di naman maganda yan. Pero pag maganda, i-recommend nila yan sa iba, definitely. And I really feel like word of mouth is really powerful marketing.
Totoo. At saka hindi lang sa word of mouth, pero meron kang repeat order minsan na parang since na-try
Yun
ko
nga,
na to,
brand
gusto ko
loyalty.
regalo.
Oo.
Exactly.
That's
Diba?
what brand loyalty means, Ben.
Yun ba yun? Tapos cool kasi namin.
So kayo sa Benfire Clothing, kayo nag-isip kayo ng core products nyo. Tama ba? Nag-conceptualize kayo.
With Benfire Clothing naman kasi, it started as me just wanting to give back to my supporters. Oh my God, ang cringy sabihin ng supporters.
Then why are you charging them? Why don't you just give them for free?
No!
Just
I don't
kidding.
charge them that much. Talagang, konti lang talaga yung patong doon. It's because,
Oo nga,
syempre, may mga
sabi
operation costs.
Sabi nga rin ni Majel, maliit lang daw
Oo.
patong.
Suntukin kita dyan, baka isipin nila. Yeah,
Hindi,
pero at
nirereklamo.
first, gusto ko lang talaga to make a product na everyone would relate to, everyone in my circle, in my online circle. But then
Yeah.
naisip ko, since ang bigger purpose ko sa YouTube is to actually try to touch people's lives. Whoa. So I came up with a line of product na parang productivity line. So hindi lang siya catered to specific viewers, but also some people who wants to be saan galing yung wants, Ben? Some people who want to be productive. Ganon. So parang since may ganon akong line of product, hindi lang Benfires yung nagiging target, kundi people who find that that statement appealing, 'di ba?
Oh, I actually can attest to it because I have their mug and I promise to hindi to
Totoo.
dahil manager ako ni Ben. Promise, I use it every day. You know why? Kasi gusto ko siya kasi malaki siya. 'Di ba yung mga normal na mga mug cute na ganun? Ako when I drink my tea, gusto ko maraming tubig talaga. So it's really serves me well and for me worth it. Ano parang nagbenta?
Oo nga parang naging
No, I'm
online
just
selling
saying,
to.
no, I'm just saying, tignan mo, because of how much I like the product, niregaluhan ko yung friends ko, bumili ako sa'yo, binigyan ko sila kasi, magandang siya. I mean, for me, hindi ko ikahihiya kung i-recommend ko sa iba. So that's really the first thing, You really have to
Totoo.
work on your product so that, yun nga, you get good reviews and you generate word of mouth.
Totoo yan. Pero alam mo ba, mukha lang siyang madali na nagpa-customize ka ng mug, but the effort behind it, like, actually, I consulted you once. Sabi ko, if you were to buy a mug, gusto mo ba yung pure black na mug, white yung loob, katulad ng mga nasa mall, groceries, ganyan, or all black na medyo matte, na medyo may pagka-premium, parang Starbucks, pero ang actual price niya is relatively cheaper than the premium product. Yung mga ganong i-consider.
Oh, ayan, Ben.
Dami.
Nabooking tuloy ako. Na kaya ako gusto yung mug kasi ako namili ko ano yung magandang mug.
Totoo. Kasi part ka nung conceptualization phase. But aminin mo, ang tagal namin
Anong
pinag-isipan
tawag
yun.
doon? Controlled group? Anong tawag doon? Pag ganun?
Saan?
Yung itetest mo yung market kung okay. May ganun when you
Ah,
study a
oo.
product.
Market study.
Ano ka? Market study.
Oo,
Ayan.
ganun siya.
In my experience, Ben, having zero experience in e-commerce or selling whatever, ang dami kong natutunan trying to put up my business during the pandemic. And I'd love to talk about it after this break.
Sa mga vlogs ng Team Fireman, nandyan ang mga katatawanan, mga aral sa buhay at mga kalokohan nila. Pero ano naman kaya sa likod ng kanilang mga kamera? Tara't makisali na sa kwentuhan kasama si Juniboy, Peachy, Roger Acker at Boss Strike sa bagong podcast series natin na Fireman Insider. I-follow lang ang podcast and listen for free. Only on Spotify.
So as I was saying, Ben, I put up my business nga during the pandemic and it was hard in some ways kasi you can really go out there and do a lot of things.
Totoo.
Pero I don't know, somehow I never run out of clients, and I feel like marketing has a lot to do with that.
Totoo yan. Alam mo ba, hindi lahat ng tao naniniwala sa marketing. Lalo na yung mga traditional people who started exploring digital. Ay, iniisip nila, ano ba
Yeah.
yan? Added cost na naman yung marketing. Ikaw, ano ba yung experience mo sa marketing? Like how effective it is and how much it costs?
Yeah, well, sa akin kasi, the importance of kasi even if I'm selling a service, I'm not really selling a product. I'm selling a service. I'm selling space design. It's important that industry is very visual. So it's important that you sell your audience nice visuals, yung beautiful visuals that they would want to aspire to have. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, parang design. Literally, yung mga design sa mga places like condos, ganon.
Yeah, and it's hard for me kasi nga since starting pa lang yung company, wala pa kami masyadong project. So what I did was
Nagpaparinig
I
siya,
showed-
guys.
hindi, starting pa lang noon. Ngayon meron akong konting dyan, natapos sa projects. But
Wow.
at the time, wala pa masyado. So you have to show them what your taste is. Kasi at the end of the day, a bigger chunk of when they hire us, Skin Space, for their for our services is mostly our taste. I mean, how we envision a place to look like, to feel like, and what emotion we can evoke by inhabiting that place.
Totoo yan. Alam mo, sobrang hands down ako kasi ikaw, syempre, ang daming nagde-design ng mga places ngayon, ang daming mga concepts, pero kayo, you really stick to your specific theme. Hindi ko lang ma-verbalize kung anong theme yun. Ano
we
ba
don't
tawag doon?
we don't I honestly, Ben, I don't really like sticking to themes. I want mas catered
Feel.
ako on emotion and what you want to feel versus, oh, this has to look eclectic or this or that. It's not really. I ask them. I don't ask them what theme they want. I ask them how they want to feel,
Ay,
and that's what I
wow.
hone in on. Yeah,
Alam mo,
that's
para
what
ka
Kid
nag-pitch
Space is.
doon.
Hindi, I'm saying, no, ina-explain ko kung paano mo siya isa-sell sa audience na that's what your service is. And whatever service you're thinking of, sabihin natin, ano pa bang ibang service? Sabihin natin massage service. So you look for ways to market it that's uniquely you, that not a lot of people can offer.
Alam
And
mo,
that can
sobrang
have
totoo.
its benefits. Yeah. Parang yung sa'yo lang din, I'm not sure if you can call it your unique selling point na it's Benedict Cuas merch. But that helped. Inisip niyo yun. What makes it different from the rest of the other mugs out there, right?
Yeah. Nagya. Mag-agree. Doon sa Benedict Kuha. Pero totoo yan. So kung ako i-breakdown ko, kung ano talaga yung pinaka-specific ways to put up an online business is first, you have to establish your own brand. And when you try to conceptualize kung ano yung brand na gusto mo, you have to consider, katulad nung sinabi kanina ni Christian, how are you different from other stores that provide almost the same product as
Yeah.
yours, 'di ba?
I think that's my favorite part of the whole process, brand building.
Feeling ko
Kasi
din.
once you've established your brand, everything, it will take a life of its own. And then magugulat ka, ang dami mo naiisip na may ibentang ancillary products.
Magtutuloy-tuloy na
Based
siya,
on the
no?
brand DNA. Yeah, tingnan mo ikaw, naisip mo yung productivity. And then kung ano na, I'm gonna sell a notebook. I'm gonna sell this. I'm gonna sell
Yeah.
that. You get my point?
Yeah.
So I feel like they have to really spend time they have to really spend time building their brand.
Totoo yan. Dapat hindi sila ma-pressure kasi when you're building a brand, some people actually, it takes them 1 to 2 years or even more para ma-establish yung brand nila.
Totoo.
So ikaw, if meron ka ng idea in your mind, the next step is to establish kung sino yung target market mo. And pinaka-important na tinuro po sa akin ng CEO ng Macau Imperial Tea, si Avin. Sabi niya, you really have
Hi,
to
Avin.
Hi, Avin. You really have to determine your core products. Kasi ang hirap na, ang dami mong products na gusto i-sell in your mind, pero hindi lahat yun
Yeah.
nagsistick sa mga tao. Parang may mabenta lang, ganun. Maitawid lang yung in the next 3 weeks, pero mamamatay after. No, you have to put a lot of effort para malaman mo na itong product na to, yan yung hahanap-hanapin from the brand that you have created. Ganun. Uy, masterclass.
I definitely, nagpa-masterclass na po siya. Pero yun nga, aside from that, yung yung building your brand, I think part of it is also being mindful of how you market it. Kasi paulit-ulit na kami sa marketing, but I just feel like it's really, really important. Imagine, ako gumawa ng sarili naming website. I didn't even pay for anyone to make our website. Kasi that's gonna be like your calling card. And it varies for different people. For other people, they really curate their Instagram feed
Totoo.
in a way that they know could attract their target market.
Totoo yan. Tapos ang dami pang kailangan i-consider. Alam mo, parang lalagpas tayo sa podcast time natin pag inisa-isa natin siya. But important thing, again, is to know kung paano mo siya plano ibenta. Kung ano yung mga logistics, lahat yan dapat magawa mo siya on your own bago mo
Totoo
i-delegate
talaga.
to a team. Kasi iba iniisip nila, I have to hire someone to sell, to get orders, to track inventory. Pero hindi kailangan memorize mo
Oo.
talaga yan lahat.
Kaya after building your brand, try and create ironclad systems.
Ay,
Na
wow.
talagang
Ano yun?
solid yung systems mo. Yung solid yun sinasabi mo. Dapat alam mo talaga yung logistics. Alam mo talaga yung ano. Lahat ng
Totoo.
systems mo dapat clear.
Oo.
And then you have to make it ironclad na talagang solid siya. Kaya para marketing ka na lang forever. Kasi the brand will always be the same. The system will always be the same. Yung marketing, yun yung parang ititik-tik mo. Oh, I wanna try exploring Facebook. I wanna try exploring Instagram. I wanna try exploring YouTube. So I feel like yun yung first two na kailangan mo talagang anuhin. Wow, akala mo expert na business mo makapag-advise, Christian.
Hindi, nag-share lang naman
Successful yung
kami.
business mo.
Ako din naman
This
feeling
is from Hindi kasi ako, I've been trying to study how it is, and I've been trying to I've been trying to study how successful people do it. And I feel like yun talaga, they really know their brand DNA and they really have strong systems.
Totoo yan. And ayoko kasi yung feeling na minsan nade-discourage ka to put up your own business because one, you only know na magaling ka sa marketing and you don't really wanna study kung paano yung logistic, parang ganun. Kailangan talaga you act as the CEO if you want to put up your own business. Diba? Unless meron kang partners.
I agree. Isipin mo, ako nga, kahit maliliit na bagay, kahit mga calling card, mga business card, ako pa mismo, ang tagal-tagal kong nakipag back and forth dun sa gumawa ng business card ko. Anyway,
Napaka-social
we'll
naman
just
kasi
take-
ng business card ni Chris.
oh hindi,
Parang kulang
baliw
na lang
ka
may
dyan.
gold.
Anyway, we'll just take a short break and we'll be right back after this.
Guys, may kwento ko.
Ano yan? Oo nga. Ano yung kwento?
Yung ano, alam nyo na to.
Kwento mo na kasi.
So eto, si nag Grabe. Di ko in-expect na akalain mo yun?
Finally! Holy Listen to the full kwento in Between Us Queens, hosted by Carla Lizardo.
Bianca Guidotti.
And Pia Wurtzbach.
Follow us and listen for free only on Spotify.
Alam mo ba, ang pinaka-challenge ko talaga when we put up yung Ben Park Clothing, yung hindi ko na alam kung ano yung mga products na ibebenta ko in the future. Kasi parang feeling ko ang dami ng competition and you have to constantly prove na you're unique to other people. Which is actually normal, 'di ba? And if it gets bigger, I was kind of scared of hiring a team na baka I won't be able to have the time to manage a whole team, yung mga ganun. But again, normal. 'Di ba? For you, what do you think yung pinaka-challenges and hurdles?
Well, ako my business is fairly new, so lahat siya challenge, Ben. Pero yun nga, when you're starting, kasi you're still establishing yourself eh. I think the most important thing that I learned is you really need to have, yun nga, sinabi ko kanina, ironclad systems. Doon ako medyo nagsastruggle kasi sobrang wide ng scope ng services namin. And nahihirapan pa akong gumawa ng sobrang magandang system. So yun yung biggest challenge ko right now, which I feel like I'm slowly fixing. Kasi nga naman, you can only fix that through experience, right?
Totoo. Learn by doing talaga lahat. Wala talagang
Oo,
easy way
totoo.
out. Hindi yan pag nanood kang YouTube, after that, okay ka na. Hindi talaga siya ganun.
Tsaka ano rin, don't be afraid. If there's one advice that I can give, actually, don't be afraid to try out your ideas. Kasi I was watching this masterclass with Sarah Blakely. Si Sarah Blakely, yung inventor ng Spanx. Spanx is a multi-billion-dollar business. And she's just started it on her own. As in, sarili, self-made siya. No help from the parents. She comes from middle-class family. And sinabi niya talaga, if you have a crazy idea, pursue it and try to nurture it. Kasi there are so many billion-dollar ideas that get shoved. Kasi nga, but people
Nade-discourage.
automatically dismiss it as, oh, that's crazy. That's never gonna work. Tapos ang sinasabi niya, my idea was crazy and I pursued it and now I'm a billionaire. Parang ganon.
Inspiring, no? Sana maging
Inspiring
billionaire din
talaga.
tayo agad. Ano ba yan? Nakaka-excite and
Ang galing talaga
nakaka-motivate.
niya.
Totoo,
Mm.
totoo. And sa akin, ang pinaka-important also is, aside from being smart, you also have to really work hard at first. Kasi, di ba, minsan ang saying nating,
Aray.
work hard, but bakit?
Yun nga, I have to work hard. Yeah, I know I have to work hard.
Totoo. Sabi nila, work hard but work smarter. But at first talaga, you really have to work the hardest para malaman mo how to go about everything. How you can work smart. Kasi talagang lahat yan nag-uumpisa sa effort na kaya mong ibigay. 'Di ba? Branding pa nga lang, yung iba 1 to 2 years na, some even 5 years, 'di ba? So talagang
Yeah.
kailangan mong pagtiyagaan.
So, important talaga yung branding. I really have to express it. That said, thank you guys for staying with us for another episode of
Growing up with Ben and
Chris. We release new episodes every Wednesdays at 6 p.m. And we would really appreciate it if you could follow our podcast to be updated every time we release a new one.
yes, and you can stay in touch with us. You just follow me on Instagram, Benedict_Kua.
Mine is at Christian Somera. That's Kristian Somera. Once again, this has been Chris.
And this has been Ben reminding you to never dismiss an idea that can potentially change your life. Yeah.
Bye.
Bye. Growing Up with Ben and Chris is a Spotify original podcast hosted by me, Benedict Kua, and Christian Somera. Don't forget to follow so you won't miss a single episode. Sige na, please. Hello, Benedict here, your friendly neighborhood podcaster.
And I'm Christian, and Ben, you've got a friend in me. You got troubles? I got them too. There isn't anything I wouldn't do for you. We stick together. We can see you through. 'Cause you got a friend in me. Yeah.
Alam mo, Finlex mo lang yung boses mo doon.
Bakit?
Add it up.
Alam ko yung song na yan. You
Where
got
is
a
it from?
friend in me. Hindi ko alam kung
Hindi
saan
yan sa
galing.
Mojako, Ben. Hindi sa
Hindi.
Mojako yan galing.
Alam ko kasi, Lion King.
How have you been, Benny? Kamusta?
I'm okay. Nagiging productive na ako slowly but surely because nagja-gym na ako. Wow! Nag-workout na ako ulit. How are you?
First time ba? I'm great. I've been spending a lot of time with my friends recently, kind of like a break from all the work that I've been doing, which has been crazy
I
hectic.
know. I see a lot of your stories. Nako po, ang dami pong client ng KinSpace, guys.
Wow, dami talaga. Pero kulang pa rin. Baka naman.
Baka naman,
Guys.
guys. Mag-recommend naman kayo dyan. Nag-plug na lang. Yung mga friends mo ngayon na kasama mo, saan? Madalas.
Yung friend, well, I live with my friends from my I live with my friends from my previous work. So ano rin sila, flight attendant sila. And yun, I've been spending a lot of time with them since it's the pandemic, wala sila masyadong flights. I'm glad that I'm able to catch up with them. But ikaw ba, during the pero nakikita ko sa vlogs mo, parati mo naman kasama sila Q.
Oo nga eh. Parang na-frustrate ka na.
Hindi ko na-frustrate.
Sabi niya, sila na lang lagi mo kasama. Wala na akong time sa iba kong friends. Yeah, pero kasi ngayon I needed to be motivated. So, kami mismo yung nag-shoot ng content, tutulungan each other, ganyan. Pero, ayun nga, hindi naman lahat ng friends ko I get to meet these days kasi nga pandemic. May ganun ka ba? Like, ang dami mong types of barkada. Kasi yung iba, di ba, parang isa lang barkada nila. Parang feeling ko ako apat.
Yeah. Sabi nga nila, parang quality over quantity. Pero ako parang ang dami pa rin ang quantity. Pero medyo quality pa rin naman.
Parang sumobra.
Ako kasi, what I noticed sa akin, Ben, parang nag-move on ako, but I don't completely cut ties with my old friends. It's just that I have my friends my core friends at the moment. And ganun siya every stage of my life. Like when I was in elementary, when I was in high school, when I was in college, and when I was working. Ikaw ba? Ganun ka rin ba?
Totoo, ganyan din yun sa akin. Meron ako nung high school, nung nag-work ako sa panibago kong work. Medyo tight naman kami. Although meron ka talagang friends na yung sila
High
lang
school?
yung constant. Oo, high school. Hanggang ngayon,
So,
barkada.
anong tight? Sobrang tight nyo. Pati nga, ako na-meet ko na yung iba mong friends.
Oo nga, ex ko pa nga yung
Tight
isa ko,
manager.
di ba?
Hi, Christine. Bait ni Christine. I met her. She's such a sweetheart. Buti na
Oo.
lang at iwan mo si Ben.
Oy, si Raolo ka.
You deserve better.
Ayun, kasal na
Ako
tuloy
yung
siya
may-
ngayon.
Do you agree, Ben, na ano? Because I remember I said si Christine is such a sweetheart. Do you agree that friends of the same feather flock together?
Oo.
Like, tell me who your friends are and I'll tell you who you are. Yung mga ganong...
Gets. Alam mo, mas na-gets ko yung una, pinahirapan mo ko dun sa second. But, oo, totoo, kapag marami kaming bagay na ginagawa na we both enjoy, yun talaga yung mga nakaka-click ko. Or, for example, same kami ng views in life, yung mga, culture is a part of it as well. Ang daming factors eh, pero sa akin talaga, kung ano yung morals nila, yun yung
Yeah, and
mas
principles.
nadodron ako. And principles, correct. Ikaw ba? Paano yung sa friends mo?
The same, but ako kasi like I have different personalities and I usually have like a go-to group of friends for this certain personality that I have, which is weird. Ganun ka rin ba? No, ganun ka rin. Kasi like I would say, iba yung I met na kasi your high school friends, iba sila than sila Kyo, right? Iba yung parang kumbaga yung high school friends mo, hindi naman nila trip yung YouTube ano mo. Like your whole content creating interests, they're not as into it as say sila Kyo. So parang I guess ganun naman lahat ng tao.
Totoo yan. Like, kunyari, pag adventure, hindi naman lahat din ng friends ko from my other,
Adventurous, yeah.
jobs, mahilig din mag-adventure, ganun. So, bagayan lang talaga. So, siguro mga ano yan eh, like, this weekend, etong barkada. Next weekend, huwag ko na siya isama kasi hindi naman niya trip yung gagawin ko this weekend. So, iba namang barkada. Pero ang funny kasi, yung mga friends na na-meet ko, ang sama ko ba pag sinabi ko na I chose them carefully?
No naman, but I wouldn't say, yeah, I guess you could say that you chose them carefully. Pero kasi I feel like all of us go through like elimination method. Like, oh, this is not gonna stick. This friendship is not gonna stick. Okay, I'm gonna limit this friendship to hi, hello, like on Instagram.
Yeah,
But
totoo.
not like I'm gonna be vulnerable in front of you. May mga ganon. And usually, I feel like medyo Darwin, medyo natural selection yun, survival of the fittest.
Totoo
to be your
yan.
friend.
Paano yung yung iba bang selection process mo? Like, based on experience ba? Pagka may ginawa silang masama sa'yo, now off ka na, you don't fight for the relationship? Or you just see through the person? Parang ganun.
Depends. Ako initially talaga, when we talk about something that I know not a lot of people know about or not a lot of people like, I immediately feel a certain bond with you. Like for example, certain tastes in a series. Like I remember one time, meron akong nakalipad sa flight. We talked about this show called Happy Endings. Not a lot of people know that.
Hindi ko nga din alam
Nanonood siya
eh.
nun.
So, di ba
Yeah,
dapat tayo
and-
friends?
You should watch Happy Endings. For me, it's still the next best thing to Friends. People say it's how I
Recent
get.
series?
People say it's How I Met Your Mother. It's not talaga. It's Happy Endings for me.
Sige, try ko
You should
nga
watch
yan.
it. Wala masyadong nakakala. Anyway, basta these people, and then literature also helps a lot if there are people who've read books that not a lot of people, like I have read and not a lot of people have read. I immediately feel a certain connection because you feel like you're like in a little club na you appreciate something that not a lot of people appreciate. So, yun yung initial ko. And then, trust grows from there na kapag ka, okay, let's hang out, and then you do things for each other, and then, yun na. Yun na yung sa akin. Ikaw ba?
Sa akin, di ko alam kung selfish siya. Well, at some point, kailangan naman natin maging selfish when we're choosing our friends, di ba? Oh, binild up ko yung ano.
Selfish ka lang talaga.
Oy, sira! So sa akin, pagka nagpakita ng care sa akin and genuinely nararamdaman ko yung care. Like for example, meron akong isang event, hindi ko alam, nandun na siya, nagsusupport, or kunyari, nagkasakit ako, magpapadala ng something, ganyan. Yung mga hindi mo ine-expect or would randomly kamustahin yung mental health mo, 'di ba? It really means a lot. So yun yung mga gusto mo magstay sa life mo. Parang ang dami kong
Yeah.
hugot, no? Parang meron na ata akong
But
friends
ako,
before na
ang
hindi
weird-
ganon.
Ako na-pressure naman ako when my friends ask me about my mental health. It's so
Bakit?
weird. Like, I'd rather that they wait for me to open up and then just tolerate me or just be supportive.
Siguro,
I don't know.
depende sa personality din. Depende din yan.
Yeah.
Ako kasi yung type na I won't open up like until tanungin mo ko. Like I just keep it to myself. Ganun lang. Ako lang nakakaalam, 'di ba?
Ano kasi ako like, you've watched Grey's Anatomy, right? Ay, hindi masyado.
Hindi eh. First episode lang. Yung sinend mong link sa akin.
Oy, Netflix yun. Wala akong sinasend na link sa'yo. Illegal yun.
Netflix. Netflix pala, Netflix.
Tawag dyan.
What about
Kasi
it?
ang friendship ni Christina and ni Meredith, sobrang parang no fluff friendship. They're really just real to one another. Wala sila yung, oh, let's embrace, you're my best friend. They're not like that. They act like they're sisters talaga. Like, I'll have your back. Like, if you murder someone, I'm gonna be there to help you clean it up.
Totoo.
Parang ganon. Parang I'm the person you call in case you get in trouble.
Yung
Parang,
sidekick mo, parang ganyan.
Hindi rin sidekick eh. It's more like, na-realize ko nga,
Partners in
problematic
crime.
ba yun? Partners in crime, yeah. Na-realize ko, problematic ba yun? Kasi what if nga, yun nga, if you murder someone, I'll help you carry the body. Isn't that a bit problematic? Like, you won't call them, especially in this day and age where everything has to be politically correct.
Hindi ko alam kasi I would want the same eh. Pero not to a point na kunyari,
Natutulungan ka.
oo, may katulungan ako kunyari sa kahit anong decision ko sa life, support niya ako, ganyan. Pero not to a point na kapag nagalit ako sa isang tao, totally magagalit na din siya. Mas gusto ko yung bibigyan niya ako ng clearer judgment and not not let my anger be his or her anger then towards that person. Oh, ang bait kong tao, Anghel. Ito, funny yung story na alam mo, hindi lahat ng friendship, di ba? Alam mo naman na hindi nag-work. So, yun sa akin, marami akong failed na friendships. Which I really want to talk about yung mga failed friendships natin after
Yeah.
this break. Okay, we'll be right back.
This podcast will help you improve your life and it will do more for you and your overall health in the long run than any of my vlogs have ever done. Where I, Will Dasovich, embark on this journey to improve all aspects of my life and bring you, the listener, with me so that both of us together can perform to the best of our capabilities and maximize our existence.
Tell everybody I'm back in the game.
Will Dasovich Superhuman is out now. Tap now to listen for free on Spotify.
Bak.
We'll be right back. Anyway, so ayun, dati ang dami kong mga barkada na minsan iniisip ko, ano ba to? Naging barkada ko lang sila dahil gusto ko na maraming friends or late ko lang na-realize na you just have to select a couple of yung matatawag mong best friends mo talaga. And minsan kahit
Ikaw,
best
Ben,
friends mo
napakarami mong best friend talaga.
Huwag mo ako i-judge kasi ang dami ko.
Lahat na best friend. You know, I dated someone na kinorekt ako. Sabi ko, oh, she's one of my best friends. Sabi niya, then she's not your best friend. If she's just one of the many. Tangina.
Totoo ba yun? Ba't nagagalit?
No wonder we don't work out.
Siguro dapat may mag-imbento ng term. Pero gets mo yung meaning ng best friend. Hindi talaga siya yung like top 1, ganon. Pero marami silang
Yeah.
top 1. O, di ba?
Oh,
Malabo
shit.
na sinabi ko.
Kasi naman ang weird. Like, for example, pinakilala mo ako. Sabihin natin kay Aggie, oh, Chris, this is Aggie. She's one of my better friends.
Wow.
Kasi hindi nga pwedeng
Ang
best.
pangit,
Kasi
diba,
pag
pag
best,
ganun?
isa lang. She's one of my better friends.
Going back to yung mga failed friendships natin. Ano yung mga naging sign sa'yo na, ay, ayoko na maging friend to? Kasi dun sa experience ko was, parang naiinis siya the more na nagiging successful ako. I-shout out na ba natin to?
Sabihin
Joke
mo.
lang.
Gusto ko malaman. Never mo pa sinabi sa akin yan. Kung sino yan.
Hindi, joke lang. I mean, hindi ko
So,
sasabihin
ang sweet pa
syempre.
naman ng friends mo kapag may mga YouTube events ka, they'd always show up.
Oo, kasi nga, carefully selected na sila.
Sila na yung nakapasa sa screening.
Sila na yung nakapasa sa interview ko. Pero yung mga hindi ko na ipasa sa interview, sila yung mga marirealize mo na friends lang sila pag may nagigain sila. Pero pag
Yeah.
wala silang
Ako,
nagigain, hindi na
Ang first,
gets.
hindi ka na nila ipa-friend.
O parang
Yeah.
ganun.
Ako, ang pinaka-test of friendship ko is when I'm not there, they defend me. Yun
Ay,
talaga.
gusto ko
Because
din
there are
yan.
friends who really won't defend you kapag when someone, especially sa culture ng work ko before, it's really, really, really chismis forever.
Mm-mm.
Ano talaga siya. Kaya, it's good to have friends who has your back. Right?
Totoo. But would you
Yeah.
agree na,
Have your back pala. It's good to have friends who have your back.
sige, paki-finalize muna kung have or had. Would you agree na, ano ba yung sabihin ko?
Anong kaagrihan ko, Ben? Yes, I agree.
You agree? And that's what friends.
Ay, naku po. Oh.
Wait lang, sabaw.
Ano?
Would you agree Teka lang, na blackout ako. Would you agree na kaya mo mag-mold ng friendship sa isang tao? Kasi meron akong funny story.
To force a friendship?
Hindi
Like
naman to
force a
force.
friendship out of this person? Like, I'm gonna be friends with this person.
No, that's a harsh term, yung force. But like, medyo ganun siya. Kasi nung nag-intern ako, I lost all my friends. Kasi nga, nung college, nagkaroon kami ng mga love triangle and stuff, ganyan. Tapos sumama sila doon. Ganon. And because of that, wala akong friends. Tapos nung nag-work na ako, doon sa winaworkan ko sa internship ko, I met this girl na OJT din. Si Aggie, shout out to Aggie.
Minention ko na si Aggie kanina.
No, but hindi mo alam paano kami naging friends. I actually, nung second day namin na nasa work, umiiyak-iyak na ako noon, parang natatangahan na siya sa akin. Sabi niya, ba't umiiyak to out of nowhere? Parang gago. Parang gano'n. So sinabi ko sa kanya na, pwede bang ikaw na lang maging best friend ko.
Oh
Tapos
my God.
from then, I know, sobrang loser ko noon. Gago ka, but it worked.
Best friend.
Sabi ko sa kanya, uy, pwede ba ikaw na lang maging best friend ko? Tapos parang siya,
Kasi yung best friends ko noon, nagjowa eh.
oo Tapos natsyapuera ako, ganun eh. Tapos, natawa naman ako, umagri naman siya.
Okay. Kawawa ka naman.
Parehas kami may sapak sa utak, kaya siguro kami naging mag-best friends ngayon. Pero ikaw, tingin mo nag-work yung ganun? Because it worked for me.
Ako hindi. It's just that when I meet someone and I immediately like them. Like my friend Jer, her name is Jer. When I first saw her, she's the spunkiest person you could ever meet. Like she had this pixie cut hair, no F's given. Like I'm gonna rock this look. It's like, this girl is gonna be my friend. Fast forward to like 7 years later, housemates na kami ngayon. Yeah, sometimes kasi gagaan yung love mo. So whatever communication whatever conversation they initiate with you, you'd always have a positive feedback. So naturally, a friendship would ensue, right?
Totoo. Tsaka, feeling ko dito rin papasok yung parang, you are who you surround yourselves with. Yourselves, ang dami! You are who you, ano yung ba yung point ko? Ikaw na, you are,
Hindi ko rin talaga alam.
you are who you surround yourself with.
Pag-usapan natin sa Growing Up Problems page on Facebook.
Basta, ikaw yung ano.
You are who you surround yourself with. Ano
Yun
ba,
nga
Ben?
yung point ko. Ba't humaba ng gano'n? Naging 1 minute. Kasi for me, lahat ng mga friends ko ngayon, the good friends, basta lahat ng friends ko ngayon, they make me a better person. Totoo yun. Kahit magkakaiba kami ng personality, parang there are times na I'm kind of surprised na I'm learning a lot from them. May ganun kang
Yeah.
experience.
Yeah. One of my, ito growing up to, one of my best friends, who's in the US, her name is Sam. I told her kanina lang actually or kahapon. Sabi ko sa kanya, you know what? You really are the cool ate I never had. Kasi, ano talaga siya nagtuturo, all of the cool stuff, not that I know a lot of cool stuff, but what is considered cool, I usually get it from her. Like, she's the one who got me into Friends growing up, na hindi pa siya sikat. Isipin mo how big of a deal Friends is now. Even before everybody got into it, bata pa lang kami, we were watching it na.
Mm-mm.
So she was like the cool ate that I never had. May ganun ako. Tapos yung barkada ko naman ng college, we call ourselves the Furious Five.
Wow! May pangalan.
Yeah. Sila yung para kong family. Yung parang family na naiwan ko sa Davao. Parang ganun. Yung it's someone you could always go back to.
May iba-ibang category
Parang
talaga, no?
Oo, meron talaga ako. Yung mga ngayon, yung mga mga ratchet friends ko, yan, yung mga housemate ko.
Ratchet.
Kasama ko sa mga
Ng
kabalastugan.
mga gala, ganun. Landian.
Ay, grabe. Hindi malalandi yung mga yun. Joke.
Hindi.
Malalandi po sila.
Dating.
Search niyo
ganun.
sila lahat. Joke.
Pero may challenge ako sa'yo. Magbigay ka ng top 3 or 5 criteria mo na hinahanap sa friendship.
Sinabi ko na yung first ko kanina kaya. Sabi ko number 1, defense you, na wala ka.
Oh, so kulang ng 2,
Number-
di ba?
Oo nga. Alam, hindi na ako nakaisip ng pangalawa. Number 2, siguro, ayoko, ang hirap na. Ikaw na nga mauna, pass.
All pass ko
Question mo
naman.
yan, sagutin mo muna. Mag-iisip ako. Baka agree lang din ako sa sinasabi mo.
Ako, pag nag-show ng care sa akin, that's number 1. Number 2, andyan sila pag kailangan ko sila. Number 3, makes me a better person. Yung kaya akong pagalitan. Kasi yung friends na hindi ako kaya pagalitan, hindi minsan iniisip ko kung friend ko ba talaga sila or we're just civil, we're just having fun together. Kasi pag di nila ako kaya pagalitan or sabihin
Hindi
na mali
kasi-
yung decision ko, parang hindi ko din alam if tama yung ginagawa ko. Parang walang nagsasabi sa akin na mali ako.
Yeah, but Ben, there are ways naman kasi to parang not really scold you, but to like educate you without being mean.
Totoo
Like,
naman.
I have friends that they're not mean about it. Like,
Bakit?
yung
Criteria
yung
mo ba
support-
yon? Nangingalam ka ng
Eh,
criteria.
gusto ko nga pinapagalitan ako eh. Bakit ba?
Gusto ko nung sinasabay ako eh. Na ano mo yung ano ko eh.
Basta ako number 1, I guess, defends me when I'm not around. Number 2 is someone who's really kalad ka rin. Ang taas talaga ng sa priority list ko nun. Kailangan, anytime, game. Hindi yung maraming reasons not to go. In which case, hindi kami jive, I guess.
Oh, baka naman tinatamad lang or ayaw talaga lumabas, pinipilit mo lumabas.
Eh,
Pero criteria mo nga yan.
Category mo ba? Criteria mo ba, Ben?
Eto na, since mga laugh trip tong pinag-uusapan natin, pag-usapan naman natin yung kung paano sasabihin sa isang friend na I think our friendship is not working anymore after the short break.
Uy, ikaw. Oo, ikaw nga. May tanong ako. Open-minded ka ba? Gusto mo bang yumaman? Well, sa totoo lang, di ka nag-iisa boy. Dahil kami din! Kaya nga tayo may Team Payaman eh. Ano yun? Ano ginagawa ng Team Payaman? Tara! Alamin natin ang mga sikreto at pangyayari behind the scenes sa Payaman Insider Season 2. Listen for free only on Spotify.
Ayan, sobrang hirap niyan. Kaya mo ba yon?
Ben, alam mo, may topic na tayo niyan, when to break up with your friend.
Totoo ba?
Oo.
Nakalimutan ko.
Oo.
So, so puntahan na lang nila, ganon?
Ang hindi natin na-discuss doon sa podcast na yun. What if you meet someone? What are the red flags to look out for to say na, oh, I'm not gonna befriend you.
Ay,
Ganon.
pwede, no?
Kasi may times na, okay, they're nice to you, ganyan. Pero alam mo sa sarili mo na, this person can never be my friend, or we can never be friends. Yon, ano yung mga red flags na hinahanap mo kapag ka...
Napaisip
I'll
ako
go
tuloy.
first. I'll go first.
Oh,
I
TikTok.
don't like... Yeah. I don't... I'll go first.
Tell me. I'll go first.
Ako, I don't like it when they talk about other people with me. Like, hindi tayo, like, I would understand kasi I don't like kasi when people talk about other people negatively with acidity. You know what I mean? Like with malice.
Oo. Mm-mm.
I don't like that. Red flag
Nakakapikon
na
yung
automatic
ganun.
sa akin yun. Like, if you can do it to that person, then you can do it to me. So, I'd rather not surround myself with you.
Totoo.
Pero syempre, hindi naman tayo dito nagmamalinis. May times naman din na tayo, I'm sure kayo rin ng mga friends mo, you make fun of people. But it's all like in the spirit of having fun. It's all in jest, whatever, Ben. Meron din kayo mga tinatawanan ng friends mo. But it's all...
Normal naman
it's
yun sa
all in the
barkada.
spirit of fun. Yeah, that's the difference eh. There's no malice. So ako, kapag nakita ko na ganyan, na you make fun of other people maliciously, na you know, na ang intent mo talaga is to destroy instead of like to make light of a certain mood. Kasi
Totoo.
kami, we like doing that. We like making fun of each other. And
Trip-trip
I guess
lang.
of other people. But like, just for fun. You know, not really maliciously. So if I meet someone na ganon, no, so if I meet someone who's like that right off the bat, turn off na talaga ako. Like, it's, kung sobrang persistent mo na gusto mo ako i-friend, fine, I'll keep you around. But I'll always be alert na I can never tell you all of my secrets. You know, things like that.
Yeah. Ako, very observant ako. So, wow, ba't may ganong statement? I would like to think very observant ako. So, kapag nalalaman ko na may mga unti-unti siyang finifeed na details sa akin na secret ng iba, in order to gain my trust, or kunyari, mas ma-lighten up yung situation, mag-share siya ng something na sinabi sa kanya. Pero hush ka lang, Ben. Yung ganon. Sobrang,
Bagong pa lang, no?
nakakadiri. Parang alam mo yon, kailangan mong sabihin yung secrets ng iba para makuha mo yung heart nung gusto mong i-friend.
Yeah.
Same yan sa work.
That's such a good criterion.
O, diba?
Yeah, that's such a good criterion. Ako din, yung ganyan. Like, but sometimes, syempre, pag, hindi, ayoko, no, ang PR
May
ko
sometimes
palagi
ka pa dyan, ha?
Sabi ko kasi, sometimes kasi it's entertaining when they gossip, but like,
May exception ka pa.
Don't
Ibig
do it,
sabihin,
don't come.
chismoso ka.
don't gossip, kids. O hindi ako chismoso kaya, you know that. Mas chismoso ka pa sa atin.
Pero paano naman i-nurture yung friendship? Kasi lagi natin sinasabi kung anong kailangan natin from friends. Paano ba natin i-nurture yung friendship?
To give them what you want given to you. It's the golden rule, right?
Oo,
Don't
tama
do
naman.
not do other. Something like that. You just have
Paisip
to
ako.
reciprocate. Kung ano yung ina-expect mo, gawin mo rin sa kanila.
Tsaka I think
Like,
hindi dapat matakot.
Sinasabi mong you check up on you want them to check up on your mental health, do the same thing to them. You want them to send you stuff when you're sick, do the same thing to them. When was the last time you sent someone food because they were sick, Ben?
Mas maganda akong sagot. I sent a cake to my best friend kasi wala lang. Nagandahan lang ako dun sa cake. That was last week, okay? BTS fan siya. Nakakita ako ng BTS cake. So in order ko, binigay ko sa kanya. Happy BTS Day. Sweet kaya yun.
Oo nga, actually. Sana ma-experience ko rin yung padala-padala ng mga cake.
Oo,
na ganyan.
sige. Papadalan kita ng cake. Ano bang ano mo ngayon? Pinapakinggan.
I think mas gusto ko, text ko sa Gcash number ko. Parang mas gusto ko yun. Parang thinking of you, here's 20,000 pesos.
Sure ka bang friendship tong atin o modus? Di na ako sure. Parang nagiging modus
Summer
na.
pala.
Oo. Pero seryoso, for me, ano siya, kaya mo mag-sacrifice kahit inconvenient for you. Kasi minsan, di ba,
Yeah.
yung ibang tao,
Yeah,
willing
I
lang sila
think
to
that's
help
what-
you pag convenient.
Yeah, that's what makes a good friendship. If you
Totoo.
can sacrifice if it's convenient for you, which really makes me evaluate my friendships. Kasi recently, one of my closest friends left her cat dito sa bahay.
Yeah.
Sobrang takot talaga ako sa pusa. Like, phobia level. Like, I would dream about cats eating me and my guts.
Oh my God.
Kaya sobrang hindi ko talaga kaya. Sabi ko, I can't, Tony, hindi ko talaga kaya. You're gonna kill me.
So, anong ginawa mo?
But I love you so much. Tapos sobrang lala. I was painting, natalsikan ko ng pintura yung pumunta niya. Tapos, syempre, napunta sa skin niya. So, dinilaan niya. So, I was panicking. Sabi ko, what am I gonna do?
Hindi mo
Yeah,
sinabi.
just an anecdote. Sinabi ko, sa
Ah,
kanya
sinabi.
ko nga sinabi, what am I gonna do? Kasi syempre dinilaan niya, nagkaputi-puti na yung dila niya, nagpanic ako. So I had to research ano yung composition ng nung paint na and if it's really dangerous for animals. Anyway, we digress. But yun nga, I'll reevaluate and I'll do things. I'll do
So, guys,
things beyond my comfort zone for my
Takot siya sa
friends.
pusa. So, pag nakita niyo siya, alam na paano takutin si Christian Somera.
Takot talaga ako, promise. Kaya, yun. Ikaw ba, kaya mo i-face yung phobia mo for your best friend?
Ang phobia ko kasi, like, ants. Pag maraming
Oh,
lang,
sige.
hindi ko nga kaya actually. Oo.
Oh,
Nagagalit
oh.
nga ako pag may mga tira-tirang food sa table eh. Kahit sa mga friends ko. Kasi nilalanggam. Tapos pag nilalanggam, na flashback ako dun sa time na gumapang lahat ng ants dun sa paa ko. Kasi nakatapak ako ng anthill. Alam mo yung anthill? Wow!
Ba naman? Is that Nuno sa Punso? Nuno. Thank you,
No,
Nuno.
sa punso. Yeah, something like that. So, gumapang lahat ng ants sa paa ko. Etong mga ants na yan, nakakainis yung mga yan kasi pag umakit yan sa paa mo lahat, hindi mo mararamdaman, hindi sila kakagat isa-isa.
Until they bite
Sabay-sabay.
you.
Sabay-sabay
Yeah.
silang kakagat. So, iba yung trauma ko nun. So, iba na rin yung title ng podcast about our traumatic experiences.
Ako, nalalaman ko agad kasi sobrang mabuhok ako. So kahit saang part ng body ko sila magland, alam ko agad, there's a foreign object on my arm.
Pero pag ang dami, tas maliliit, tas bigla na lang sabay-sabay kumagat, ibang level din talaga.
Pero yun nga, that's an exercise, no, that we can do to our friends. Let's reevaluate what our friends need na that may be uncomfortable for us, and let's try to do it for them.
Totoo.
Kasi for sure, if you've managed to keep them this long, grabe rin yung nabe-benefit mo sa friendship. So, let's try and reciprocate that. That's good. That's good advice.
Amen. Ikaw
Ano yung sariling advice? That's good advice. Pero alam mo, Ben, it's easy for us to say, but for introverts, like yung talagang introverts, it's hard for them. So, let's talk more about how to actively find friends after the short break.
Guys, may kwento ko.
Ano yan? Oo nga, ano yung kwento?
Yung ano, alam niyo na to.
Kwento mo na kasi.
So eto, si nag Grabe. Di ko in-expect na akalain mo yun?
Finally! Holy Listen to the full kwento in Between Us Queens, hosted by Carla Lizardo.
Bianca Guidotti.
And Pia Wurtzbach.
Follow us and listen for free only on Spotify.
So let me ask you, Ben, ikaw ba na-try mo na to act, well, yung sinabi mo ngayon sa best friend mo, but is that like an isolated event or is that something that you always do? Like, you walk up to random people, can you be my friend?
No, I was just really broken that time. Pero hindi talaga. Ako talaga, minsan malalaman mo naman yan, spur of the moment, biglang, uy, click kayo, di ba?
Yeah. Ako, if you really wanna, siguro hindi naman problema ng introverts yun, no? Kasi mas gusto nga nilang maging, mag-isa.
Totoo.
But if you really want to actively look for friends, don't like look for friends. Just go do things that involve other people. And you'd be surprised at the community you'll find yourself in or you immerse yourself in. And then the friendships that will form organically while doing the activities that you love doing. Like for example, etong si Ben, mahilig mag-diving. You go on a diving trip. Recently, he went on a diving trip and he made friends with divers, right?
Yes, sarap sa feeling nun. Pero alam mo, ang daling sabihin na may criteria tayo, this is how you choose your friends, ganyan. Pero ang dami talagang nahihirapan. Like, di nila alam paano i-sustain yung friendship niya kasi naguguluhan na siya. Parang pasuko na siya pero hindi niya alam sabihin. So pag ganyan yung feeling nyo, lakasan mo yung loob mo kasi for life yung friendship na yan, pag tinolerate mo for a long time, ikaw din yung majajahe.
Yeah. So you're saying kapag feeling mo pag feeling mo ang dami ng red flag, drop na.
Yeah, or you can align. Pero ang hirap kasi mag-align eh.
Ikaw ang hilig mo talaga. Saan ka nakita na, I don't think, at sabagay, pinag-usapan
Wait.
natin to. Just listen to our episode, yung
I broke up with
my
best-
friend. Yeah.
I love that.
Yeah.
Actually, ang dami natin nasasabi every time we talk about friends, no? It really means na an importance ng
Kasi
friendship
we're-
sa atin.
Oh, does that mean we're both extroverts? You
I
think?
think so. Ganun din siguro. Or
Hindi ko
kailangan lang
naman
talaga na lahat ng
introvert
tao
ako.
ng friends kasi din.
Hindi kasi, you know what? I feel like the real introverts, they don't. I mean, sure, friends are cool and all, but I don't need it.
Yeah, but if ever na but kung meron silang friends, kunyari dalawa lang, it would really mean a lot also to them, I think. Ano ba yung point ko?
Yeah. No, that makes sense. That makes sense. No, they
Ah,
don't
okay.
need a lot of friends. They just need a couple who they can trust.
Yeah.
And ganun nga. Grabe, alam mo yun yung always kong tanong sa mga TV shows that I watch. How come they don't have a lot of friends? Like, they only have like 4 or 5.
Oo, parang enough na ba yun? Ako nakukulangan ako sa ganong friends. Nagko-collect ata ako ng friends. Yun ata yung recent collection ko, friends.
I think it's because Filipinos are so sociable.
Oh, totoo din naman.
Yun talaga yun, yeah.
Tsaka ako, love na love ko yung sarili ko ngayon din because of how they made me feel. And kumbaga kung ano yung naambag
How
nila
did
sa
they
life
make
ko.
you feel, Ben?
They made me feel
Like a natural woman?
that I am important, that I matter, that they always listen to me. Ganun.
That's good. It's good. Kasali ba ako dyan sa mga...
Oo
that you
naman.
mentioned?
Oo naman. Kahit anong complicated nung criteria mo.
Na?
Wala, joke lang. Ako ba
Criteria
kasali
ko.
dyan sa friendship mo?
Kasi
Ang tagal
part
nag-isip,
ng criteria-
huwag na.
Di ba, hindi, kasi di ba part ng criteria ko nga na ayoko when they talk about other people maliciously. Doon, medyo ganun ka kasi, Ben. So,
Kapal
medyo
ang mukha
always
mo,
ako red
ah.
flag sa'yo.
Ang kapal ng mukha mo. Thank you so much for listening to our podcast. Buisit to si Chris eh. If you wanna hear more of our podcast, marami kaming mga magagandang topics. You can just follow our podcast on Spotify and pwede kayo makihalubilo sa amin sa aming FB group na Growing Up Problems with Ben and Chris.
Yes, and maybe you can find friends there, di ba?
Totoo.
Kasi ang dami na, I'm glad every time we start a topic and then they all just talk. Just keep doing it. We're all friends here. Let's all make friends because we're all awkward in real life. Anyway, if you want to keep up with us through our socials, mine is at Christian Somera. That's at KRISTIAN Somera.
And mine is Benedict_Kua.
Once again, this has been Chris.
And this has been Ben reminding you that there are friends, there is family, and there are friends that become your family. Wow.
Aww. Bye!
Bye! Growing Up with Ben and Chris is a Spotify original podcast hosted by me, Benedict Kua, and Christian Somera. Don't forget to follow so you won't miss a single episode. Sige na, please. Hola, kamusta everyone? Benedict here, your friendly neighborhood podcaster.
And I'm Christian. People think a soulmate is your perfect fit, and that's what everyone wants. But a true soulmate is a mirror. The person who shows you everything that is holding you back. The person who brings you to your own attention so you can change your life.
Oh my God, nakita ko yung soulmate ko sa CR.
Add it up.
It's so crazy.
How are you? Because I heard you are not feeling well lately.
I am not.
Bakit? Ano nangyari sa'yo?
I've been feeling under the weather. I'm doing something for myself. I did something for myself and it made me bedridden.
Oh my
So
God.
here we are. Sorry if the energy is not as high as Benedict's.
Or ako na lang ang magpapaka-hyper.
Oo, ikaw na. I'll cheer you on while I'm in pain.
Parang kaya mo namang maging hyper pa din.
Hindi ako makatawa masyado. Masakit yung ko.
Sige, ako na lang ang tatawa. It's good that you mentioned na may ginawa ka for yourself. Because recently ako din, sobrang nag-invest ako sa fitness. Wow, fitness. Dahil nagja-gym na ako ngayon.
First time mo ba mag-gym ever, Ben? I mean, hindi ka ba nag-gym before?
Nagja-gym ako dati.
Parang nakasama na
siguro.
kita mag-gym before.
Oo, pero the last time I went to the gym was during the quarantine. Yung pinaka first, hindi, before. Yes, before quarantine pa pala yun. So that was almost, ang tagal na, no? Hindi ko na alam kung gaano katagal na yung COVID. But like, last
2
year pa.
years, man.
2 years na?
freaking years.
Crazy,
Yeah, a little over
crazy.
2 years na nga yata.
Yeah,
Ay,
and
hindi pala 2 years ba? Yeah, 2 years.
more or less, 'di ba? And ngayon, sobrang mahal actually kasi hindi ako makapag-train ng walang trainer. Wow, dependent. Kaya nag-avail ako ng training services dun sa coach doon. And then I also got meal plans. So ngayon 4 to 5 times na ako kumakain. Oh, 'di ba?
5 times ka kumakain in a day?
Oo, bakit? Baby
That's insane. I eat twice.
Totoo
Minsan
ba?
tinatamad pa ako.
No, ganun din talaga ako.
Yeah.
But it worked for you
But now
kasi
I'm taking antibiotics, so I need to eat 3 times. But
At-
yeah, good on you. 5 times. That's insane.
Yeah, it is. Eh, dati, di ba, pagka kumakain ako
Yeah,
twice
it
a
is.
day lang. Yeah, it is. Pag kumakain ako twice a day lang, lagi akong naglo-lose ng weight. So even if I feel full every meal, I just keep on losing weight. And it kind of affected my mental health. Kasi, yun nga, pinaka-sensitive ako doon pag kain naman ako ng kain, tapos I keep on losing weight. Hindi man lang ako nag-gain ng muscles and all. That's sad.
Sana all.
Bakit?
Wait, hold on. Do you work out every day?
I try to, but like now, siguro mga 4 times a week na lang. Cause every
Oh, that's
weekend
a
I go
lot na.
home. So, uwi ako, tapos yun na yung pahinga time ko. Although sabi ng coach ko sa akin, pagka nasa bahay ako, I can also do push-ups, ganyan. Kasi medyo, alam mo,
Grabe
na-inspire ako
naman,
kay Bretman
coach
kasi
mo.
grabe siya workout.
Yeah, that's because Bretman has a gym at home. So that's
Yeah.
literally all that he does.
Eh, pero may mga equipment din naman ako dito. Kahit ngayon piano ko, hindi ko napapiano every day. So, I really have to have
So
someone
yun
to
ang
push me.
yun ang goal mo, the way Bretman builds himself.
Kind of, dumb bitch.
That's good. That's good. A physical journey. Ako iba naman. Ang journey ko ngayon medyo spiritual.
Paanong
Kasi I've been on
spiritual?
the physical journey and I know that I need for me to be able to work out physically. Well, for me to be able to work out, I need to actually go to the gym and I don't feel safe yet. And I don't want to wear a mask kasi I've been getting mask knee. So for sure, pag nag-mask ako and then nag-workout ako, doble-doble yung magiging pimples
Effect.
na tuturo sa face ko. So right now, I'm focusing more internally. And then when everything normalizes, then maybe I'll join you in your whole Bretman Rock six-pack journey.
Visit ka. Pero alam mo, hindi tayo pwede magpakain sa pandemic. So we have to do it responsibly. So ang ginagawa ko, nakamask ako kahit nagja-jogging ako. Yun lang
Oo,
talaga
yun
yung
nga. Kailangan
consequence.
mag-mask. Hindi
Totoo.
naman kasi lahat kasing ganda ng skin mo.
Baliw.
Yung iba, nagma-mask ni.
Hindi.
Ako grabe talaga mask ni ko. So I really need to wait for it to calm down before I can start going to the gym. Pag hindi na required yung mask. Which,
Dahil siguro
at the rate that we're going, probably in around 4 years.
dahil siguro yung sa akin naman sa skin sa sa derma yun.
Ang galing naman ng derma. Name drop naman dyan.
Skin
Baka
cell,
naman.
skin cell, thank you. So yung mga sinasabi mong internal yan na spiritual journey mo ngayon. So kasama ba dyan yung mga smudging mo? Yung mga, alam ko may binili kang
Grabe.
parang mga yung
Yes.
parang bell.
Oh my
tawag
God.
doon?
Alam mo na realize ko, idol natin pareho si Bretman.
I was
Kasi ako
gonna
naman,
say.
full manifestation thing niya yung... But I didn't get it from him, obviously. I'm trying to practice this whole journey of mindfulness. It starts basically, ang pinaka-important anchor talaga for you to pull it off is meditation. Kasi with everything that's been going on with my life, with all of the major changes in my life, I really need to find my center. So every time I wake
Wow.
up, I spend kahit na 5 minutes lang yan, all quiet, and then just, feeling the earth around me and finding my center. Because after that, after I do my smudging, after I do my affirmations, dug, tuloy na yung work. Work sa
Totoo.
management job ko, work sa ko. And then I recently picked up a new skill that I really want to develop, so that also takes up a lot of my time. So I really need to find my center in the morning, and I felt na yun yung isa sa mga nakakapakalma sa akin. Otherwise, I'd have gone crazy a long time ago.
Yeah, but I kinda discovered actually na siguro dahil yung mga work mo din, requires a lot of internalization. Kaya gumagana yung mga ginagawa mo ngayon.
Yeah, yeah. And especially ang bago kong pinick up ngayon is affirmations. Like I look at myself in the mirror and I tell myself things. You know,
Totoo.
I affirm myself by myself na you don't kasi a lot of ang daming misconception na you need to get validation from others, kaya nga that's why social media is a big deal, kaya kailangan mo ng likes, ganyan. But really the affirmations that you need to come from you.
Kaya pala
Nowhere
sinabi mo kanina yung soulmate mo yung mirror kasi kinakausap mo yung sarili mo every morning.
That was from Eat, Pray, Love, man. It's about self-discovery kasi. It's about putting yourself out there and discovering yourself, and you have to understand na walang ibang makakagawa nun for you except your own. Na
Totoo.
walang significant other, walang friend, walang family. Yung self-discovery mo, that's a journey that you have to take on your own.
Yeah, but kung ano man yung pinaka-effective way, kayo ang makakaalam nun. So, to each his own talaga, no?
Yeah, to each his own. Yun nga, that's why you need to discover you need to do things to help you discover yourself. And when you discover yourself, you'll be more aware of your needs and, you know, how other people can complement you. Like the people that you keep in your life, like your significant other, your friends, and whoever else that, you know, that you need to keep in your life.
Totoo. Ngayon pa naman, pandemic, minsan feeling mo sobrang detached ka sa mga tao, no? So, I kind of wanted to invest also time for myself to connect with other people. Kasi na-realize ko na nung pre-pandemic nga, hindi ko sila masyado nakakausap. What more na ngayon na I feel really alone. Like literally in the house. 'Di ba? Parang kailangan mo also to reconnect with some people in your life kahit virtually. Ginagawa mo ba yun?
All the time. Well, I have housemates, so I connect with them all the time, but I never lose touch. Like, I have friends na we have Friday drinking sessions via Zoom and just catch up. I think that's very important. And it's good that you're doing that also because in these trying times, we have to feel connected. Kasi ang hirap nga kung isolated ka lang forever.
Oo nga. Ikaw, paano mo ba na-discover yung mga pag-aano mo? Ano ba yung tawag doon? Yung may parang kang golden vase that you, parang may iniikot ka na
Tibetan
thing.
singing bowl. That's all part of my meditation.
How did you discover
It's
that?
called being mindful.
Kung sinasabi mo
Well,
nga na
most
hindi
times-
talaga kay Bretman.
Hindi talaga kay Bretman, ano ba? But actually, my family sa father side ko, they're into those stuff talaga ever since I was a kid. Like, I'm sure if some of my cousins are listening, they know this kasi bata pa lang kami, our aunts would always teach us how to meditate, noon na ang tawag pa namin, albularyo, kasi nga sinasadyan nila kami. So it's been around for a long time, but now I guess that we're getting older and we're having more things to deal with. Mas nakikita natin yung need for it. I don't even know if it's placebo effect, but the fact of the matter is, the fact that you feel like you're calm, the fact that you feel like you're centered, you're telling your mind that you're calm and you're centered. Therefore, your body will follow. So even if placebo effect lang siya, which a lot of people say placebo effect lang naman yan, doesn't matter because as long as you're fooling yourself that you're calm, I feel like
It's
your body
working,
will
no?
really follow. Yeah. Ikaw, sa pagiging sa pag-workout mo so far, ano yung mga benefits na nakuha mo?
Ako, good mood ako parate. So, kapag malungkot ako, I try my best na i-push yung sarili ko to work out, which is not easy. Totoo yan.
It's not easy, definitely. But endorphins make people happy. And
Yes.
happy people just don't shoot their husbands.
Oo. At saka parang nag-develop ako ng bagong routine kasi parang bago ako nag-workout, pagising ko, self-pity muna. Gusto ko rin i-try yung meditation. Pero kaso, sa sobrang philosopher ko as a person, parang pag nag-try ako mag-meditate, sasabihin ko yung sa sarili ko na parang, uy, mukha ka ng tanga. Tapos matatawa na lang ako sa sarili ko. So, hindi siya na-work for me talaga. But,
Ganon. You have to just find peace. Yung a moment of peace where you're not thinking about anything. Like you said, ang dami mong iniisip. That's
I
one
agree.
way. Hard. I mean, ako, I haven't completely mastered it. Hindi pa ako, kasi nga overthinker ako. I can't last 2 minutes na wala akong iniisip. But there are exercises, like, for example, i-feel mo yung body parts mo. Like, it's hard to verbalize it.
nakakatakot yung
But
ano yun
There are
sinasabi
ways
mo.
to not to stop yourself from thinking too much when you're trying to meditate.
Feeling ko, ang kailangan ko kasi i-correct yung kapag nagsa-social media ako agad in the morning. So parang nawawala na ako ng mood to do other things. Kasi I feel like with my work, sobrang nasaswallow ako nung virtual world.
Yeah, that's so true. And then you have to convince yourself that you have to be productive. Eh, wala na. Naapektuhan ka na sa mga nakikita mo online. It's really hard. Like,
Yeah.
for example, there are days I can imagine there are days that you don't really feel as creatively charged. Tapos yung iba nakikita mo, bahala, nakadalawang post in the last 2 days, but ang dami na naisip. So that could block your whole process. Your
Oo,
whole
gusto ko nga
creative-
i-share yung mga yung mga ginagawa ko nung hindi ko pa na-discover na kailangan ko actually to invest more on myself. Nung parang happy-go-lucky na lang ako. But I'm gonna share it after this break.
This podcast will help you improve your life and it will do more for you and your overall health in the long run than any of my vlogs have ever done. Where I, Will Dasovich, embark on this journey to improve all aspects of my life and bring you, the listener, with me so that both of us together can perform to the best of our capabilities and maximize our existence. Will Dasovich Superhuman is out now. Tap now to listen for free on Spotify.
Nung hindi pa ako nag-i-invest sa sarili ko, lagi ako, aside from self-pity, napapabayaan ko talaga yung health ko. Like, I keep on complaining na I lose a lot of weight, I just eat twice a day, but it's really because of my discipline as a person. I don't wake up early, I sleep very late, and then my excuse would be, wala naman ako gagawin tomorrow, which is kind of true, 'di ba? So parang ang dami mong reason for yourself to not be disciplined. And yun yung mahirap kapag hindi ka talaga nagput ng effort to invest kung ano yung nagmamatter sa life mo. Nasad bigla no? Pero yun talaga ako dati. And I was so happy na I actually took action na sabi ko kahit anong mangyari, sige pupunta ako sa gym, magsa-sign up ako, magbabayad na ako ng 30 session dun sa coach para talagang manghinayang ako pag di ako pumunta. Grabe. Ikaw, ano pinaka-worst experience mo? Nung hindi mo na discover yung pagme-meditate and all.
Ako, ang worst experience ko would be, yun nga, aimless. Sa job ko kasi before, it didn't require a lot of out-of-work thinking. Like, we only work when we're at our workplace. After that, wala kami masyado iniisip. So, pag nasana yung mind ko na if I'm not in the aircraft, I'm not supposed to work. I'm not supposed to do anything. I can just, veg out and maging set and assume a sedentary lifestyle. So yun yung mga naging isang dangers nung ano. But now nga na every waking hour feeling ko may kailangan akong gawin. Yun naman yung inaano ko. I need to find peace actively. Kung ikaw, you need to find activeness actively. Ako, I need to find peace actively kasi ang dami ko nang iniisip naman.
So nasa personality talaga, no?
Nasa personality talaga. Tapos ngayon, I also tried to acquire a new skill. Like I've been saying in this podcast, I've been learning
Painting?
how to paint.
Wow.
Yeah. It's I feel like it's an invaluable skill naman.
Totoo naman. Tsaka maraming beses na minimension niya ni Chris. So, ibig sabihin, no, magpo-put up na siya ng online store soon. Nagbabenta siya ng painting. Support natin, guys.
No, it's just for fun. And, if people decide to buy, that would be great. I mean, it would be great to have like your own creation add to the aesthetics of somebody else's home. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So it's kind of enriching for me in that part na something that I created will be part of other people's homes. Ang hilig ko talaga mang-invade ng home. Kung hindi, parang hindi pa sapat sa akin na minumove around ko yung furniture nila. Gusto ko talaga ng mga gawa
Kulang
ko
na lang
yung bahay.
mag-akyat bahay ka ata eh. Paano mo?
Yeah, but it's great. It's a new skill that I'm really enjoying. Ikaw ba, have you been spending time learning a new skill?
Alam mo, na self-doubt ulit. Kaya ako bumili na piano na worth 40,000. Hindi ko alam ba't ko ginawa na mahal yung nabili ko na piano for a starter like me. But gusto ko talaga mag-play ng instrument bilang matagal ko ng frustration na to record songs and all, to write music. But
Why don't you get a tutor for that?
I'm planning to, but I don't know where. So ito na naman ako, I'm not taking action talaga. So okay na. Sorry na, Chris. I'm sorry. Maghahanap na ako
It's
ng
always
coach. Oo, kasi parang ako kasi, to be honest, mas nagiging driven ako kapag I'm being taught by someone personally. Sobrang constraint talaga yon lately, 'di ba? And pag sa Zoom kasi minsan tinatamad ako or I don't think or minsan di ko alam kung nagagawa ko ba ng tama, hindi nababantayan yung kamay ko masyado. Alam mo yung mga ganun. There are things that you can actually teach someone kapag ka hands-on. Pero iba yung nasa Zoom.
Kasi sobrang self-taught yung pagiging quote-unquote artist ko. Everything that I've been trying to teach myself. And ako naman personally kasi that's part of parang may satisfaction na I was able to teach myself something.
Mm-mm.
So yun. Pero you know what? I'm really excited for you to work on that kasi you're already very musically inclined. You have a very great
Wow.
voice. Imagine if talagang skilled ka na sa piano and you think of a lyric or whatever or a line that you want to turn into a song, sobrang accessible na sa iyo ng musical instrument and you can just create your own music. That's very exciting. Ako, if ang sama na talaga ng hand-eye coordination ko eh. Pero kung ano lang din, I'd definitely be a musician also.
Tsaka ang sarap
I
kaya
love
na
it.
minsan magsa-story ako na, alam mo yun, pag nag-de-stress lang ako, magpa-piano lang ako, nakapikit ako, gano'n. Tell me something, girl. Gaganon lang ako. Ang pretentious pala.
Ba't kasali pa yung pagsustory sa journey na yun?
Eh, hindi.
Ang
Sinasabi ko
saya-saya
lang na,
talagang just get lost in the music. You remember when we talked about soul? Sabi nila
Yeah.
yung mga jazz players that when they get into the zone, they move to a different dimension. Parang
I agree. Pero pwede naman ako mag-move doon sa dimension na yun habang naka-on yung phone ko. Ito naman. Ay, gusto ko yung story. Ba't nangingialam ka ba dyan? Pero tayo, swerte kasi tayo na we actually found out kung ano yung gusto natin na i-invest sa sarili natin. But I don't know for other people kung paano nila madidiscover yon. Like, for example, sobrang problemado na sila sa life nila. But ako kasi, pag mag-a-advise ako, just keep trying kung ano yung ano mo. Kung ano yung magugustuhan mo at ayaw mo. Like, elimination method. Kung ayaw mo yon, move on ka. Ganun lang lagi yung process ko. But you think there's an easy way to, figuring out kung ano yung pwedeng gawin mo for yourself?
Ako, personally, what I do, I just jazz myself up. I kind of, I become my own hype man. Like, recently, I got a tattoo. I don't know if a lot of our listeners are familiar with The Little Prince. I got a tattoo of drawing number 1. Drawing number 1 looks like a hat, okay?
Mm.
So when you look at it, when you ask people, what do you think this is? They're gonna say it's a hat, but really it's not. The narrator, the one who drew the figure, actually meant it as a boa constrictor digesting an elephant.
Nabasa ko
imagine?
yan nung bata ako. Pero
Wait,
hindi ko
can
alam
you
na
imagine
maraming
that?
painting. Sorry. I can.
Wait, can you
I
imagine
do.
that? Na
I do tuloy.
mukha lang siyang hat, but really, elephant siya na kinain ng anaconda. Basta a boa constrictor, a snake.
Oo.
Parang every time I look at it, I want to remind myself that anything really is possible. You don't let other people dictate what is.
So basically, it's a
Especially-
matter of perspective.
Yeah, matter. Yeah. Wait, may kailangan sa ng bibig. Anyway,
What's the matter?
It's a matter of perspective. It's a matter of perspective and kind of like a ray of hope that anything is possible. That anything could be anything. That you have talents inside you that that have yet to be discovered.
Ang ganda nun. Ang ganda nun.
Ganun. Ang daming when I look at this simple thing, it looks very simple, but really it's very complex, it's very multifaceted, just like who you can be, just like who you are.
I agree.
it's
Parang
also
gusto ko tuloy magpa-tattoo ulit.
So that's how every time I look at it, especially now, I switched from a stable job to a career in the creative world. I started to become a creative professionally.
Ang laking leap, no?
Yeah, and this kind of grounds me, and it says na yeah, even if people say that you can't get money from that, you can't be successful, you can't be la this or that. No, anything could happen. It could be anything, whatever this new journey is. So yeah, it's very empowering. And small things like that. Imagine I just got myself a tattoo, and yung ganyan for me, ano na siya, big hype. Parang hina-hype ko na yung sarili ko na no, you're okay, you're on the right path. You'll be okay. Even if you don't have, even if your job is not that stable, even if you're new at the whole entrepreneur, this new being entrepreneur thing, it could work out. It could work out. So yun, ang dami ko nang sinabi dahil sa tattoo ko.
Totoo naman. Maganda talaga.
So anyway, ikaw naman, Ben, I'm gonna ask you about the small things that you've been doing, to hype yourself up and investing yourself, and to just give our listeners an idea on how to jumpstart into this whole self-discovery journey on their own by doing little steps. We'll get right on that after the short break.
Psst. Psst. Uy, ikaw. Oo, ikaw nga. May tanong ako. Open-minded ka ba? Gusto mo bang yumaman? Well, sa totoo lang, di ka nag-iisa boy. Dahil kami din! Kaya nga tayo may Team Payaman eh. Ano yun? Ano ginagawa ng Team Payaman? Tara! Alamin natin ang mga sikreto at pangyayari behind the scenes sa Payaman Insider Season 2. Listen for free only on Spotify.
So Ben, so ayun na nga. So ikaw, personally, ano naman aside sa pag-workout na ano pa yung mga ibang ginawa mo? For example, you feel like you want to invest in yourself but you don't know how. What are examples of things that you've done that our listeners might, be inspired to do as well?
You know what? Hindi ko alam kung makaka-relate lahat. But recently, sobrang na-inspire ako kay Pam to a point na na-enjoy ko na ulit mag-work.
Palm swing.
Palm swing,
Palm swing.
yes. Palm swing. Yeah, to a point na sobrang na-enjoy ko na yung ginagawa ko again because at some point sa career ko, lalo na nitong quarantine, nawala yung joy ko with vlogging. So I've had a lot of hiatus na minsan 3 weeks di ako nag-upload because I get super pressured to produce content. And she told me na, you know what, just put your camera anywhere and do your own thing. Tapos doon ko na-realize na ang dami kong pwedeng gawin mag-isa. Tapos nako-conscious ako lagi na kailangan ko siyang i-video. So ngayon, ang ginagawa ko, for example, nag-aaral ako ng dance sa YouTube or TikTok, ganyan. Nilalagay ko lang yung phone ko, nilalagay ko lang yung camera ko somewhere and nire-record ko siya. And because of that, I was able to do a lot of vlogs. So feeling ko, minsan you have to also anchor it dun sa thing na you're growing to be afraid of or hate, kunyari sa work mo. So you try to find something na would make you enjoy your work. Kasi mahirap ngayon kapag lalo na ngayong pandemic, kapag slowly naiinis ka na sa trabaho mo, alam mo yun, pag hindi mo ginawa ng paraan, ang iisipin mo lagi, do I quit? Do I find another job? But you don't actually take action to change that. Kasi minsan changeable naman siya di ba?
I definitely agree. And I'm proud of you na ginagawa mo na yun.
Thank you. You're saying that because you're my manager.
Sana tuloy-tuloy na.
Para wala nang hiatus ulit.
I'm sure your followers missed you though. I'm
Yeah,
sure.
and I got more excited to engage with them sa comment section kasi before when I publish videos, iniiwan ko na lang doon tapos higa na naman ako, isipin ko na naman, kinakabahan na naman ako kung kailan ako mag-upload. But ngayon, I'm really excited to know their thoughts, kung may mga gusto pa sila na i-recommend sa akin, ganyan. So it's basically me updating them versus before na I'm trying to produce something para, alam mo yun,
That
may
they'll
mapanood
like.
lang sila. Diba? Iba talaga.
Yeah.
Ikaw, ano yung mga...
Grabe what a shift in perspective can do, no? So imagine
Totoo.
in that little shift in your perspective, it completely changed for you. Like I'm just gonna do this because I wanna update. I wanna update my fans.
Totoo. Do you remember, ang daming beses ko nag-share sa'yo na parang akala ko na kita ko na yung something na I would be happy to do my whole life. And then I started realizing na sobrang routinary na siya and hindi ko na na-enjoy. I was actually...
Kasi it became work. Ganun naman talaga. If it starts to become work, maaano ka talaga. So you need to reignite the flame.
Totoo. At ito na nga, the fire is still burning.
So I think Ben, ang key talaga, no, is to just give it a fuck it attitude and just whatever. I'm not gonna be pressured kung anong content magawa ka. I'm just gonna make it. And see, now you're happy. You're happy again doing what you once really loved doing. Right?
100%. As in, yung sinabi mo, tama yan. Di ko lang alam kung dapat ko sabihin, but fuck it talaga. Doon ko na-realize na bahala na, basta i-enjoy ko yung buhay ko. Kasi pag iniisip ko lagi ng iniisip, ano ba yung kaya ko i-provide to other people, nagiging curated yung work mo. You know what I'm saying? Nagiging siya, nagiging
Mawawala yung
performance.
authenticity. Yeah.
Totoo, nagiging performance siya.
Ang dami talaga. Like ako naman personally, itong pagpipaint, I never really got I can't draw for shit. Like I cannot yeah, I can't make outlines to save my life, but it's something that when I look at, I know that it's something that, when I overcome. For example, I don't know if that I'm as skilled mixing colors, but when I create something that I really like, I get this satisfaction, see? I get this na hindi ko in-expect na makakuha ko just by painting, for example. Because I'm not really an artist. It's just something that I feel like I could enjoy doing. The process really enriched me spiritually, and just expressing yourself. And it could also be a life changer. So whatever it is, whatever you're into, for example, if you're a girl and you don't really like wearing makeup, but you feel like you could be good at it, you feel like you could enjoy it, just try it. Just try wearing makeup every day. Put makeup on your sister, on your brother, whoever.
Totoo.
Where it
Bretman
could
talaga
take you. Yeah, actually, grabe si Bretman. The way the way he fearlessly embarked on these journeys of self-discovery, right? Kung ano ng mga tinatry niya just to find his true, authentic self.
Yeah, literally, nire-reinvent niya yung
From
sarili
Bretman.
niya day to day.
Like he's never okay. This is not. I can try doing this because I know that if I did it, even if I suck at it, I'll be one step closer to being my true authentic self. And I feel like that's where the importance lies when it comes to investing in yourself, like living your truth, like living your most authentic life, right?
And I realized na endless yung madidiscover mo about yourself and about the things that you
Yeah.
actually love to do when you are happy.
Yeah.
Genuinely happy.
Totoo. Malay natin, baka next week gusto ko na rin mag-vlog. Magpaturo na ako kay Ben.
Oo nga, guys eh.
Baka happiness ko rin naman yan. Alam mo, if you didn't know, Ben, ang broadcom ako nung college, like com arts, but yeah,
Mm.
broadcast communication. Kaya talagang ano ko rin, it's somewhere in there. Yung pagiging ko na pag-edit ng video, like video creation and all that.
Kaya mo naman yun. Eh, actually, guys, pinilit ko siya.
Who
Sabi
knows?
ko nung ginawa niya yung Kin Space, sabi ko, it's really effective to do a video on YouTube para ma-promote mo yung business mo. And I kinda hope na magtuloy-tuloy na siya. Hindi naman sa pinapressure kita, but like,
Kaya ayoko ng gano'n. Gusto ko lifestyle vlog. Gusto
Oh,
ko
wow.
unbox 50,000 mystery box.
sira
Damn.
ulo ka.
Gusto ko,
Alright. Okay, so we're gonna talk more about this after this short break.
Guys, may kwento ko.
Ano yan? Oo nga, ano yung kwento?
Yung ano, alam niyo na to.
Kwento mo na kasi.
So eto, si nag Grabe. Di ko in-expect na akalain mo yun?
Finally! Holy Listen to the full kwento in Between Us Queens, hosted by Carla Lizardo.
Bianca Guidotti.
And Pia Wurtzbach.
Follow us and listen for free only on Spotify.
O basta Ben, pag nag-decide na ako maging vlog, turuan mo ako. Kasi nga,
Oo.
di ba sabi, kailangan may nagtuturo sa'yo.
Totoo naman yun. Ako, I would really be happy. Alam mo ba, ito, di ko
Really
pala na-share
awkward.
kanina. Another thing na in-invest ko sa sarili ko was time to mentor someone. Ang sarap sa heart talaga. Hindi ko siya
Sino minamentor
sinishare
mo
sa
ngayon?
lahat.
Sinong minamentor mo ngayon? I feel like kilala ko. Sinabi mo sa akin, kwento mo na yan noon, na natutuwa kasi your growth and you really find happiness seeing other people grow.
Yeah, pero ayoko
Pero
na
not-
i-share kasi parang kiniklaim ko naman masyado. I don't want their success to be anchored to anyone else. So, basta TikToker sila and I actually suggested na since they're doing so well on TikTok, mag-YouTube sila. So, we talk every day and alam mo yun, parang feeling ko tatay na tatay talaga ako and lalo ko
Baka naman
na-excite magka-family.
Baka naman ang ano mo talaga is Professor Ben of YouTube Academy.
Malay natin. It's something I've really enjoyed doing ever since. Gusto ko mag-mentor, gusto ko magturo, gusto ko mag-speak sa mga school, ganyan. So, actually, meron nga akong little secret
Baka
lang natin to.
anak ang kailangan mo, hindi estudyante.
Feeling ko nga din eh. May little secret lang to. Siguro, may plano ako na to go somewhere far and take time to self-reflect and also, alam mo yun, magturo ng mga bata or gumawa ng something else for other people.
Wow, that is amazing.
Diba?
The courage that it takes to pull that off. Hats off to you.
Oh, wala pa naman. So, hats on muna. Hindi pa naman nagagawa. Balik mo yung hat.
Wala tanggalin yung hat. Hindi ba
Balik
naman
mo muna.
pwede?
Baka mamaya ma-jinx.
So again, thank you for hanging out with us for yet another episode of Grown Up with Ben and Chris. We release episodes every Wednesdays at 6 p.m.
And if you want to get in touch with us, please follow us on our social media account. Mine is at Benedict_Kua.
And mine is at Christian Somera. That's Kristian Somera. Please follow our podcast. You will be updated every time we release a new episode.
Sige na, please. Ay, wala pa pala yun. Once again, this has been Ben.
And this has been Chris reminding you that it's never too late to live your truest, most authentic self.
Aww.
Bye!
Bye! Growing Up with Ben and Chris is a Spotify original podcast hosted by me, Benedict Kua, and Christian Somera. Don't forget to follow so you won't miss a single episode. Sige na, please. What up, everyone? Benedict here, your friendly neighborhood podcaster.
And this is Christian, and joining us today is a very special friend of ours.
This is Miss Sarah Lopez Pozas. Hello, Sarah.
Hey.
Add it up.
We're so glad you
Si
could join
Sarah,
us.
workmate ko yan.
Thanks for having me. I mean, super excited to be here with you guys talking about whatever we're going to talk about today.
We really,
Nakakatawa kasi hinila ko siya from all the way from Norway. My God.
yeah.
Oo nga, no? Feels like parang nasa Pasig lang ako.
Oo nga.
Go.
Ano na tayo? Intercontinental na tayo, Ben. Yung guests natin. But I'm so excited for this episode kasi nga, we always talk to Sarah kasi Ben introduced us also. I met her through Ben. And then every time we talk, we get a lot of wisdom from her. And so sabi ko, it would be so
Totoo.
nice to have her on the podcast.
Aw.
And I'm sure our listeners would
It's
also, and we'd love to share you with our listeners and the wisdom that we get from you.
Alam mo yung term na sinasabi nila ngayon na you're languishing. Medyo nalilito ako borderline if I'm really languishing or I'm going through something right now. Because parang nafe-feel ko na tuloy-tuloy yung anxiety ko as the days go by. Parang ganun. Do you get that experience?
Ako, I'm scared. Like this period in my life because of the pandemic, because of everything that it has meant, I'm literally scared. And parang my anxiety and my depression I have like a subdued parang phase. I'm entering a phase. That's what I would call it right now. And I can get into that. But basically, I feel like a lot of people who are going through this period, I mean, we're all going through it together.
Yes.
Pero I'm seeing a lot of people, or not a lot of people, I'm seeing too few people say exactly how they're feeling mentally about this period. Parang it's all jokes about, lockdown or anger or frustration that we don't get to see each other. Pero mentally, parang feeling ko kulang yung conversation about what it's doing to us, our expectations of the future.
But if anything naman, I also noticed na medyo mas ang dami rin namang the people who really advocate for mental health awareness are parang doubling up their efforts because they know that a lot of people will go through the same things, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so it's great there exist parang these advocates for mental health awareness to kind of remind us to also self-reflect and kind of be self-aware of what we're going through in this very trying time. So Ben, you think whatever you're going through right now has something to do with the pandemic?
I think greatly contributed by the pandemic, but at the same time, may part din sa mga nararamdaman ko na I have
been feeling for a long time already. I just don't know how to articulate it. Kaya yun yung tinatanong ko usually kapag nakausap ko si Sarah, like how important it is for us to really take care of our mental health. Kasi for the longest time, I have been, ini-ignore ko lang yung nararamdaman ko. Inisip ko, baka ano lang yan. Baka bad day lang yan. Baka Gemini lang ako.
Yeah.
Pero hindi.
And that's really what hinders people from finding out or from learning that they have a mental health condition.
Mm-hmm.
When
That's true.
when we're dismissive like that.
I think also, I mean, it's so much more complicated than we make it out to be. Based on your history, your family, your experiences, sometimes it's really hard to be able to say that you have a condition if everybody else around you treats you like what you're going through is normal, or if
Yeah.
everybody else around you has the same experience.
That's why for a while also I couldn't I didn't really find comfort when people say everything happens for a reason. Like when I'm going through something. Anyway,
Nakakainis ba?
you were saying, Sarah, go on.
Alam mo, I actually hate that saying. Parang especially for people who went through yung sobrang traumatic events. Diba? Let's say you
Yeah.
lose someone in a horrible way. Diba? And they say everything, it happened that way for a reason. It's parang, what?
What
Parang
reason?
Sometimes, some people die without ever finding out, diba? So parang,
I know,
Ako,
sad.
that statement is harmful kasi it tells you that parang you're seeing a benefit, you're not seeing a benefit in something, when the truth is, for me, things can happen as a consequence of other people's bad actions. Simply put, there's no way to make sense out of it sometimes.
Yeah, and regardless of the intention, I feel like you can't really control the outcome of whatever one person does or says to the other. And so I think that's also why mental health awareness is so important, because we have to exert extra effort in being more sensitive about what the other is going through, because it's hard. If you're not experiencing it, it's really hard to understand. Like it's really hard to kind of empathize with what this person is going through, because for you it doesn't make sense. That's
true.
why I feel like we really need to educate people extensively about the matter.
Yeah,
I'm actually curious kasi
As a-
knowing... Sorry.
Go ahead.
I'm actually I'm actually curious kasi knowing na you guys both were diagnosed with GAD, diba? And depression for Sarah. How is it different in terms of coping up? Like ako kasi hindi ko alam kung it's general sadness for me or something na I just take very lightly. So hindi ko alam kung paano kayo mag-cope up is the same with me. Like, is there a template for that? Ang pangat ng term ko, no? Template.
Parang downloadable lang yung
Oo.
solution. Pero ikaw, Chris, I want to
Me?
hear also about your experience
Well,
with that.
because I learned about it early on, parang I developed na my own coping mechanism, and Sarah was the one who told me this. She said, "Na you thrive on safety nets," and I believe that. I need to always have like a plan of action, because the thing with GAD is generalized anxiety disorder. We always anticipate disaster, and so because we always think that, we always have to have like, what am I gonna do in case this happens? What am I gonna do in case there's an earthquake today? Things like that. These little like seemingly silly thoughts, it suddenly preoccupies us and makes us worry, even if wala namang news na magkaka-earthquake. But it can come anytime, and that's what's scary about it. And even thinking about it could come anytime makes me worry about it. It's just like a worry on top of another worry on top of another worry, and it's just
It
so
doesn't end.
exhausting. Yeah.
Pero so how do you deal with it now?
Well, yun nga. I haven't completely perfected it because I haven't really seen, as a grown up, a therapist, which I'm trying to work on now.
Yeah.
Because I feel like you really need like professional help. As much as you get so many wisdom from Pinterest or Google articles or articles you find from Google, I feel like you still need medical help.
For some people, kasi it happens like gradually, diba? Pakonti-konti until it builds up to something. Ako, I don't know if it's lucky or what, pero nung nangyari sa akin, it was parang like a bomb na bumagsak. And the anxiety came first, and then I got depressed for about a really good month or 3 weeks at least. Yung parang a depression pit, that's what I would call it. And the feelings are very different, pero they're together. And it's insane because one makes you fear everything and then the other makes you not feel anything for anyone or for any dream you've ever had in the past. Yung symptoms, if I could just describe it, parang nakaupo ka sa office cubicle mo, tapos, alam yung normal naman yung aircon, di ba? Pero, naka-4 na layers ako of jackets. And then, meron din akong the makalumang bag that you fill with hot water.
Oh, yeah. The hot water bag.
Yeah, the
Witness
hot
ako
water
dun.
bag.
Kitang-kita ko.
Yeah,
Nagugulat ako ba ang dami niyang jacket, tapos ako init na init.
Oh my God. But Sarah, kasi I feel like it's important also for our listeners to know how to identify that you're actually going through something. Like what Ben is going through. Ben is not sure if he's going through a mental health issue or if he's just sad. So yun nga, these
Yeah.
are things that you've experienced, right? Na nilalamig ka.
Yeah, parang
and-
hindi ko alam kung
Yeah.
valid na pumunta ako sa professional kasi iniisip ko baka
Yeah.
naman nag-iinarte lang ako, but sometimes there are days na I can't literally function. Like hindi na joke yung sinasabi mo na hindi na ako makakilos because literally when you wake up nakatunganga ka lang. You don't care about anybody anymore. You don't care about mga nagfo-follow up ng deadline. Andun ka na sa F that table flip moment.
That's-
And that parang naisip ko, this is not me. I mean, I've always been conscious about deadlines, about
Yeah.
being responsible, ganyan. But right now, parang I'm just throwing everything away. So naisip ko, is this the sign that I really need to consult with a professional or may embarrassment pa kasi ako to talk about it. But before sabihin ni Sarah yan, let's take a quick break.
This podcast will help you improve your life, and it will do more for you and your overall health in the long run than any of my vlogs have ever done. Where I, Will Dasovich, embark on this journey to improve all aspects of my life and bring you, the listener, with me so that both of us together can perform to the best of our capabilities and maximize our existence.
Tell everybody I'm back in the game.
Will Dasovich Superhuman is out now. Tap now to listen for free on Spotify.
So, the question was, how do you identify, right, if it's time to go to a professional? And ako,
Ano yung sign?
disclaimer lang, I'm not a health professional, not a medical professional, not a trained therapist or anything.
Yeah. Yes,
But
guys, this is based
I-
on experience.
Yeah. But whenever you feel like something in either your head or even if you're developing physical symptoms na hindi mo ma-pinpoint if it's related to your mental health or not, it always deserves, sa akin, the treatment that you think could help it. And that includes, not just limited to, but that includes either the help of a psychiatrist or a psychologist. And just to make sure, a psychologist cannot prescribe medication. So if you're assigned to one, be aware that normally matagal na proseso yon because the psychologist will try to dig up trauma in your past. That takes more than one session. And it can be expensive right now in this day and age. And I think it's always been expensive. Pero I mean, it's a little more accessible now. I mean, I even see on Instagram ang dami ng therapists where you can
Online
just call them.
therapist, yeah. Actually, in my sister's school sa UP, I think it's free. So I'm so
Yeah.
glad that people are
That's-
doing that that universities are doing this
Yes,
for their
because there's a lot of
students.
psychologists in universities. Actually, the psychologist that I was talking about earlier, he was a university psychologist. Going back to Ben's question or your question also, Chris, na when do you know if you should go to a psychiatrist or a psychologist? If you have the money, if you have the capacity, or if you have anyone who's willing to help you get access to one, and you feel that you are confused or there are physical symptoms like what I mentioned. So if the anxiety you feel or the sadness you feel is too long, it's too deep, maybe you've had an episode like a breakdown and parang that breakdown scared you, that merits seeing. It won't necessarily, I can't promise that it'll get cured or it'll get treated sufficiently when you see a psychiatrist or a psychologist, but that's a signal for me that something needs to happen. So of the people I know that were diagnosed, and this is a wide range. You have like personality disorder, bipolar, anxiety, depression. It took a while for them to be diagnosed with the right condition, or
Yeah.
na-diagnose sila ng tama, but sobrang tagal to get the right medication or treatment. Parang trial and
My
error
God.
siya. And I know nakakatakot yun for some people because parang hindi siya, it's not like an exact, I mean, you can't just literally open somebody's brain or open,
Yeah.
their nervous system
was-
and see, this is the problem.
I was thinking about this earlier. Sabi ko, why can't we have like a barometer? Like for example, when
Like
you
a
have a
device.
fever, if you have a fever, you have a thermometer to tell you that, oh, you really do have a fever. But like there's no way of knowing
So
if you're really going
complicated.
through something. So I wonder bakit wala pang technological advancement that would cater to that.
I read a lot about this, or at least I like to keep up on, as much as I can. And parang
Psychology
the
Today.
closest, it's past beyond, because right now, you have people who are still saying it's a behavioral thing rather than something with your nervous system or something with your brain, right? But for those people that I'm following, or at least the trend now is generally it's two-pronged. It's circuits in your brain that are not functioning the way they're supposed to. That's why it's so complicated, because you can't open a circuit the way you can open, your stomach even in surgery, diba? hindi siya ganun kadali. It's all these nerves and all these things that are so tiny. And parang what they're doing right now is parang pinaglalaruan nila yung ilaw. I mean, they're using light para paglaruan yung brain ng mga daga.
To map it out.
Yeah,
Parang
to
brain
sort of map
mapping.
it out na
Yeah.
parang, okay, this circuit has something to do with bravery. If I turn it on,
What?
yeah, sobrang insane, di ba? Meron meron akong nakita sa YouTube, or I can't remember kung TED Talk siya. Inon niya yung particular circuit na yon, and then the rat overcame his fear of specific areas in a maze na
Oh my
natatakot siya
God.
before. Tapos nung
Makabili
in-off
nga
niya,
ng ilaw na yan.
No switch.
it's a switch, diba? So, tapos nung in-off niya, natakot ulit yung rat. It was insane. Parang sobrang ko, wow.
How
Ganun
is
ba
that?
siya?
Now I'm really interested to watch that.
And now we're getting closer and closer to Ben's favorite dystopian drama,
I know.
Divergent.
May simulation.
Gosh, di ko pa napapanood yun.
Oh no, why?
Ako naman, when I was younger, I used to have all these thoughts that didn't really make sense. Like, for example, before, I remember, nung first time may umuga ako ng ngipin, na-loose na siya, I panicked so bad. Alam ko namang normal yun. I mean, we all lose our teeth. But somehow, it made me so restless na I would always check up on it. Oh, umuuga pa ba? Umuuga pa ba? And then finally, natanggal. Oh, okay, natanggal na siya. The whole time, after nun, nag-worry na naman ako na baka yung iba umuga. So every day, I would
Ilang
check
taong ka nun?
every single tooth. I would say mga around 7, 8, 9.
Oh, wow.
I was really young. But hindi pa siya nagme-make sense sa akin at the time. Basta yun yung nangyayari. I was like, ito umuuga na ba? Every day, I would check everything. And because minamanipulate ko siya every day, sabay-sabay silang umuga. Sabay-sabay silang tangga. I was just so lucky that it ended up with me having straight teeth. Kasi sabay-sabay sila natanggal. So I assume sabay-sabay tumubo. Hindi ako nagkaano. But that's one thing that I experienced before. Another was, I was medyo teenager na nito. I was wondering, why do we how does our body know how to breathe? Like, I was up all night thinking na, shit, I'm scared na if I fall asleep, my body will forget how to breathe.
Wow.
Like, it's these
That's
little
scary.
things na hindi mo alam. Imagine, you're a child and you don't know. You're just thinking, like, I don't want to bother my parents with it. Because it's something na, well, everybody breathes. But you just can't, what happens if I die? I feel like I'm gonna die. And I didn't know why. That's another manifestation. You know, yung parang, you get a fear of, parang an irrational fear of death na wala ka namang any nararamdaman. Imagine yung umuuga ko lang ng ngipin, I thought I was dying. So I would worry about every single tooth. Ilan ang ngipin natin? Tapos, ang dami pa. I have a lot of stories about this. Kasi, ang dami kong mga unexplained things na when I was finally diagnosed, everything started to make sense. Another thing was, all the time sa school, parati ako natatakot that I would poop my pants. And because of that, because natatakot ako, no, I'm gonna poop my pants today and I'm gonna be the kid who pooped his pants. And because of that, I always get scared every day. So every day, na since nag-worry ako about it, lalo tuloy ako napupupo. And you know what? Up to this day, problem ko pa din yan. Like, I always have to do number 2. I'm sorry for those who are eating. But I always have to do number 2 before heading out. Kasi feeling ko talaga, anytime, if I don't have access to any restroom, I'm gonna go in the middle of traffic or ano. And one time, Ben and I went on a meeting, tapos pauwi kami. Nangyari na yun, nakasama ko siya sa car.
Sobrang lala po.
I was like, no, I'm really gonna. Because alam kong wala kaming access because nasa, kami, SLEX or somewhere. So it's really that bad. And na-carry ko siya till adulthood. Imagine. Tapos,
So parang these small things, right? I mean, it started from, well, seemingly small things, pero stress yun for you as a child. But I mean, was there ever a peak? Was there ever like an episode that you had na sobrang whoa?
oh yeah, I would say my peak was, and I feel like this is what Ben is going through right now. I was in college. This is so weird and so jologs, but
disclaimer
that's okay
talaga.
because I'm so jologs. My family and I were watching this John Lloyd and Sarah Geronimo movie called A Very
I
Special
love Sarah
Love.
Geronimo.
Yeah, but we were watching it and there was this scene, right? This scene where John Lloyd was ill and he was an adult. He had no one. He was sick. And then si Sarah Geronimo, being the assistant, parang she went to his place. And when she came in, nakita niya, like he was like parang shivering na in one
Naka-fetal
corner.
position siya.
Yeah, kasi he
Naalala
was
ko tong
sick.
scene na to.
Yeah, because he was sick, right? And then after that, what if this happens to me one day? And then I cried relentlessly. And then my mom didn't know how to soothe me. That was one, tapos my mom told me, actually, this happened to you na before. Tapos nag-sorry siya because yun nga hindi namin masyadong naagapan kasi ito naman, it happened while we were watching Alice in Wonderland. Watching Alice in Wonderland, there was a scene there na si Alice was following parang hindi siya footstep, basta may pathway siyang fina-follow.
Yeah.
She was lost and she was following a parang pathway. Tapos pagdating niya sa middle, may nakita siyang creature, one of the creatures in Alice in Wonderland, na sinusweep yung pathway. And then she didn't know where to go. Kasi wala na, it was dark everywhere. And then she was hearing the Cheshire Cat laughing somewhere. It was so scary. That scene was so scary to me that I started panicking. I don't know why, but ito pa yung malala. It was kind of an illegal recording of VHS. Where I was watching this from. So nakat siya from there. So I never knew. Like I didn't know who the Queen of Hearts was because yung scene na yun happened before that. So it's like the whole time, feeling ko yun yung ending ng Alice in Wonderland.
Wow. Medyo na, ang creepy no na. Like as
Intense.
a kid, or as
Sobra
young
talaga.
watching that, and parang, naalala ko yun, that he was sweeping the path so that wala ng path.
Yeah,
Diba?
and then diba, like she was feeling helpless, and then biglang lumabas yung Cheshire Cat, and he was laughing. It was the creepiest thing, and I could
Tapos
never
with
forget
the
that.
eyes rolling pa na.
Yeah. So it's important also for parents, if there are parents who are listening, to be very aware, hyper aware, or hyper vigilant about these signs that your kids might be exhibiting.
And alam mo, just to segue, yung our parents, the generation of our parents, parang feeling ko that trauma that they endured, sobrang lala din. Pero because
Hindi nila alam.
hindi nila alam, and parang people just, chalked it up to either
Being whiny lang. You're
Yeah,
so whiny.
diba?
You
Parang-
complain a lot.
na parang feeling ko like when I see parents going through certain things now na that's a result of trauma. parang it's sobrang late na. And until now, natatakot pa rin sila to talk about it because it's it could still affect their work if they're working, or it signals instability for their family, or their children might think of them as blah blah blah. Pero the generation of our parents significantly, and every generation prior, I think that it was not as trauma informed as it is now.
I'm kind of curious to see what the future will look like, especially with the great strides that mental health awareness advocates have made in dealing with this issue. But I want to know, Ben, ikaw sa what you're experiencing now, kung meron bang trauma na recent trauma that brought this on, and let's explore that after this short break.
Psst. Uy, ikaw. Oo, ikaw nga. may tanong ako. Open-minded ka ba? Gusto mo bang yumaman? Well, sa totoo lang, di ka nag-iisa boy. Dahil kami din! Kaya nga tayo may Team Payaman eh. Ano yun? Ano ginagawa ng Team Payaman? Tara! Alamin natin ang mga sikreto at pangyayari behind the scenes sa Payaman Insider Season 2. Listen for free only on Spotify.
Well, trauma, parang wala ako naiisip na trauma, but it made a lot of sense when nakausap kita for the first time na inopen up mo sa akin about your GAD. Sabi mo, you tend to, fart a lot. Oversharing pala.
No, kasi okay, disclaimer.
Especially when you're anxious.
Yeah, when you're experiencing anxiety, parang nagiging gassy ka talaga. That's why I always have diarrhea, always fart a lot like
Yun
how
yung
Ben
hindi
puts
ko
it.
maintindihan before. Kasi alam ko na when I'm feeling anxious, like I don't even know if it's anxiety or not. I just know na may mainit sa stomach ko. And then after that, gets mo, mag-release ka na and all. Yun yung na-feel ko before. And marami akong ways of coping up before na actually shook my entire life when I'm thinking of it now. Kasi before, when I lost all my friends, kasi nga, nagka-love triangle kami, and all ganyan-ganyan, I started getting confused. Like, paano ko ba i-release yung pain and all? And I'm seeing a lot of yung mga, emo kids. Yun yung label sa kanila ba? Dati, yung mga bands and all. Sila. I mean, this is gonna be graphic and I have to
Trigger
put a
warning.
disclaimer. Trigger warning
warning,
talaga siya.
yes.
I've never shared this to anyone before. So dito lang sa podcast. But I actually nagbe-blade ako dati sa skin ko and I was so afraid for people to see it kasi baka they will judge me or alam mo yun, baka isipin nila I'm crazy or something like that. But when I first tried it, ginawa ko siya sa legs ko and the first hiwa that time was painful and I started doing it again until naging masarap siya. And then I sort of felt like I was able to channel the pain, the internal pain to the wound. So parang dumating sa point na I actually started carving the word hate and up to now, nakikreepyhan ako, nag-shake na ako ngayon just thinking about it because I can still see it now, the word HATE, na ako mismo nag-carve sa sarili ko. And mga things like that I don't really understand up to the time when I was working sa family business. I will be okay for 1 to 2 to 3 weeks, ganyan. But I will always have that hunch na padating na siya because kapag dumating siya, 1 week ako parang incapacitated. Like, I cannot work. Like, I have to drop everything. So, kahit ngayon, naiisip ko, I'm productive, itotodo ko yung productivity ko for 5 days because I will know na kapag dumating siya, wala na akong ibang magagawa. At least may nagawa ako. Yung mga ganito na I'm really confused if it's something else or if it's just my personality of coping.
What's amazing then is how different it is for everyone. No?
I agree.
Like parang for people who cut themselves, diba? Sometimes they find relief na parang I'm focusing on this physical pain rather than whatever I'm feeling. And for Chris na parang these small anxious moments, parang tas you find it so parang tied up with these moments in your childhood. Like for me, na put together ko lang yata to while you guys were talking. pero, parang when I was a child, sobrang worried na ako about death. I remember my mom parang magpe-play siya ng Christian music dun sa luma naming like, ano tawag dun sa Kia na parang van na malaki, Besta. Yeah. Tapos ako doon sa gilid, tapos maglilin ako sa window. Tapos parang music video yung feeling ko. Pero parang every Christian song that would play, I would think about death. Because parang the question of like God or like heaven or hell, parang was always in the back of my mind. And parang as a child, ang dami kong moments na hindi ko naisip until now nung nagkukwento kayo. Like for example, yung movie mo, Chris.
Yeah.
I once watched Peter Pan and yung hindi yung animated version, the one with, I forgot his name, cute yun crush ko yun dati. pero there was this moment dun sa film na parang yung nag-aano sila ng I do believe in fairies. I do.
Yeah.
Yeah, right?
I do believe in fairies.
Exactly. And parang that moment, umiyak lang ako. I swear to, yung sister ko had to watch me cry for an hour and a half sa sahig ng Mega Mall.
Oh my
Because,
God.
Oh no,
because,
that's terrible. In public pa nangyari.
oo, in public siya. Because hindi ko maintindihan na parang, there's no such thing as fairies. Parang ganon. And I was crying because there was no such thing as fairies for an hour and a half. And like now, habang sinasabi ko, naiiyak ako. Hindi ko maintindihan.
Ganon din ako kanina nung nagkukwento.
Maybe because you associate it with with magic, and you
Yeah,
felt
na
like
parang-
magic
Probably.
doesn't exist, like goodness, and all these things
Yeah.
because you parang na overthink mo na siya.
It's so weird how it's seemingly so unimportant. Like parang pag narinig yata ako ng boomer saying this, like a boomer.
I
will-
know.
and not to generalize all boomers.
I know.
Pero,
Nasa
you
utak
know.
mo lang yan.
Kaya nga it's good din talaga to parang champion awareness kasi we can actually change how the future looks like if I feel like we'd treat other people better, we'd have better understanding of what they're going through even if we're not going through it.
And I just like to point out na parang a lot of like yung mga therapists na sinusundan ko ngayon on Instagram, or not even therapists but people who are heavily like interested in trauma. Sinasabi nila na parang ngayon, because like through human evolution, 'di ba? Parang we've evolved to enter fight or flight. Na parang in order to survive, like kahit nung yung mga ancestors natin na wala pang, like they were cavemen or they were wandering gatherers and hunters. Parang, okay, there's a lion or there's a wolf. I'm gonna enter this mode and I'm gonna decide whether I'm gonna fight it or I'm gonna run for my life.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Diba? Pero ngayon, hindi na kaya ng brain natin to tell if fight or flight is a lion or fight or flight needs to happen when I'm answering an email.
Oh my God.
You know?
That's so true.
Alam mo ba, there was a study na parang sinabi yata nila na parang, and nashock ako nung nalaman ko to, medyo parang, na we hold our breath when we open an email. Na we breathe less when we are...
Talaga? Like for a even for a nanosecond because you
I
don't know
don't
what's
know.
in it. Yeah.
I don't know for how long, pero parang the stress is so pervasive across so many things and our brain doesn't know anymore how to distinguish.
For me talaga, the most important thing, if you cannot understand what you're going through, like how Ben put it, na sa kanya hindi niya alam why he was languishing, I think the best way talaga is to talk to someone about it and get like a third person's perspective, someone you can trust, someone who will not hold judgment, will not pass
Totoo.
judgment. And then if you don't have that, kung wala kang masyadong close friends because nga you have a condition that precludes you from opening up to other people, then you can try like your guidance counselor or someone there's I'm sure meron kang makita na pwede mo makausap who can tell you that's not anymore, that's actually medyo cause for concern na, and you should maybe see
also,
someone about it.
if the first person you see, or for example, someone you trust, you think you can go to them and it turns out that you cannot or that they end up judging you, go to somebody else until you find that person. Do not give up on the first person that,
Who
that
didn't
treats-
understand.
Yeah, that's true. Kasi sometimes I feel like, kasi you're already in a vulnerable position, di ba? Tapos
Yeah.
sometimes you open up to someone, tapos bigla na lang, oh shit. So
Tsaka
it can be damaging as well.
Yeah, and thought process ko nun, it's already a sign that I don't understand what I'm feeling. And another sign was, I wanted to be saved. So parang, kailangan mo talaga to be surrounded with the right people. Kasi, alam mo yun, kapag hindi mo alam kung sino yung magsasave sa'yo, doon ka lalo mag-overthink. And sometimes when you overthink a lot, hindi mo na madadetermine kung if it's just overthinking or if it's something else.
Yeah,
That's
I
true.
agree. We will just take a very short break and then after we'll explore, how to be sensitive to people dealing with mental health issues. We'll be right back.
Guys, may kwento ko.
Ano yan? Oo nga. Ano yung kwento?
Yung alam nyo na to.
Kwento mo na kasi.
So eto, si nag Grabe. Di ko in-expect na akalain mo yun?
Finally! Holy Listen to the full kwento in Between Us Queens, hosted by Carla Lizardo, Bianca Guidotti,
And Pia Wurtzbach.
Follow us and listen for free only on Spotify.
So I think the first thing we have to really do every time someone opens up to us is to not invalidate their feelings. And that can be hard also, especially if you don't understand what they're going through. But at least, I don't know if you can call it parang suspension of disbelief. You know, when you watch movies, alam mo naman talagang hindi lumilipad yung mga barko.
Oo.
But you suspend your disbelief and just try and don't invalidate whatever your friend is telling you or your significant other is telling you. And I know that can be hard kasi some people can be know-it-alls. And I admit minsan ganun din ako. Nahihirapan ako to understand if I'm not going through it. But that could really go a long way. Like the simple act of not invalidating it.
Yeah, and I think one of the things you could go to it quickly is questions. Instead of people are talking to you not necessarily to find the solution, but to be heard and to figure out also what they're going through. So if you feel scared or you don't understand what somebody's going through, or you feel like this person is overreacting, even if you feel that way, even if you have like prejudice towards someone who goes up to you, ask. Try to, have that person be open with you. If you can hack it also mentally, if you're in the space, in the space to do that.
Yeah, I agree. And ang masasabi ko lang, guys, always check up on your friends because you never know what they're going through. So always empathize and always sacrifice a little time, not just because it's convenient, but to show your care to your loved ones as well. Whew!
Pero alam mo, ang hirap din now because parang even friends, parang generally everyone, for example, with Instagram or TikTok, they feel the need to appear okay, even at their worst,
Yeah.
And so,
Aray! Ko-closing na tayo, nananakit ka pa.
Pero it just goes to show you, diba? Na parang people can be high functioning and really going through something or
That's true.
magaling silang magtago.
Mm-mm.
So
Magperform.
pero totoo. So that I agree with that.
That was one hell of an episode.
I know. Intense. Thank you guys for listening to our podcast. We release new episodes every Wednesdays at 6 p.m.
And you may join our growing Facebook community called Growing Up Problems with Ben and Chris, where we want it to be a safe space for everyone to just share, and a lot of our listeners have been sharing, and we appreciate those, and we hope that the community is actually helping you somehow and make you feel less lonely. That's really our objective in creating that. So it's Growing Up Problems with Ben and Chris. And also, if you want to keep up with us through our socials, mine is at Christian Somera. That's at KRISTIAN Somera.
Mine is Benedict_Kua. And Miss Sarah, where can we find you?
Mine is on Instagram. I'm Sarah Lopez Pozas, SarahLopezPozas. And I'm actually planning to start a YouTube channel dedicated, like a few episodes dedicated to mental health in general. You can find me at the same name on YouTube. That's it.
Thank you so much, Sarah, for joining us sa episode na ito.
Thank you. Thank you so much, guys. It was fun and nanginig ako, naiyak ako.
Same.
We really just wanna share you with our listeners because we know that you are very wise.
Yes,
And can
we
I just
appreciate
say,
it so much.
Parang thanks for doing this. I've seen like a lot of your podcasts in the past, like helping people to open up in ways na parang, it's very refreshing to see Filipino young adults do that. You're making a difference. Yes.
We try to. Anyway, thank you for listening. Once again, this has been Chris.
This has been Ben.
And this has been Sarah, reminding you that your trauma is worth talking about.
I love it.
Bye!
Growing Up with Ben and Chris is a Spotify original podcast hosted by me, Benedict Kua, and Christian Somera. Don't forget to follow so you won't miss a single episode. Sige na, please.
What's up, everybody? Benedict here, your friendly neighborhood podcaster.
We lived on farms, and then we lived in cities, and now we're going to live on the internet. I'm Christian.
Wow, may ganon.
Add it up.
Do you know where
Oh
that's
my God.
from?
Saan?
That was from. No, it's one of my most favorite David Fincher movies. It's from The Social Network.
Which is? Okay. I
Have you
saw
seen that?
Yeah. Si ano yun,
Okay,
diba?
what is it about?
Hindi, yun yung cast doon, yung nandun din sa ano, Now You See Me. Tama?
Jesse Eisenberg. That's such a disturbing.
Oh.
He's such a good actor.
He is.
Yung nandun sa Now You
I just have super bad memory. Alam mo ba, the other day, sobrang random, i-share ko lang. May nakita akong meme sa Facebook. Nag-uusap yung yung talong, tsaka yung garlic. Sabi nung talong, uy, may talong ako. Sabi ni garlic,
my
ano
God.
yun? Sabi niya, bawang magtanong. Sabi niya, bakit? Talong lang eh. Sabi niya, bakit ka garlic? Ako lang yan, tatawa.
Benny ko lang natawa. You know,
Sorry
every time, like, I remember the first time someone, like, one of my relatives asked what a meme was. Hindi ko siya ma-explain.
Bakit? Di ba ano lang yun? Like, a joke
Oh,
na
sige,
may
explain ba?
visual. Yun ang pag-explain ko. Sige na nga, wag na. Erase. Pero nakakatuwa.
Who started memes? Where did it stem from? Was it Tumblr?
No, I
Tumblr.
don't know.
I would say Tumblr.
Probably. I think yung unang meme was alam mo yung parang stick figure lang. Yung mga ganong meme lang. Oh my God. Yung, fuck. Marami.
Oh,
Have
that's
you?
that's
Ganun.
arsenic and something.
Yeah.
Yung parang comics.
Oo, yung parang
Ano
ganon.
talaga yung pangalan nun?
May
Something
may
with
dalawang
arsenic.
yun eh. Yeah.
Yeah. I
Nakakatawa.
love those so much. Krypton arsenic? No. I forget. Anyway,
I remember the time na tinatanong ko pa sa mga tao kung nakita nila yung feeling pa ako nun feeling smart. Tapos feeling yung ako lang yung una nakakita. Sabi ko, nakita niyo na ba yung meme about Meme!
Uy, but you know what? Ako din, sobrang hindi ko alam kung anong basa sa kanya. And alam ko na, sa Tumblr nga siya nag-start. I'm quite
Sa
certain.
Tumblr.
Tumblr, yeah. Because I remember not knowing how to pronounce it. I didn't know. Kasi when it was starting, I feel like I was in college na. Yeah, I was in college na. So, all of
Mga
my
ganun din
friends,
siguro.
yeah, yung mga friends ko, syempre mga bago. Kasi syempre bago kasi mga blockmates mo bago. So, nahihiya akong tanongin ko paano. Meme din yung akala ko. So, paano ko masahin to?
Huwag ka mag-alala kasi akala nila meme din.
naman yung ano mo dyan, gamit mo. Hindi, pero mo ng cellphone. Oh, ganda ko tapon. Di ba may tapusin mo na kasi naghihintay.
Para saan? Ano ba yun?
Ano po, tawagan lang. Wala na sa COP na bakit ka nakikita.
Anak! Ano ba nga yung bill ng kuryente? Tapos nagsaran, nag-check-up. Ano na mag-Facebook sa'yo? Kay Buboy, hiramin mo muna yung cellphone niya. Pwede naman. Ngayon na, pre. Meron ko yung address. Ngayon na, hirap mo yung cellphone.
Ito pa, pwede na po. Kasi nandun yung address.
Ano ba? Mama?
Picture
Basta nandun yung address. Wala, ano na. Mamaya pa, kailangan na nga. Buboy, ngayon na kailangan.
Kaklase ko si Buboy. Ako na yung ano, ala.
Pipicturean niya na, binalik niya pa. Ito na ba?